hopefully with all Apple, people remain Mullen, whatever. Mullen's gonna Mullen. Take the L on. Looking for something which is a really good looking long setup.
Left, trying to be really patient about it here. Keeping an eye on that VIX. If it ends up wicking that 50 and we're running past it again, then I'll jump right back in to some of those shorts that we've gotten out of. So only in Pfizer, only in Mullen. Still looking for a good long setup that I like. I mean, AMD's off to the races. Why isn't ARM going like this?
Okay, here goes the futures.
ARM is better than AMD. Come on, man.
The futures are going, Neil, and I don't know, again, we talked about the risk involved with looking at these things and trying to be patient. So there it goes, man. We are now looking to get short up here. We're waiting for 41.25. You can see my average price really isn't changing, man, because we're not layering into this. We've taken like a tenth and a tenth. Like we're not like of a unit. Like I'm not even talking about full positions right now at all until we get up to 41.25, then using 41.50 as our high of the day break. So there it is. Now we're starting to fade back out a little bit. Our averages in have been at 90 and at 75. So far so good, about an average place we're at right now. Adara, what's going on over with you?
We have comments coming out here from U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. You may recall yesterday he was actually testifying in front of the Senate committee. He said that he's had a number of conversations with his UK trade counterpart and saying that apparently quite a few countries have been approaching here to talk about tariffs. So U.S. Trade Representative Greer is indicating there are some talks here with regards to tariffs. We know, though, that the main country they're trying to get to talk to them has been and continues to be China. Back to you.
Where the deal's at?
Many people having many deals being made, and many phone calls are happening right now. My long distance plan has been very exposed.
Long distance plan.
I hope that the White House has the that unlimited U.S. to Canada calling. Because hopefully Carney and
they got the best calling cards there for sure.
Yeah, they do. They put on those calling cards. I never really been a big calling card guy. I don't know. I've never really.
I didn't use them.
A lot of people use those for long distances. I remember back in the day when, of course, we were kids, like.
Who am I calling?
I was going to say 40 years ago, but that's pretty much right.
Who are you calling on?
We were, no, remember long distance in Canada used to be ridiculous. We'd have to wait till like 10 p.m. at night to phone your grandparents or something because it was like you're waiting for those great deals. And Bell Canada, again, was able to divide up those lines, so it's much better.
I don't know, when I was calling my...
What moves are you making today, Aria?
My dad was paying for it, so it's not like I had to...
Today?
Yeah, but I mean,
it was pretty ridiculous because everyone would wait until ungodly hours to make calls.
It was crazy.
I bought options for NVIDIA and Apple because it was pretty down low, and they went up today, so I sold them.
Oh man, these areas.
I think we got a call for Adair. Let's go to the desk.
We have more talks here on tariffs from U.S. Trade Representative Greer, so keep an eye here on any of these pharmaceuticals names. I have Johnson & Johnson up, but probably PFE, LLY, Moderna, any of these plays. Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, saying Trump wants to bring back pharmaceutical tariffs back to the United States. So oddly worded headline, but basically just emphasizing that Donald Trump does want to bring in pharmaceutical tariffs. This was also something
nice.
Greer emphasized
So I'm
during
just
his
looking at
Senate
all the stocks right now.
yesterday. So Jameson
Looking at
Greer
the
saying
news.
once again that one of
I'm trying to
Trump's
get
priorities
into
right now
either
is to bring back
Tesla
pharmaceutical tariffs in the U.S. specifically.
or
Yesterday,
NVIDIA
he said
again.
the reason that
But
pharma and semis
NVIDIA's
were not
$100
included
right now.
in the initial tariffs is because they wanted
right
more in-depth
$100, 156.
investigations into those industries first. Back to you.
In-depth investigations, huh?
Yeah.
I wanted to go down first
It's
before going
not
in.
new because those have been getting destroyed. The pharma name.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even averaged into that XBI. Someone in the chat there was like, it's a grind, these futures trades, and you are 100% right. That's why we have to be very patient. It's been a great day, a great show, one of our better shows. 1.7K, thank you so much for watching. Over 10,000 of you still here. Call 1-800.
Why is it going up with the China stuff going on?
No free ads, by the way, AT&T. All right, so TQs, e-signal right now. Trade smarter, not harder, or just trade both. Trade hard, trade smart. Do it with e-signal. Let's go, TQQs. Scan that QR code right now and get that going. This afternoon, I'll show, come on, let's go. I'll show you the live tick replays this afternoon when the market slows down. It's amazing, man. You can actually do your studies while the market is still open and get
I'm not sure. I think because the price was low,
with
so many people
e-signal.
bought.
Again, the best part is Neil showed you
back up.
earlier today. Let's go, market. He showed you earlier today, Blue Ocean. You could quote that. You could quote Femto Technologies, FMTO. You just got to get entitled. So scan the QR code there, register, sign up immediately. It is completely free. If you haven't done it yet, go over there, sign up, grab the platform on us, then entitle yourself. And even if you're just trading futures, just grab the CME. You know, grab whatever you need and start your journey with e-signal today. Does Canada have good health care? I would say yes. All my experiences have been incredible. My grandmother, thankfully, she's 94, and she had broken her hip. Yeah, congratulations is right about that one. Yeah, congratulations breaking it. Yeah, did you say congratulations breaking your hip,
man.
Neil?
No, obviously that she's 94. Come on, and you knew it right away.
Wow, Neil.
You knew
Hello,
it was
Grandma?
She's 94.
You won't believe, you know Neil. I mean, he's been at my wedding. He's been, you would think he's a friend. No,
I was already hitting the button.
I know, I'm just obviously. But no, anyways, what I was going to say.
I'm not going to live that down.
What I was going to say was, so she's out of the hospital, but it was great care there. And again, we want to say a shout out to that. And now she's unfortunately, she's in an old age home because she's going to need care because she's not able to walk as great as they try to retrofit the house right now. But anyways, long story short, that was just a little bit there. And the good thing about it is we watch TV all the time. Like, if you have a baby here in Canada, that kind of stuff is covered, which is nice.
Yes,
so
it is.
You get the room and all that. Now, whether or not you're sharing a room with four people.
Well, you hear the stories. I'll tell you guys straight up. I got the MRI for my torn Achilles on a Wednesday.
There we go. Yeah.
I was in surgery on the Friday. And I get it. There's horror stories out there. And I got my MRI much faster than the horror stories that I hear. And that's it's not Achilles isn't emergency surgery at the end of the day. Let's go over to Adara or that.
That, Neil, is Sector Watch. And so what we're going to be doing here is looking at a mixed sector board. Usually what we've seen here is either a lot of green or a lot of red. Right now, though, we have a lot of sectors behaving very intensely in one direction or the other, but not necessarily all in the same direction. So with that in mind, we have some strength in electronic technology, Oracle, Microsoft strong. Then you've got tech services, electronic technology, Broadcom, Apple, NVIDIA to the upside. Retail trader, Walmart, Costco, Amazon looking great. Good strength in producer manufacturing, Tesla leading the consumer durable sector, but then there's lots of weakness to talk about as well. Finance here, we have Bank of America sharply to the downside, and then we have health technology. We just talked about the sector, certainly on watch to the downside, as we do have lots of talk about pharmaceutical tariffs from both U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer and President Donald Trump. Energy minerals weak as well here, XOM leading this group, and communications, pretty weak name as well. So keep an eye on certain underperformance in some sectors, but that doesn't mean there aren't sectors where there's some upside, guys.
Do you, Softy? The biggest company in the largest company. Well, it's not now. Again, the largest company. That's the right way to put it. So do you, Softy? Seeing them on the board, good for them. I'm still not the biggest fan of them, but we're going to play our price action the way that we still want to, which is break of trend, wait till it closes under to add. You're still getting topping tail candles galore on the NASDAQ overall. So there is this move back in. Why didn't I get, hold on a second.
I'm starting to get more out.
Why didn't I get filled on Mullen?
Oh, I'm starting to see a play coming in.
Duh. It's down 21%, and I'm like, why didn't I get filled when I hit the bid? Because you can't hit the bid, Neil, because the short sell restricted. So I couldn't get in. You have to sit in front of the offer. Let me just go ahead and do that. On Mullen, we want to reload it at VWAP there, which we're still taking. Trend break we just got on Intel. I'm holding, now that Pfizer's broken the low, probably had a chance to get the lower high when the market was trending up, but I think this is now turning into a possible short under VWAP and add under VWAP to play back into the low of the day. So we're sticking with the shorts. where we like them. And AMD, everybody, like we're only at 15 minutes that we're back on. AMD broke trend. It was one heck of a chase to grab that one short when it broke that trend line. Ideally, would have wanted a price closer to the 83 level. Top is at 83.5. Chasing it down to 82.5 on the trend break was just a little bit too far. Sometimes like it sets up with a line, but it doesn't actually give you an entry point that makes any risk reward sense. So hopefully it gives some kind of a fill in the 83 range, but I didn't want to chase that AMD too far to the downside on that break.
What's up, Kevin M? Apple shorts. 173 I wrote down. What are we doing here? All right, I'll go have a quick look at Apple. I just want to say 180. Okay, probably. I just want to say more covers, man, more life on TQs. You know, you got to stay fluid. And you know, we were initially trying to go short, then we went long on that break, then we lost on the long, then we went short, just following our rules now, right? Staying nimble, trying to wait for those best prices. We just missed. We're at 41.25, man. If we were at 41s, we would be in the midst of another great day, but unfortunately we had gotten stopped out right there, so we're just trying to massage this position and waiting as best as we can. So Kevin, you asked about Apple, so I know Neil and I are looking at a lot of the same names, but we are still moving around. I mean, Mullen's been there, Neil getting ready to load up Mullen, Neil own personal account, of course. 180, as all we do is talk bad about it. 180.50 right there has been the top. So I'm going to say no to that, Kevin. I know I went over to it and was like, yeah, maybe we should short Apple, but I'm just going to trade the way that I know, and that is this 50-period moving average. Like sometimes you got to throw the macro out. Like I do think the short is here, which is why we're holding onto the TQs, but at the same time, you see I'm scalping it out. So until we break the 50-period clean, I do not like the short. If you're going to play the top, then that's fine. I think you could short 180, use 180.50 as your top, give yourself 50.
Do you copy these guys?
Especially if you think this is going to go down.
I can't copy these guys. I really want to because they're smart.
I would rather.
Only problem is
not for this is just for me again because we are
okay. So it's like a stock regulation.
Like we can get in and out of any positions at any time and really use like.
There's a rule where you can't day trade.
Like the buying power that
more
we
than
have
like
access to is quite
4
large.
times
so
a week.
We can put on big positions at any time,
or you
or
get
smaller
flagged
ones. And for
as
me,
a day trader,
this is not
and I already
really,
got flagged.
If you're gonna put on a big position, it would have
unless
to be up here near
you have over
180.
25K in your
Giving
account.
yourselves that 40 cents.
These guys have
And
more
that's
than
what
25K
they
in
rate
accounts, so
to
they
in
can
the
make
middle
trades in and out like
indecisive candles
that.
here
That makes money.
Wick down, then rip.
I haven't got to 25K
and
yet.
all we did was wick down right into the 50-period moving average. So I'd rather see a clean break there. Once we break it, I think you want to go short maybe on a 178 break, and then honestly.
But if I did have the 25K, I wouldn't make the same trades that these guys are making.
Again. But mind you, there is going to be some, you know, back and forth wick action. So good look on that, Kevin. Looks like you're right. That 180, as I talk it down, looks like it wants to now fade, especially with the futures. This is why. Pikachu, I choose you because the futures are underneath the 50-period moving average.
I like these guys because they're not biased for anything.
With the fact, I know
they basically have a whole ass team to do a show. They literally talk for 8 hours straight about all the stocks, all the trades to make, all the good trades and all the bad trades.
What we're doing right now is kind of stacking.
And I've been watching them for the past week.
As we come back in a little
and
bit.
they've been making.
I'm now bidding 39.80s into this level, but now that I see this, I'm going to put another 5% of what we have left. I'll put it out here at 40. Hopefully we get that fill, and then the next level is 39.80. I'm actually at this wick bottom waiting for a collapse. So we'll take a 40 flat fill, and then if we break down, that's what I want to have happen. Otherwise, we reload that 41.25. Yeah, my kids are collecting, my son is collecting Pokemon cards now, man. The guy is, my son is downloading the Costco app because he knows he's been reading that there's been great deals at Costco with these cards. Well, because the thing is like we visited a card shop on the weekend. They have to make money. So, you know, they buy the packs at $3 or $4 and selling them at like 10 or 12. So yeah, exactly. So he's all over it. He's all over eBay. He's all over that, which is kind of cool because I used to obviously collect cards myself.
I still have all of my baseball cards.
The Pokemon. I should bring in my cards, man. I have some pretty hot cards. But the thing is, you think they're valuable, but they're actually not.
They're not. No, they're not. The only valuable cards,
at least mine.
Back to the market for a quick little second. There goes Intel again. It just broke the high, so I'm taking only trend breaks at this point. You break the trend line, I'm taking my shot at you. But if it breaks out the high, I'm jumping out. I now have this one waiting on Apple as well, so I'm going to take this shot. You get to move it. VWAP's now $3 away, so it's the farther you go up, kind of the better kind of the better I like getting kind of a trend break, we'll hold on to Pfizer at least for now. But I'm looking at this Apple because Intel's now unbroken. It keeps on trending higher, and you're not really getting those clean breaks underneath. What I would like is something that you can get into that works initially as cleanly as AMD did. But I had no idea how fast that was going to move back in through that trend on AMD. When it starts
Do you
going
pay
down,
for this
sometimes
info?
It gets a little bit. They just lose a bit. So hopefully Apple gives me that same look. We'll just wait for that particular entry.
But these
what I was
guys,
going to
no.
say is my brother.
They are.
I used to collect
publicly
baseball cards,
traded.
and my brother
Watch
wasn't
YouTube.
into it. He's more of an
Watch
artist.
YouTube.
And so when I would go to the card shows, he pulled a, well, if Neil gets to buy this, I want to get some cards too. And so he just bought 2 sets in the mid 80s of like full sets of like hockey cards. So, and the year it was a Brett Hall's rookie year.
Yeah, I
one
know
of the
exactly
sets
that
he
card.
bought. And then he won one of the other ones. And I'm just like, you don't even like hockey, and now he's got like all these cool cards that he doesn't even care about, to be honest with you. But hey, good luck for him.
Brett Hall.
I told him he should have sold them at the height of cards, but I mean, whatever. At this point, you just don't care. Like, they're a cool thing to be able to give to your kids.
Yeah, for sure. We'll be able to give
I gotta check some of the old ones.
yeah, my kids might not.
What are we watching?
Too interesting.
Pokemon scalpers at
There we go.
Costco.
See what I'm saying? Wait a sec. That is my kid. What the hell?
Hip check.
No, this is in the States, though,
Hip
I
check.
think, isn't it? Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. What is that guy doing exactly? He shouldn't be allowed to take that whole box.
He's done it.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous, man.
Those guys are dead to me. No, but that is the that is the plight of Pokemon cards.
That's
because they're valuable, right? I mean, that's it. Thanks for
Those
showing
guys
that.
are dead to me.
All right, guys. Hey, guys. Right now we do
know what
have
Trump
a nice
is getting-
move
I mean,
happening.
what
right
stock
now
is getting
in
fucking
the
demolished right
futures
now by,
as we just get our $40 print down
by
there. So
Trump's
that was a good one,
tariffs?
there as we go, so we'll be able to watch out to see what
Fucking
exactly
Alibaba,
is
bro.
happening now with the futures. And there it is, man. We
Poor
talked about a
Alibaba.
slow grind lower. Been with me on this one as
LOL. What about Temu?
Hey,
flex
Brickman!
Muscle Sharif style here.
What's
on
good?
The,
You're alive. Are you supposed to be sleeping?
on the futures. So
No,
there it is.
I
Okay.
in fact
We'll
did
watch
not
to see
stay
where it
up.
goes. Get down. We told you where we're bidding. Man. We're bidding 80.
fell asleep
Do not.
during
This
shift.
is where I get anxious because then I'm like, now I
It's
need
okay, I
to
only had
change
one
my
call.
80 because if I miss
Did you
it,
get in
I'm gonna
trouble?
feel some kind of ways. But we do not miss it at all.
No.
Spin it. There it is, right there, man. 100.
When do you work again?
Straight. $1.20 now in the
Friday
money on
night.
that play. So we'll wait to see there. I was
Wouldn't
gonna
you
say
be sleeping
100
right now,
handles,
then?
but the handles have changed now
No.
because of the dramatic move down. So it's no longer like
Just have to
one
fuck up my
cent is-
sleep
is
schedule
one tick or whatever.
so I can take a PT test
on
tomorrow.
the futures. So we'll wait for that one. It is now 10:50. So what we're
So,
going to do now is go to Money Talks.
I have
Then
to
we
go
will have
do my
what's for lunch.
physical training test tomorrow.
Yeah,
We
do that.
continue to
And
have here a little bit of a pop in the DXY, and then
I'm
a
gonna go do
drop of
that.
equal size. So by that I mean, if you look at this chart here,
When
Thursday or last Thursday here, April 3rd, we had this
I
nice
should
downside with a
be
gap down.
barely
Of course,
getting off of work.
tariff announcement, but then
Oh, you play
Friday,
Apex?
Monday, we bid back up.
Yeah, I'm playing Apex
and then
right now.
Tuesday, and
I'm-
today looks like we're
Can you
trying
play
to
rank?
get
Can I
that push
watch you?
back to the downside.
I'm
We are not
doing
even at
exactly that.
Friday's lows here, let alone Thursdays, but currently trying to hold up right now around 102.3. Looks like the dollar wants to continue to drip to the downside. As Brendan mentioned earlier this
Are you gonna
morning,
clip farm me
the
again?
watch tool
Yeah.
right now has about
Well, no,
50-50
I'm watching
odds of
news.
rate
But,
cut or
Pancho, do you wanna
hold
watch
for the
Milkman?
May meeting.
Or do you wanna
Actually,
keep
as of
watching
right now, the
my show?
cut is actually slightly outweighing the hold. So right now, more market participants pricing in that 25 basis point cut than not for the May meeting. Let's see if that comes to fruition. But certainly something to keep an eye on here as we get this volatility in the markets. Will we get a rate cut in May? We'll have to wait and find out. But we won't have to wait for long to find out what the Fed was saying in April, because at 2 p.m. we get FOMC minutes dropping. Not a meeting, but the minutes from the last meeting. So keep an eye on that. I'll be summarizing those once we get them back to you.
All is good content, so whatever you
Thank
chose.
you very much,
Well, I'm
Dara.
Milkman,
And we were
but
just
I'm gonna
talking
still
a
keep the
little
show
bit
in the
about the Masters, and one way you can take advantage of the fun there for the Masters, as we've been saying before, and that's with Profit X. Because if you're looking for unbeatable odds on the
I'm
biggest
still watching my
games
show in the background,
and
so
the biggest
you can listen
tournaments,
to that.
switch to Profit X's.
If you listen to any big news that
where
happens,
you set the price.
poor Alibaba
No more one size
getting destroyed.
fits all lines.
I
It's
feel
like
bad, bro.
crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds. Track the action. Watch your plays.
Ooh,
come
Spy's
alive.
getting
Experience
fucking
total
wrecked
control
here.
at every step. ProfitX with sports playing is reimagined. Users can use the code TraderTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. And we've already cross-checked this. You can look at some of the lines on the yes/no for the Masters, which is kind of a big deal happening this weekend. I guess. Well, I mean, they get underway already.
Look at this.
But Mr. Scheffler,
this might be
I see him at the top. And some decent odds on the no. But as we said, the market did do that curl. I went into the trend break. It only takes one, and we're going to get this one down into VWAP where it's held.
That's going to be my play.
So the retracement back into VWAP is holding. I'm holding on to Pfizer because Pfizer I think can go further. But this is an out in front of VWAP on Apple. So 2 times Apple, 1 level, and it's going to work twice.
Congratulations if anybody took those shorts. Because
What are you doing?
Right now, as here, I mean, look,
I'm buying
here's
option
the
trade
here.
first buy.
Short between 40 to 41.
That's
we
gonna
just
go
had
up.
to wait for it. So there's 41, right? Like we write this down. Go find me at Trader TV, Sean. Right now, just small 16,000 posts. There it comes right back into 39 right now. So we'll take another fill as we were talking about VWAP.
Right now.
Waited for that play to come through on VWAP. You're welcome, Kevin. You asked about Apple.
Oh, and Vibez dropping too.
Dynamite. Nice call by you on Apple. I said if it breaks the 50 period, you should take that. That's 178.50. Welcome to $1.50 there, Kevin. Congratulations. I hope you did take some of that advice. Maybe you were short earlier, and there it goes. I just broke this trade down. We didn't take it, unfortunately, but there it goes. Thankfully, you did, Kevin, I would hope. And there goes the print factory on that. But man, it is a print factory over here for the TQs. As now we're downside. I mean, we're still green on the day, but barely on the Nasdaq. Go find me on X and send me a message. Just got one from Value Investor. Shout out to Value Investor. I saw that chat as well. Thank you.
Fuck, these cards are expensive as
thank you for
shit.
sliding into my DMs. What's up, lunch? All right, what is for lunch today? I mean, yesterday was pretty good, I saw, but I did not have any. Today, nah. I'm pretty excited about it anyways, but today's is Chipotle glazed chicken. I mean, the reason why I'm like, man, we always get chicken on our salad, so it looks like we'll probably get it today. Yep. You know, watch, today's gonna be tuna or something.
No.
With spiced potato wedges, I'm fine with this. Charred Brussels sprouts, I think that's a good way to have them. Baked, charred, I don't know, I like anything barbecued, but with red peppers, and then of course, chef's choice.
Second worst vegetable.
Yeah, I'm not in love with Brussels sprouts, but I am in love with these futures, but that's what's. All right, I'm going to take out another bit.
Chipotle sounds good today, LOL.
Thank you again, everybody, for watching this.
Chipotle does sound good, honestly.
Still over 10,000 people watching. I lied, 9,800. 200 people, please log in. 1.8K, thank you so much for all of that as well, all the likes and the subscribes, man. It's going to be another big day for us here at Trader TV Live as we just start to empty out our clip right now on the futures. So, yeah. I hope you like that, what we've been talking about. It's been a big day here again, and there goes the futures down to the downside as the market now bouncing off VWAP, which is why we're starting to clean up, right? So we'll clean up some of these trades. It was a good one. We'll see if we can make it even better heading into the midday show with Sharif and Joseph.
Absolutely, and thank you, Mr. Wheeler, A. Wheeler, for the super chat. Appreciate you. How do you guys feel about the probability of the, gotta move up here, of the markets falling apart like they did yesterday? You're short, zero-day expiry options on SPY, risky, but I feel like the sentiment is still awful. I tend to usually think that when you have like a monster move, like I'm just gonna have Apple up, but the futures will look exactly the same, more or less, in general sense. When you have a move that big, the chances of getting something repeating it are pretty low. But remember, if we go from here back to yesterday's lows, that's like half the move of yesterday. So I don't think you repeat yesterday, but I think if you lose VWAP, we retest the low. So like yes, I think we can get to yesterday's lows if we continue this trend reversal, but the percent down, I just don't think it can be as big because now you've gotten the news, we've got the retaliatory, and it was just so much of a move yesterday that I'm not really thinking it. But we took our 2 shots at Apple. We had to be really patient with this one. I'm out when it caught a bid off prior support. At VWAP, we'll hold on to the others. And I still want to work back into Pfizer, which has kind of worked the whole way. It's now showing you the VWAP short. So if we can get any kind of consolidation under the volume weighted average price, we'll go back into that. Mullen,
I took the play.
Reverse, not reverse splitting, but they announced a reverse split. I actually didn't even hear the date. I think obviously pretty soon here. probably, maybe it's end of the week, maybe it's next week. I'll double check to see when they're doing the reverse split. But
Crazy.
the stock goes to the downside, and it's holding underneath VWAP. I'm just sitting at VWAP to short it, and then we're bidding into the low of the day. If it breaks, I'll bid in front of 3. It's done almost 100 million shares in here. So far, so good. It was
Expiration is
just Intel for me that,
417.
Intel has been good the last few days to the south side, but this time we stopped at the top and did not get that final.
I'm sorry, 494.
494. So, I mean, ultimately, it's a good morning, but Intel, we wish we could have had that one because eventually it does work. It just didn't give you that clean trend break like sometimes it does. Yesterday, when it broke the trend, it was so much cleaner. Like it just fell apart from that point when it broke the uptrend.
Yeah, 1057 right now. Yeah, the puts are.
Hurry up, man. Get into a game.
Depending on when you got them. I mean, finally, we make that move back in.
What do you want from
right
me?
now? Bitcoin 77,000.
It's not my fault.
Too much at Ibit.
Yeah, it
It's
is
11
because you're low level.
We've been looking elsewhere, but.
Bro, I didn't play this game. I don't play this fucking game.
It's still your fault.
I'm trying to think about a little bearish,
Fuck you.
bullish off of the 200.
There's 11 players in queue.
Now. So let's just see. We just had a flush down in the market. The market is representing VWAP pretty nicely, or holding out on VWAP pretty nicely right now at those levels. So I still feel pretty positive about exiting the position like we've been doing there so far today. So yeah, so far so good on the exit of those positions, but we're going to wait to see now if IBIT can hold that. And if you're looking at crypto, I would say this pre-market level of 43.50 could be something to look out for. But there it is, nice move back in for the futures. If we can bounce off 39, great, but I'm still looking for a break even lower on the futures. And Adara might have news related to something about the market.
I have news related to tariffs here, Sean. So again, I want to clarify what I'm going to say is not necessarily new information, but the timing of it and the wording of it is pretty key here. So CNBC reporting that Donald Trump will be announcing shortly a major tariff on pharmaceuticals. We know yesterday both Trump and U.S. Trade Representative Greer had indicated they were doing an investigation into pharmaceutical tariffs. Now CNBC reporting that this announcement will come shortly and this tariff will be, quote, major. Back to you.
Ooh. Oh, we're having a major dump off right here, so we'll get some more out on the TQs, man. $2 in the money rate.
The dumpening?
Dumpening? Oh, yeah. I see what
Everyone's being a panican, and the dumpening is happening.
People need
That's not my line.
People need not panican right now. Well, you should have panicanned a couple days ago because you were able to get out at the top.
Yeah, it's a cool, it's a kind of an interesting little quote. Because I don't know whether that was like intentional or was a typo.
We'll never know.
I mean, you never really know whether, did you really mean to say panican or did you kind of just...
guess it would be a typo, but...
I first thought it was a typo. That's why I was like, why are we using it in the description of the video?
It was funny.
But then I looked, I'm like, yeah, he actually said that. So look, it's been a wild one, but obviously the shorts have now come in. The NASDAQ just went red again. The ES just went red again. Let's check that. The ES has been red for a while, down 0.7%. But just going to note one thing before we get out of here. As we just made that fresh low, Apple bounced off 177. So in that last push down, Apple showing some strength at the volume-weighted average price. With that, we'll throw you on. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll throw you back on over to
winning.
Joey Options, and Sharif the Professor. Go get him, boys. Or yeah, maybe. There you go.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to How to Trade During the Midday. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I am Sharif, and welcome everyone to the show. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, of which, Joseph, I do not have loaded. I am kind of a little bit behind today. So we'll wait for that bad boy to load up. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got the OGs coming in from the side. So let's shout everybody out. Shout out my main man, Adam DeLuce. I'm just going to go like that. Bad boy to load up. There we go. Now we got it. Now we got the OGs coming in from the side. So let's shout everybody out. Shout out my main man, Adam DeLuce. I'm just going to go like that. And if you're an OG and you know exactly what happened yesterday, 3-0 to the Arsenal, beating the crap out of Real Madrid. It was a good old-fashioned you-know-what whooping. More pleased I could not be. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Kevin. Shadow Rap, Skull. We got Mike James. We got Fijavas, whatever. KK 14M, we got retro stocks in Juan Padilla, Benton CCOYG. Come on, you gunners. We got Roger, we got Bart, we got Mike DeRider.
Why the hell they
Lynn,
talking
and
trash to
Sports
Madrid
Stocks.
crazy?
Love that name, by the way. I always get
I think
a
Arsenal
nice
beat
kick
them.
out of that. We got Wes K, we got Black Hawk JP, Jacques, Young Talent, Doug. DeGreat, my bad. Amy, Tygar, Just Living. We got Thomas Johnson and Roland Joe. How about Mary and Tez? Unique Trading Group and BKM Trader. Shout out to Stuart and Ginvesting, Thomas Johnson, and then Got Rats, question mark. We got Sean Drake, Mr. Plo, Rishi. We got Daryl. We got Kenny. Who else, man? We got William Blackburn, Rishi Desai, last one, baby. Stevenson, ATM, one of the chat OGs there. Joseph, good morning, my man.
Yeah, my guy, Stevenson. Yeah, guys, lots of stuff going on here this morning. Couple attempts, nothing crazy from a trading standpoint. Just taking my time. Tried a nice little long here on PLTR, but then when we cracked the support system, I'm like, yeah, shorts are still fully in effect, so I agree with Katina, man. It's just fade those pops. In a little bit late, but let's see if we can get back to towards the low day. Let's see what we got going on, guys, from a top performing sector standpoint, because that is really, really important to see what is in the green and what is not. And Sharif, for the majority of these sectors, we only have one in the green today.
This shit. I gotta go play Marvel Rivals.
Off about 0.8%. And then consumer discretionary down about 1.4% there, guys. And then we have consumer staples down about
Go fucking
0.2
practice
as
Spider-Man.
well. So those are the top three, two of them being red, only one of them being green. Now, from third last to last, guys, we have the energy sector down about 2.1%. That's a hefty haircut. Healthcare, 2.3%, and utilities, 2.6% down on the session. Let's see if we can get some of these shorts rolling out. We know Donald has some pharmaceutical tariffs he's looking to implement very shortly. I'm curious to see which way that brings the market. If I'm going to take a guess or flip a coin, it's going to be to the downside there, my guy.
Just a little bit,
yeah.
bro. Let's keep your eye out, guys, on these healthcare stocks. We're talking about the Pfizers, the Lillys, any specific biotech company that does business in the United States, keep an eye out on them, which is the majority of them. I'm involved already in a small cap gapper. It goes by the ticker MRM. I'm going to give this to $1. It just cleared the dollar right now. The volume weighted average price around 96 pennies. I'm long at 10s. It's showing me 5, so we're a little bit out of the money. I'm looking to scalp if this is able to take out the high of the day. I have my first beak wetter at the high of the day at around 114. If it loses $1, that's fine. We'll go 0 for 1 on this one. I'm also involved, or looking to get involved, excuse me, with AEHL. A couple of trades on this one already did come down into the volume weighted average price and then got a great hammer candle. Let's see if this one wants to run back up. It's zigging and zagging with 6 right now. What do we get there? We got 619, so we'll take out some here at 30s. Let's see what else we can get to the high side on this one. I'll set some up possibly in the high 30s, but this one I'm going to have to give into the volume weighted average price, and I'll have to defend it. So I'm actually looking at adding into 5 3/4, so I'm going to go ahead and wait at 575 for that add there. We'll see what we can get in and around there. So we'll go ahead and I fat fingered on that one. All right, so already a mistake to start the day. We'll get back in. And then we'll put the majority of the position to buy at 575 because I'd like to pick up some there off the volume weighted average price. So that's my look right now. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, so I'm just sitting in this PLTR. I'm in some Amazon as well, too, guys, that you can clearly see. A nice signal here on Amazon, 5-minute chart. Let's see if we get somewhat of a rebound here. We are slightly below the volume weighted average price in the market, but holding it relatively strong. So let's see if we get that bounce here, guys, and that's what we're looking for here in AMZ. And you can see this 5-minute print and look for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. I'll probably get stopped out of this Palantir trade momentarily because it has started to squeeze, and I'm a little late. I should have hopped out right there. And if we bounce right into VWAP and then exceed that, then I shall get out of that trade there. So we'll be patient. I do believe that that trend is still fully intact to the downside, but again, a bounce may come into play. And one thing to note here, guys, I mentioned that if you go and take a look at the VIX, you can see we're trading around 50 or so on that. But from an option standpoint, and I mentioned before that it's a kind of like a writer's dream. You want to be careful though when you are writing, just because of the volatility. You need to give yourself those wider stops, most definitely. There's no question about that. But as long as we start to decay and compress in volatility, you can start to collect nice premiums in short durations of time. So that's what kind of I got going on right now.
That's a lot of fucking heroes I don't want to fuck with.
Call spread on the Qs, which essentially says to me, I built a thesis saying as long as we don't close above 455 by the end of the week, then we'll be able to collect the full premium that we have. So that's looking not too bad right now. Let's see if we get this bounce, but to the downside is kind of what I'm getting at. But it's a market neutral strategy as well too, right? So as long as we don't close above 455, we can construct a profitable trade. If it goes lower, even better. But if it just hovers around and volatility starts to compress,
Hey, come back.
Good as
Okay,
well,
don't
too.
come back.
All right, man. We're
I'm not gonna
zigging and
kill
zagging
anyone.
here. We got the ad that I wanted. Now I have to defend that $50, so I'm going to go ahead and wait just like that. Where are we at right now? So we did get that ad.
Oh my God!
The 75.
Why did I
area
just
on
instantly go to 1?
AEHL.
Oh, Hawkeye.
It's
Probably,
giving
most
us
likely.
a decent average. I mean, we got the beak wet up here at 620, but by no means out of the water right now. We're actually 20 pennies out of the money, full disclosure. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up at the volume weighted average price. It's been putting in lower highs since the topping tail candle there made the high of the day at 713, right at that 1050 time slot. Trying to work back above 6 right now is AEHL. It's up about 167%. And here are the details on it while we wait for this one either to stop me out or to take back about $6 million market cap with a float of around 4.6 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is. AEHL. So this one has that can't be accurate. So it has a short float here. Trade idea says of 320%.
Not happening.
But it's likely a reverse split. So we'll have to look at the daily chart in a second here because I still have to manage this trade, so I can't be looking away. If this loses the $50, we will go out on this one. I will not be DCAing into the $50, especially since that $50 is south of the volume weighted average price, and that would breach my rule of adding or entering the trade south of the volume weighted average price. It's holding on for dear life. It does feel like buyers and sellers are engaged in a tug of war battle at the volume weighted average price. So we'll have to wait and see who wins this one out. ICCT is another one that's going. So I've already put my stop in on that one. So we'll have to wait and see. ICCT is the other one that's moving here, moving nicely here into that 5 1/3. So keep your eye out on that one. That is the high of the day, 5 1/3, currently trading at 5 1/4. Back to AEHL. I need to manage this. Still zigging and zagging in the 80s. It has 4 lower highs right now in a row. So I am a little concerned. VWAP is my line in the sand.
I
Joseph,
stink like shit. Holy fuck.
So yeah, guys, same thing going on. We took a little bit off of Amazon.
I'm actually doing nothing without fucking
I don't want any part of it, small share size, so that's okay. We put in a little bit more here, so let's see if we can get that breakthrough 173. That's going to be the key, and that's one of our targets here on the session. Now I see someone in the chat said puts getting trapped right now. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Like, let's take a look at everything from a daily perspective, and what I'm thinking in my head is like, okay, so what if we start to form this 3-bar type of play on the overall market? So you can see here. What I was thinking that we head back to the top of this range, but that's quite a bit.
I guess
so
I
one
don't
thing to
want to
know
talk.
is I do believe that the volatility is going to start to compress. If we apply the average true range here, ATR, from a daily standpoint, you can see that we peaked right at 16. 16 points, either north or south on the Qs.
What you
quite
say?
A bit. You can see how elevated it is, and then now we started to pull back. This might be an inside day here, Sharif, and I think that's going to be positive for the options writer. And I think that's the beauty of trading options is that you don't necessarily need to be directionally biased. See, and I have unique trading group going buy calls. No, actually, I
I already have
disagree with you
that.
respectfully. I don't think that this is an options buyer's market. This is selling. When you have heightened average true range, heightened volatility, start writing, start collecting premiums, utilize your delta, take advantage of those lower deltas and start writing. If you're getting these inside days and the volatility really starts to decay, then you're just collecting premiums from that. And for me, I don't want to be paying heightened volatility.
Really?
So that's why I slightly disagree with you. I don't think this is an options buyer's market. This is a writing market, Sharif.
All right, we're doing real well here. For the idiot in the chat that was asking if people follow my trades, you're one little dumbass comment from getting blocked. So watch yourself, boy. So we're gonna wait over here. We're printing nicely on this one into 569. If this one clears 6, we've got the levels already set up north of 6, but already profitable on it, looking to defend that 50 penny area. So keeping my eye here on AEHL. I'm also really interested in picking up ICCT at around 4.5. So if that comes into 4.5, I'm definitely going to be picking it up there. But keeping my eye on AEHL, looking for that 6 break. I am kind of kept maybe a little bit excited by the fact that this one is putting in a higher low and defending the volume weighted average price, but don't want to take out too much too quickly. Keeping my eye out on that 6.5. That's where I'd like to take out the majority of the position. This one's having a lot of trouble with 6, but I'm happy I was able to add aggressively at that $5.50 area. Still a little pessimistic, even though I'm a little optimistic on the other side with the higher low. I'm pessimistic about the lower high. So that's my thinking right now, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, good stuff there. And that's what we're getting at Unique Trading Group. Like, again, just constructive conversation. You can have what you believe you should do and vice versa, right? There's no right way to trading. So, again, it's just totally constructive. Totally constructive conversation, right?
It's good.
And it's good to go back and forth because now I can hear your opinion and like, hey, this is why I believe we should be buying some calls. We are slightly oversold.
No, don't look at the highlight.
Right?
No.
So I like that. Let's see what's going on here with Amazon. We're starting to pull back, but you can see on the 1-minute volume by time profile, it's starting to dwindle. So that can be a positive sign if buyers want to step in. But again, I think the bears are in still full control of this market. So if we get stopped out break even, that's okay. I'm at a Palantir. It's starting to come back into it a little bit as well. But I'm going to hold on to this position as long as possible. So let's see what everybody else is up to here in the chat.
Joseph, we're breaking out here on AEHL. Just popped up new 5-minute candle here to make a new high. So watch out for the break now. We're long 69s. It's showing me 25s. I'm not taking anything out until we clear 675. So this is a banger so far here on AEHL. I'd like to see this one take out the high of the day. If we can take out 713, this one can absolutely squeeze. And we already know it's a higher show. Here it goes. Now we're $1 in the money for that idiot in the chat. Shout out to you, my man. Made me feel good. Boom! There it goes through 7. If I could, I'd give you a gesture right now. Joseph, what's up?
All right, this guy, it's like when you dunk on somebody and you walk over them. You boom, boom, boom. And he's flexing beside me too. That is insane. That is crazy. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, man. Let's see what we got going on. I'm going to add small to this position here because I do believe that we can slightly start to climb higher. I like the way this looks. We're going to look for that move towards the volume at weighted average price 173. That pullback volume looking juicy. Then we got the buyers to step right back in. Let's see if we can hold on to this position and try to make it as large as possible if the market wants to start to climb higher. But I mean, it's not looking too good because Google starting to pull back and Palantir, not like it's going to drag the market higher. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Bang! Here we go.
Boom.
We're
What's
dunking.
happening?
We're dunking on him here,
Hey, dunk on him, baby.
We're
Dunk
hitting
on
him.
Take him to home, Jerome.
Taking him home. I'm stepping over these guys out here, Sharif. I don't even know what to do. It's crazy. But yeah, no, nice little pop there in Amazon. Now Katina Man's getting going. This is what we gotta do. Get the energy going. Sharif's getting ready to go. We're ready to go,
baby.
Man. We're getting ramped up. He's sweating, so he's good. He's leaking. Jesus, bring up Maxim. Maxim's Lambo.
Just having too much fun right now.
Comes on Friday.
Yeah. What's
Can't
going
wait to
on
see
Friday?
that.
I feel like you
Everybody's
guys are...
coming in on Friday. Apparently, Wayne.
Did not a single person on my Zoom go?
In on Friday before the office is gone.
Oh, let's go, fucking spy.
That's what the message was, Katina, man. I'm just reciting it, baby. I don't
My
know
first
what
trade
that
from
is.
today
All
earlier.
right,
It's up
guys,
to
we are hoping.
12.32%.
Joseph, look at where I got out, baby.
$131
Right
punch up.
before the halt. All right, so I'm happy with this
Fuck,
one
I wish
right
I had
here.
25K to be
I'm
trading this shit.
pleased
I'll be
as dang
selling
punch with this
on
trade.
off real quick.
We added aggressively over here at 566. Took out everything at 697. It is halted at 709. Keep your eye out on AEHL. What I do like about this trade is the fact that it did respect the volume weighted average price. Now, these bad boys, they have a tendency to kind of repeat what they do. If they're habitual kind of failures of technical levels, it'll do it again probably. If it respects it on most occasions, it might respect it again. So keep your eye out on that one. Definitely interested in continuing here with AEHL. But as I mentioned, I'm really interested in picking up ICCT here, Joseph, at a 4.25. But it didn't even give me that opportunity. It dropped into 4.55 and now it is down halted. This is up 40%. It's a good look right now. So let me see exactly what the float is on this. ICCT, 2.42% short on 2 million shares. So not really the biggest mover on or biggest short float or smallest float, which is they're both good for parabolic moves. I'm just looking at my my news blotter on top for ICCT, and I'm not really seeing anything here to justify this move up. Just looking for a headline. No headline here. All just pause due to volatility and other technical notifications.
Reef, hit it.
What?
Hit the dollar, buddy.
Of
We're
course,
going
bro.
to the club. Going to the club. Amazon, bang. We took it off at VWAP here, guys. Nice bottoming signal. My guy Gorev said, hey, Joe, good entry on that one. Good stuff here on Amazon. One of the better trades of the day. Just Living. I'll show you my IBIT. I took a couple stabs at it. Really small size because I'm also not just trading it that well. So that's IBIT. We went over 3 on that one. So Slater, AC Slater on that one. And what was I just trading there? Amazon. That's the one that we want to stick to there, guys. So again, didn't work out on IBIT.
Like, I'm
Just
fucking
this one
1
trade off
HP because no one's
really
killing
distinctive
Nemo
signal
shirts.
can wipe out all those losses.
Like,
so
hello?
there we go. We're gonna hold on to this one. I do believe that the market is gonna just slowly grind
actually,
higher and
this
higher
shit's
here,
so
Shree.
dumb.
But again, as long as we stay within a range, as long as price is continuing to compress, and we don't have those 20-point moves here, I'm gonna be able to be profitable on some of my spreads, and that's exactly what we want to do. Let's see if we can climb a little bit higher here in AMZN there. Shall we?
All right, I'm just messaging Naveen. Naveen, why do you want me to look at Ryanair, my man? I see it's up 5%. It's a good look on the day, percentage-wise, but what I'm looking at here on the chart doesn't really please me all that much. No, so Ryanair, guys, by the way, it's on the OTC. No, it's not. Holy, it's a 5. Holy, have you seen a 5-letter ticker on the NQ?
They're very rare.
Yeah, GOOGL.
yeah,
Good
Google,
call, Adira. Yeah, they're very, very rare. So this is one of those ones that's actually a 5-letter ticker. RYAAY. Because it had a Y, I thought it was
You know
on
what they say about those, right?
What?
The 5-letter tickers?
No.
Don't trade them.
So how about Google?
Don't trade it.
No ammo field?
Come on. We can
Shows
trade
up.
Google.
Own it.
So this is very consolidative. That's what I'm trying to say. So this is kind of a little bit above VWAP, Naveen, a little bit below VWAP. So it looks like a range trade. Adara used to love trading these to the high side and the low. Get it, Adara.
That sucks.
I mean, for real though, this is really like a sound wave almost. What's that, Adara? That's a good. She said that looks like a nice range, by the way. So you got the nod from the range trader. RYAAY is the one we're talking about. Ryanair looks like it's up 5%. Not really sure why. Maybe in sympathy with Delta. Looking over here on my news blotter, nothing that I'm seeing for Ryanair, guys. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. So shout out to Naveen. Let me know what you're thinking about that. Otherwise, it's not really the trade for me. It's more of a range trade. I'm still waiting here on AEHL to open up. Still waiting on that. ICCT did open up from that downhaul around 4.5 and low, and frickin' behold, it is still holding that 10 exponential. Say less, Mr. ICCT. I will be going long now. So we're going to get an entry-level position here, and I am interested in defending this one into 4.25. So we're in an entry-level position right now, not an entry-level job. We're gonna look to add at 4.5, Joseph, since we're in at 470, and 4.25. That's my move. 4.25 is we lose 4.25 if we drop below $4.25. I'm out of this trade. Let me set up my dip trade right now at the $0.50 so that you don't really need to think about it. Here we go. It's gonna fill soon, looks like, and then also set it up at the $0.25. Now, what I do is I typically front run these levels, right? So I won't sit right at the $0.50, right at the $0.25. I'll sit a little bit above them, right? And the point is if there's buyer exuberance, people want to pick this up at higher levels, at least I get the fill. That's my thinking. That's why I do that. We'll see what comes of this trade, Joseph.
Yes,
Damn, how many trades do they make a day?
See, that's what I'm saying. They have over 25K, so they can go in and out of trades, and they don't get penalized. But I don't have 25K. I can't do that
we'll
shit.
Definitely hit that for you, Just Living.
If I did, man, I'd be making money,
my friend. But again,
I'm limited.
Qs, price compressing. We like this look here in the market as we start to get somewhat of a rebound. Is it going to be a recovery rally? No, I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case. But again, be patient.
Let's see what's cooking up. Right now.
Going back towards the highs of the days there. On the Qs, the thing is when you're writing credit and you get a move all the way down to here, it's like you collect so much of the amount of the premium just due to the volatility, and then when you go back, and so it's just like that's all gone essentially from these lows. So it's like I'm not sweating here or anything along those lines, but if you can, yeah, pardon me.
That's for me to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'll leave all the sweating to the guy to the right of me, Sharif. He was leaking earlier.
I was in a big position, Joseph. Like, give me a break, bro. Give me a break.
I seen it going down. I'm like,
My
man,
bad.
you're gonna have to shower after this. after that. But
fucking
man, all
1
jokes
HP.
aside, man, it's good when prices starting to compress. Let's see if we can catch this other fill here on Amazon. What do you got going on there?
We're printing again, baby.
So cool, man.
ICCT to the high side, the 10 exponential being respected like a dang glove, baby. We're setting up at 92s now. All those fills. Where are you at now, punk? Boom! Go to the high side. Where's it at? Let's go. Let's go. Aww. It didn't fill me at 92. It showed me 92s on the ask, not on the bid. So we'll have to wait for that one to zig and zag. Still have multiple outs on this one left. So what I'll do is I'll wait on the north side of 5. So if we get that 92 fill, we'll still have more ammunition in the clip. I guess I just don't want to get banned by YouTube, maybe the quiver, arrow in the quiver, so to speak. Maybe that won't annoy them as much. Here we go. So now we're showing high 80s.
Cool.
What I'm trying to see is if there's a hidden seller coming in at around that 10 penny area. I'm talking about 490, 489, 491, something like that, in and around that 10 penny area. That's where the hidden sellers like to hang out, the whole dollar, the half dollar, or the 10 penny area. So we're continuing to hang out here. Don't get the fill. It's moving up to 90. It keeps rejecting 90. So now I am kind of more convinced that there's a bit of a hidden seller in the high 80s, low 90s, because there's no size posted on that on the level 2 at that level. So there we go. We'll continue to wait on this one. We'll see if we get a big move up. Should I go more alpha? Boom! There it comes. Let's go 91s. It's showing me 91s again. No, it keeps rejecting that level, Joseph. There's definitely a hidden seller in and around that level. Every time it pops up into the high 80s, low 90s, it's being met with aggressive selling, so I'm going to keep my eye on this.
Kill anyone.
Psych was probably over.
That's right.
I got 5 on it. All right, guys. Let's see if we can this fill here, guys. We're going to
gotta be sober, bro.
Super live for you, and I do believe that as the Qs continue to
I hope
climb,
you know everything about this map already.
Starting to approach the high day as well too. So good look there. Could have been a liquidity grab on the session here, guys.
Monkey's healing up for the so insane. Yeah, I'm fucking sitting here watching 7K.
We just moved sideways for the first the first hour of the day. We go back towards the pre-market and these open
Yeah, you're right. They're on the left side.
Opening drive lows, and then now starting to approach the high day. So there you go. Could be a nice recovery day in the overall market. Especially, what is Apple up to today, Sharif? I know that's your one. Yeah, exactly. There you go. We're still hovering around the high day. I mean, when this thing is strong, it's strong. It's one of the stronger Mag 7 names. But then when it starts to sell off, it's just like everybody run for the hills. I haven't looked at NVDA for a long period of time. Now trading at 99.70. Let's go. And they don't. Whoa! I didn't catch a fill there. That is criminal. there, Sharif.
I feel
73. Yeah, come on. You got to fill your boy up there. We definitely tapped into that. And how are you not going to take that order as the market is starting to come in again? But I do believe momentarily, if we get any form of pop to the top side, we're going to get it. But the volume on the lower time frame is starting to compress here, guys. That's a positive sign for credit spread traders.
All right, AEHL is open. I flattened out at the mid-80s
they also
on
buffed the
ICCT.
hemlock.
I really want to focus on this one.
3 extra
Here we go.
damage
So
to
this
the
one,
head,
934
as well as
high gate.
additional clip.
Here it comes into 7. 7 is the halt level. 710 exactly. Now, you know how these halt levels act as intraday support
I
and
don't know the
resistance
number, but I
areas.
know it's
So here's the
more
deal.
to the-
I'm going to wait for a possible... Okay, it's
the
getting
clip.
really away from me here. Okay, so I'm not going to chase it. I'd like... Okay, I already came into that level. Came into 715.
Hello?
The halt level
What
is
I just hit?
710, so it's already
saw it.
kind of
Nothing
gotten a
funny
little
in
close. So there's definitely a hidden buyer here at around 7 1/3, 740 area. You can see every time we dip down into that 7 1/3, it's being met with aggressive buying, at least on the last 2 attempts. So let's see exactly if we continue to zig and zag here on AEHL to take out that high of the day. This is a good trade so far now. 250%. It's holding the halt level, which is important, right? Because a lot of people were looking at that level. That's just an intraday support and resistance area. So looking to get something on the dip. I just don't want to chase it up here, but it could go.
Where's that team
so
at?
here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up a couple of dip trades at 740. So if it does dip down there, then maybe we'll get the fill. And we're very close. Here it's showing me 42s, 41s. There we go. We get the fill now. Let's see exactly what it does. Right back into the high side, baby. So we'll look to take some profits there on boom on this one again. All right, so we're taking profits over here, Joseph. Please, this dang punch. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing
Oh,
here
yeah,
going on.
they
He's
just hit
fist
this.
pumping. We're hitting the sirens and everything. Donald Trump says, "Be cool, Sharif." So watch out, guys,
one right
in
now. I don't
this
see his
market
teammates.
as we are continuing
He
to
flew
slowly
far.
recover, which is a positive sign, especially if the mag
I heard
decide
him
that they
land.
want
I
to get the
might
ball
try to get an
rolling
angle
here
on this.
and start to recover. Then you're going to see a lot of these stocks start to follow. So Google starting to climb, Apple now at the high of day there, Sharif. NVDA not
Go
too
peek
far
at this.
off
He
of
might
it.
be trying to res
Amazon
his
slightly
teammates at
pulling
this
back.
point.
The
Tesla
fuck did she
in
go?
the same area as Google and Apple there, guys. What is Meta up to? Okay, so slightly
Where's the
lagging its
closest
peers.
res?
That's
What the
okay.
fuck
is
was
Microsoft
that?
Up to? We'll take a look at Softy.
You follow with
And
that?
it's still
I have
hovering
no
around
clue about
the
that.
highs of day, so
I'll
that's
come
a
back.
positive
I'll come
sign.
back.
We're getting this pullback. Can this be another opportunity to add here in Amazon? Maybe, possibly. We're going to look to do so, especially if this volume by time profile continues to cool off, and we look and buyers step in, and we take that additional leg higher, but you can see that we've rejected this resistance zone multiple times, and now starting to come back in. So I'm only about 50 cents in the money. Got to watch out for this one. Still working out a really nice trade. I can't believe they didn't kill me there. That was insane, but that's okay. Those opportunities are going to come. One thing to note here as well, guys, if we don't get it, that means the SPY has to be that could be some more potential downside until we break through that. Stick with the shorts unless you're positioned very well.
All right, I'm looking at another one here, Joseph. LABD. This is not a small cap gapper, I don't believe. Oh, 1 second. LABD. Is this on the NASDAQ? No, it might be on the MX. It is on the MX. Okay, so LABD, excuse me, guys, on the MX. I like this because it's been a VWAP rate, 1530. It's what it's trading at right now. Here's the deal. VWAP is at 1520. We're going to get long here, and we're just going to put a tight stop. We're going to risk about 10 pennies, give or take. So we're going to go ahead and throw that at 18s, and then we'll go just like that. So now we'll set up some orders, possibly to the high side. If we do get that VWAP hold, I do want to smoke on this one. We'll see if this one wants to hold up at the level. LABD is a ticker I'm talking about. It trades on the Amex exchange, so you have to have access in order to trade this one. You got to have access to that one. Adira, what's up?
I looked at LABD for you because I was curious. I believed it was an ETF, and it actually is. So this is the Direction Shares ETF for S&P Biotech Bear. So it's a 3 times levered Bear Biotech ETF. That is LABD here. Nice look here intraday for this ticker. Just wanted to provide some context on what this was.
It sounds disgusting.
Amex. Best of luck. Hope you print.
Garrett, thank you so much. Sometimes it's hard to keep an eye out on all these ones when you're trading them. Obviously, this one is in focus today as a result of the tariffs that will likely come now on the pharmaceutical industry and all the drug companies who do not manufacture said drugs in the United States. So keep an eye out on that. Donald Trump teasing that yesterday at the Republican congressional meeting. Didn't give a specific date, didn't give a specific quantum, but just said to expect tariffs on the pharmaceutical industry. So we'll wait out for details there. Adara, do we have more information on that?
It's on something else, actually. So Wall Street Journal reporting that Prada's deal to acquire here Versace is apparently at risk, or take over Versace is at risk of collapsing. Capri owns
Versace?
I forget.
It's gonna collapse? Oh my.
Figured out.
That this Prada attempt to take over Versace could in fact collapse. CPRI at its highest.
Actually, wow, really? I didn't think those luxury brands could ever, because I mean, it's very rich. So what's going on with Versace?
Good question.
Yeah, all right, guys. So let's see what's going on. Jay Lee says he's short everything. He thinks it's an easy one. I just want us to be cautious, right? Because if we break through this trend, then you're gonna definitely see some more top side there. What do we got going on the chain? One thing that frustrates me is that the data, when I look at the chain after hours, isn't 100%
Push it.
accurate.
We're fighting everything.
What kind
Let's
of
go.
bogusness is that? Okay, yeah, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, it's true. It's like, why can't you be,
your anger there.
Yeah, it's like, what, why? I don't get it. Okay,
What the fuck?
do April 11th. What is the chain telling us? 420, 2,000 open contracts. There's like nothing to the call side. That's insane. But we got 416 with about 8.9 thousand open contracts. 420 with 6.3 open contracts. Let's see what these big boys are up to. But other than that, there's nothing that stands out and says, hey, Sharif, we're going to be trading within this range.
I like that. Hey, Sharif. Yeah. All right, we're doing well again here. LABD, thank you for the good juju there, Derek, because now it is printed to the high side. We're long 15s. It's showing me 34s. Let's set up in front of the half dollar. I will be sitting, though, at 44s.
He's pointing at this guy.
That is an unlucky number, says my agent up there. There does obviously seem to be resistance at 15.50 going to this area crest. So I do expect some resistance at the half dollar, not just the psychological resistance area, but because it is a price action in this area right around there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I do see, though, simultaneously on the side chart here that AEHL just absolutely wicked beautifully off the 10 exponential, and I did not have a trade on that. Here's what it kind of looks like on the black chart.
What the fuck's you getting healed by? This is some bullshit.
Off that
I've Adam fucking Rocket.
10 exponential moving average, and now it is above that by about 70 pennies, dips into 657, 655, rockets back up. AEHL still very much tradable under my system right now. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But as I see it, this one is just going, baby. LABD, shout out to the biotech industry and shout out to Adara for bringing this to our attention, that this is an inverse biotech ETF, hence why it's up almost 10%, because the biotech sector getting shellacked, Joseph, and here is 44.
Right here.
Oh, it didn't cross. Joseph, why does that? I don't put it at 45. I mean, I don't put it at 44s because it's a bad luck number. I put it at 43. It gets up into 43 and we don't get the fill.
Oh, well, 44. They knew they got a little bit above that here, so we're not going to fill them there because you said that 44 is an unlucky number. So they heard what you said and what you were thinking there. So you got to watch out for that. Don't think out loud because the market.
They're fighting here on the left too.
Definitely figure it out and then do the total opposite there, guys. Jay Lee, my God.
There's a team on the left and the right.
On those
Careful.
Always printing.
Yeah,
just keep rotating.
There he is, man. He's like, dude, just go short Apple. It's probably going to be the easiest trade of the day. I'm like, Jay Lee, I don't know about that one. But there you go. That one's for you. Oh, sorry, I thought I didn't know we were behind you there. Where's the live dash? What do you mean there, brother?
Ball back.
The second stream.
The second stream? Oh, okay, the dashboard.
More Trader TV live? It's not live.
It's not live.
Another team.
So yeah, more Trader TV live. Going under some maintenance, guys. Yes, you do not have a one option. Yes, I believe it at 1 p.m. is the 10-year. I pretty sure you told me that as well. So I don't confirming that. So the 10-year at 1 p.m. we will most definitely be keeping an eye out on that one. We are playing this hammer candle here on Amazon. Now it's starting to come back in towards it. If we hold it, there might be another opportunity for long. But do what Daly says. Do what everybody else in the chat is doing. Stick with the shorts. It's the path of least resistance.
Well said, Joseph. Shout out to Nicole and shout out to Hot Lana. It's been a minute since we've seen you consistently, Nicole, on the How to Trade Midday Show.
All right,
and boom, we just took out our last little bit there on LABD. So very happy with this one. But Nicole wants me to look at Donald John Trump. You don't gotta ask me multiple times to look at DJT, baby, because this
plus 20 nice.
This could be a double top, though, my man. Look at this. Multiple rejections here at 18, and you've got one crest, two crests, all at 18. You take out that 1720. I'm going short aggressively on this. This looks like a neckline, possible double top. Now, you don't really want to guess what pattern will form. Let the pattern manifest, unless, you know, you're going to take a tight short over here. And by that, I mean, for example, getting shorts 17 mid-80, stop, a couple of shekels. If that's what you're thinking. If you're thinking bear.
Yo, chill.
Nicole's like, yo, Donald, you don't know. I mean, possibly people get behind this because he mentioned it. So, all right, if it takes 18, I'm all ears. But until that level gets cleared on a closing basis, I'm a little skeptical just because of the umpteen amount of rejections.
Oh, she's so good. What's her aim, bro?
I don't even want to short it either, though, because it's up 7 1/4. And I have a bit of a rule. I don't short these above the volume weighted average price. These small cap gapper type names above the volume weighted average price. I'm interested, though, in this one, certainly. Just keeping my eye on it. I will remove MRM from the side chart, and DJT will take its place. But I want to bring to your attention another small cap gapper while we watch to see what Donald John Trump is doing over here. Is this one, BLIV. This one's moving up aggressively. It's up 66.5%.
I really feel like I'm getting pinged at half the time.
It was halted, now it's open. It's below VWAP, so it's going to have to get above 5 1/3 for me to trade it. But the fact of the matter is, it was a multiple halter to the upside, had a nasty, nasty topping tail candle into 606 and then ended up halting at 516. So needless to say, it is quite volatile and quite dangerous. And look how it's trading. It was at 480, now it's at 540. So it's trading crazy. So be careful with this one. Make sure you are using sound risk management skills or techniques, excuse me, whether that's smaller position sizing or tighter stops. Make sure you are taking care of your account, because you got to be around to trade. So let's go ahead and put BLIV as the ticker on this bad boy. And then we'll take out 606. That'll be the high of the day there. So that's what I'm looking at. See exactly what the situation is with this one. But it does look like a 565 halt, possibly false halt there. Drops back into 5.5. So we'll load up BLIV on a side screen over here so that we've got it ready. Take out MRM. So put BLIV on this one, and we'll see how this one's trading. Okay, 2 penny spread. That's not bad. Definitely didn't look like it was trading a 2 penny spread when I was watching this one about a few seconds ago. Back down into 4 2/3. There's a halt around here. Is there enough? 473. This could be a false halt. We'll have to wait and see. So the bid is showing me 68. The ask is 73, and now we are halted again to the downsides. 2 downside halts in a row now on BLIV. Be careful with this one. Obviously very volatile. Back to Donald John Trump. Where is he at? Well, we're still not taking 18, but we're not really giving up the ghost either. So I'm a little bamboozled. Nicole, how are you trading this one? I mean, how are you guys trading DJT if you are looking to trade DJT? Are you looking to the long side? Are you looking to the short side? What are your levels? Ed, Joseph, or I in the chat. Let us know what your look is on Donald John Trump. Obviously making moves today here, Joseph, above that $15 level and up 6.5%.
Yeah, they're nice look. So here we go. We just got this basic
You dare push me?
Looking for this to withstand, but again, you can see that we don't have that isolated volume signature, so that can just be like, hey, we get that pullback towards the volume weighted average price, and then we just head back towards the south side. So yeah, not too good. I'm talking with Gorb in the chat. I'm like, yeah, they're not working. The longs aren't always coming into play here for me. So you can see that I was in that 50s. I'm already 50 cents.
Audacity to push me by himself was crazy.
Holding up the trend line. So if we crash through some of these pivots, got to get out of dodge there and just be giving back the majority of these gains here. So Joseph, maybe we should switch to shorts. That's honestly the game plan. I got to start doing that a little bit more here, Gora, because I've just been getting slack. Take Joseph or me, not take Joseph or I. Are you kidding me?
We're getting English lessons up in this place, Joseph.
Okay. Anyways, never mind. Like, why would you even waste your time typing? I don't know.
Maybe she's an English teacher.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, okay, but then if that's the case,
I know that
we accept that.
sometimes things irk me. Maybe that irks her.
Maybe that irks them. All right. Well, hey man, there'd be a whole lot of fighting going on if there's things that irk me.
I love this guy, bro. When he gets upset, he wants to fight. Like some people get sad, and some people like they kind of take the corner. And this guy's like, yo, who am I knocking out?
Yeah,
I love that.
For real. I mean, at the end of the day. But see here, guys. So I'm gonna pull up something here real quick, so you can see one thing that I want to know is that if you have the ability, if you're understanding options and everything along those lines, you know that we don't necessarily have to be as directionally biased. Average true range in the market has just gone through the absolute roof. What comes with that increased options premium? We talk about this all the time, but what does that give us? That gives us the ability to write options. When I say write, that means sell. We can sell options at way for what's the word I'm looking for? At strike prices that are vastly farther away at the money. You can write out the money options and still collect a decent amount of premiums. So you can construct a market-neutral trade that says, hey, by the end of the week, as long as the queues finish within this range, we can construct a profitable trade. And that's what I believe, for me, I'm like, okay, I need to get back into writing right now. I paid a hefty amount for those contracts. So what can we do? We can start selling the premiums that we could potentially pay for and then construct trades like this where between point A and point B, as long as the market closes within this range by the end of the week, we can come out with a profitable trade, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do here on the Q Street.
Yeah, man, that's a banger trade, and we already talked about that. Shout out to you. Hope you're printing up multiple storms on that, Joseph.
Oh, no.
Oh. What up?
I added.
Huge dub there.
No. It's okay. Can't be as bad as me. I'm continuing to watch your DJT, guys, and the big kahunas are not here, so I can't get any shorts on this one. Let's find out if it's a pay for shorts type situation. It probably is, 99%. Yes, it is. So we'll have to wait till they get back. That's Branko's. Is that it? That's Branko's. Right there. That's fine. So, well, look, it looks to me like somebody's selling up a storm here on DJT at 18. I don't want to jump into this one on the short too aggressively too quickly, but, you know, this is looking like a hell of a pattern over here. A possible double top pattern on DJT at 18. So if I can scalp something possibly below the volume-weighted average price, maybe wet the beat at 7 1/3 and really take it down possibly to about 16 and a half. That's all predicated upon this not taking 18 on a closing basis. If it takes 18 on a closing basis, I'm not shorting. Simple as that. So keep an eye out on that one. LABD looks like I absolutely paper-handed this trade.
And I'm the goddamn ace! Don't fucking talk to me about typing!
Right into 15.
Oh, I'm fucking slow, bitch!
1605 high day. But it's really taking out levels. It took out 15 and a half. The reason I got out at 15, a little bit below 15 and a half, is because of this level. I anticipated that it would have a little bit more resistance. That area crest that we put in at 1040 at 15 and a half had me worried that it would be yet another resistance area on the way.
How did you not see me?
You know, can't execute perfectly on everything, but definitely interested. Interested in LABD, excuse me, just simply because of
fucking 6-1 and fucking dog shit at the game.
The biotech industry. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about with respect to these biotechs, let's bring in the morning notes over here and talk about exactly what to expect from that. Let me just see where I got it. That's Amazon, Delta, Trump Pharmaceuticals. So here's the deal. President Trump announced plans to impose major tariffs on foreign pharmaceuticals, aiming to force drug makers to relocate operations to the U.S. Surprise, surprise. Statement made yesterday, at a Republican congressional dinner. No specific date, no specific timeline disclosed, not yet anyway. Though exempt from recent reciprocal tariffs, pharma has long been stated as a target for reshoring under Trump. Currently, the U.S. imports about $213 billion in pharmaceuticals. That was a 2024 number. That's about 2.5 more times than a decade ago. So what
What a fucking grenade.
in 2014. So an obvious shift in pharmaceutical manufacturing there. Most large pharma companies like your Pfizer's, your AstraZeneca's, they all operate complex global manufacturing hubs. Ireland, Germany, UK, Canada, they're everywhere. Donald doesn't like that. He wants everything in the United States. The FDA regulations, though, could be a bit of a headwind. And here's why. Because the construction timelines on these pharmaceutical production facilities could take up to 10 years to build and to certify them. So regulatory headwinds, over here, could certainly disrupt his desire to have that produced locally. So that's kind of why we're on LABD, because of that headline. We'll have to wait and see what the specifics are. But if, history is any guide, we likely have, kind of fluidity there with the tariffs being, set at a certain price or certain countries, and then the negotiating comes in. So we'll continue to watch these pharmaceutical stocks and how they respond to this, Joseph.
Yep, good luck there, guys. Okay, so I pulled up something here for you. Pizza Rat was asking me how to collect these premiums. Well, you got to understand how to write and make sure most definitely to place those stop losses. So this is essentially what I just put in, you can see last night. This one's probably not going to get filled, but this one did get filled here. So what does that tell us here? So Joseph, you have a bear call spread. Yeah. So what essentially is, as long as we don't close above 455, then you get to collect $45 per contract combination. You sell 4 of those. What is that? 90, a quick 90, 180 bucks by the end of the week, because that's what the objective is that you want, unlike when you buy, even though it says buy, I'm just buying the contract combination. But when you are buying options, expiration is not good, but when you are writing Pizza Rat, you want these to expire worthless. So April 11th, what is today? The 9th, I believe. 9th, yeah. So 2 days, then you get to collect that full premium on that. So that's essentially what's going on. I highly doubt that these will get filled. I did a little bit of a push. I wasn't expecting these to get filled either, but I would rather have these gone filled. But that just gives us a range to trade within. So there we go. Nice little bounce here in the market. I've accidentally added right here on Amazon, but here we go. Market, something's coming out here. There has to be some form of news here, guys. As we're starting to get a pump, the volatility is here. Adara's got that news for us right now.
I was looking for understood this story, and it's pretty vague, but basically,
how's that shit going?
I have Apple on watch here. What happened here is a reporter from CNBC by the name of Eunice Yoon here posted on X, and this message is not in English. It's, I guess, Mandarin, but there's a screenshot here. Apparently, China has messaged that it's not actually closed the door to negotiations on Donald Trump. They're open to negotiating on tariffs. They just don't want to do it this way. By that, they mean they don't want to do so under threat. So I guess it sounds like China is still open to some tariff negotiations. Again, this is according to a post that has not as yet been translated into English. The screenshot, anyway, started here circulating from CCTV, which is China Central Television. Of course, that is a Chinese broadcasting company, and now being shared by a CNBC reporter. Sounds like China could be open to some negotiation here on tariffs. I've not seen that much circulation of this story, though, either.
Oh, I knew it.
If you want to talk about a headline-sensitive market, you are in it right now. Whatever hot headline that comes out regarding tariffs, you're going to see the reaction, whether it's true or not. We've seen that, okay, yeah, there's going to be a 90-day pause. But look what happened to the market. It literally rallied in about 3-4%, and then moments later you find out that it's not real. So this is what you're going to see in this volatile market. It is extremely headline-sensitive.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
30 seconds.
We did it again here on AEH.
The ranks go up or
into
down,
below 7, where I got 95s, and we scalped up into 760.
The ranks go down.
So I'm really happy with this trade on AEHL. It started off a little dicey. We had to add aggressively into that 560, but got that 7 top wick. Got in again initially at 7, or sorry, secondarily at 7 1/3. Scalped up to 780. Got in again below 7, scalped up to 760. So here's the deal. This one,
Are you in
it
the
feels
Epic
like
Flash?
it's ranging right now. And you can kind of tell that because we are getting no new highs and no new lows. And look at this. Look at these candles over here. When you see something like this, this is an epic struggle between buyers and sellers. This is the sellers and the buyers almost meeting at equilibrium right now. We're not able to really kind of trend. We're moving sideways with these topping tail candles, and the body's almost non-existent on these candles, partly because there's an equilibrium between buyers and sellers right now. So keep your eye out on this one. It's still respecting trend, to be fair to it. So whatever algorithms are trading this, they're obviously basing their buy orders on the 10 exponential. You can see that initially over here, it defended the 10 exponential quite well. It did it again at 11:30 and again at 11:40, yet again at 11:45. So there are buyers at the 10 exponential on the 5 here on AEHL. The question is, how long do they last for? How long does that algo stay on, or that trader with a big account who's been picking it up off that level, or the traders who all see the same thing, right? A lot of this is a self-fulfilling prophecy. When we're all looking at VWAP, we're all punching in at VWAP, or we're all shorting at the high of the day. It ends up being that, exactly just that. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? So AEHL, certainly, definitely keeping my eye on this one. I wouldn't mind if this one dipped into about 6.5 for a bigger retracement into that volume weighted average price. But so far, at least from the 11:40 candle onwards, we are putting in higher lows, but by that same token, we're also putting in lower highs. So a bit of a compression pattern here, again, reflecting the kind of equilibrium between buyers and sellers at this point. I want to go back to Donald John Trump. We haven't traded this one quite yet. Trying to look for a short on this one. The big kahunas are back. So if when you guys get an opportunity, how much DJT, what's it called? Shorts are, guys. Thank you, I do appreciate that. However much they are, we'll keep an eye out here on DJT. It's had a love affair here with $8 or $18. The other side of the coin is I was quick to say, oh, I see a double top with a neckline at 1720. That's all fair and good. What I didn't say and what I didn't see, to be honest, is the higher. Looking at this area, each successive trough, and if you were to base this area as a trough, this area as a trough, and this current 1770 dip as a trough, higher lows, possibly here a flat top breakout. We don't have an animation for that, but you can imagine it, right? Where we kind of put in higher lows, all the while we're still defending and rejecting off that same level, that $18 level. I just got to go back to AEHL because it dipped into the volume weighted average price here. Now this is decision time. Do I pick up AEHL off that 6 1/3, 6.5? That's where VWAP is. This is an aggressive down move right now. That's a big drop from 740 into 640. Because we were just at 740. Look at the top of that 5-minute candle. And now we're back down to 650, defending that 640 level. That's an aggressive down move right there on above average volume. This current 5-minute candle has over 3 million shares. So there's a big seller coming in here, pushing this bad boy down. I don't want to stand in front of it, Joseph, when that candle looks like that, talking to the volume guy over here.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good idea there. But guys, here we go. So we were talking about this the other day. I forget what day it was. It might have been Monday or something along those lines. We were referring to the price compression pattern, and then we called that breakout. I was being patient. I'm like, yo, let me be patient. Let's find the direction of the market. We're going to see that volume step in. And I think that's going to be the exact same case right now. You can see I just have some basic TA done here on it, and we're really starting to compress, forming that wedge in that triangle. Which way are we going to go? We're going to try to execute this the exact same way we did earlier in the week. Right? We're going to wait for that volume to step in and tell us which way to go. Okay, so you're going to see that large volume print. You're going to see that isolated signature, and then you're going to see the market pick a direction. And then it's our job to wait
for 36 hours. I stayed up for about 28.
He fell asleep on the job. He got fired.
Oh, I definitely did.
Why is Mimi using ASMR voice?
I slept a little bit. Yeah, it was great. And I had to ruin my sleep schedule.
Cares about the border anyway.
No, I don't protect the border. What the fuck?
You know what? In my mind, that's the easiest thing for me to associate with you. Okay, so just
okay.
We don't want to trade it. We don't trade it.
Yeah, sure.
We don't trade
he's.
it.
Oh yeah, he is Hispanic, right?
It's a
Fully.
So watch out for those guys.
What the fuck? The amount of players in queue dropped by 10.
Again, we only have weekly.
I'm never getting into a game.
If you're a Condor trader, right? If you're an
record when you
options
get in the
trader
game.
or you're a market neutral options trader,
Bro.
this is what you want to see. Sideways price action.
Apex.
It's a dream.
It's the lowest of the
right?
lowest
You
rank.
want those things.
Yeah.
Again, I have some big
I don't
calls.
fucking
If
play.
we go down, great. If we go sideways, great. And even if we climb a little
Like,
bit
I don't know what
higher,
half the fucking
great.
people do
As
anyways.
long
It's
as we
fine.
don't close above a specific strike price, we get to profit. And I went through this lesson multiple ways. When
I
you
need to
guys
stop
register in
playing
trading,
J-Hope.
there's only
J-Hope
one
is
scenario
bringing me
that
bad luck.
allows you to be profitable. When you are
That's
writing,
never-
there's
that's
multiple scenarios
never the
that allow you to be
That,
profitable.
that's the case now. J-Hope.
Never say that.
Yeah,
He's
and
the.
hey, I'm telling you, man, the
Never.
long-term accounts just
It's
get
coming
It's
back.
K-pop.
You gotta
It's just
say- and I
K-pop.
said to you this
That's
morning,
all.
It's
that
yes.
matters.
It's not
yeah,
just
man,
K-pop.
I'm like, dude,
It's
never
just
let a
K-pop.
crisis go to
Get the
waste. I
fuck
said that
outta
to you this morning. I said it before.
No,
So it's like
it's
start
just
to take
K-pop.
advantage of these heightened volatilities. If you
Don't
have
listen to
those
J-Hope. You don't
tools in your
deserve it.
basket, start utilizing. Make sure
The song
those
is fire,
risk factors are
but
in
I'm
place,
just like,
otherwise you won't
he's
see the
bringing me
gains
bad
from
luck
it.
today, unfortunately.
Keep an eye
Sounds like
here
a
on the
you
market
problem, buddy.
as we
It
have
was in fact
Fed's
not a me
Morgan
problem.
commenting now on tariffs, saying that to Axios in an interview here.
What are we doing?
The
Apparently,
the
these
vibes were
tariff
off.
price
You
hikes
know,
could
shit
start by
happens.
June with a trade war, which is I guess what we're currently in, as interpreted by Fed Barkin, could actually lead to
Maybe I
fewer
should watch
jobs and
Kaiju
higher
number 8.
prices, saying that the Fed has to
Oh,
be
I heard it's
cautious in this
good.
kind of environment. So
I know
Fed
it's
Barkin
good.
saying Fed's going to be
I
cautious
know it is.
due to this
Everyone's
rate
hyping it up.
situation that we have
It's got
happening right
great
now in
reviews.
the
I'm
market.
just,
Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
I don't
Excellent
know.
reporting
It's just
as
one of those
always.
things where I don't
Guys,
want to watch it.
AEHL lost VWAP.
Yeah.
It
I know
lost
I'm
it
gonna
on a
enjoy
closing
it, but that
basis.
means I just have to
It's
start a
trying on its-
whole new
like, it's trying,
series.
it's starting this
That's
right
how I
now to
feel
try
about
to
solo
get back
leveling.
above.
That's
Volume weighted
fair.
average price currently on my
There's
chart,
also a lot in
644. It's showing 629. It did
Not
lose
the
6,
anime
by the
itself,
way.
but the
It
manga,
got to about
at least.
590.
Look,
Manga.
man,
This one's
fucking
gonna have
law
to
just got
settle and
captured.
Stay above VWAP.
What?
It's not good
Law.
enough for me that it wicks above because
Oh,
that's not the
in
move.
One Piece?
Okay?
No,
We're gonna
in
have to wait to
Naruto.
see, does this one
Hey.
have
Okay.
enough juice to the upside, enough to stay above
What's
the
with
volume weighted
the
average price?
what's with
Otherwise,
the
it's gonna let
sarcasm,
this one
buddy?
go and have it
Is there
stay
another
upside
law,
sideways.
another
I'm
anime?
keeping an eye on ICCT as
There could be.
well. So
There
I'm
might be.
disappointed in
There's
myself
a
that I
lot
didn't
of.
punch back into this one at the
I
volume
mean, there
weighted average price.
definitely
Gave me
could
yet
be.
another
I'm not gonna lie
opportunity
to
on
you.
this one, and I didn't have to risk much. So if I got in at VWAP, it would have been a 433 ad. I would only need to risk to 20 pennies, sell to
I don't
that
know what
20,
to
which I would have
watch.
done anyway. I don't ever put my stops on the 10
Also,
penny
just for
level.
that,
There's a
I'm
couple of
gonna stop
shekels
supporting your
below
stream.
that. That's
Fuck
the
you.
good side, that it bounced off VWAP. The bad side of this one, successively lower
Bastard,
highs.
bro.
So for a look at that 1105 pop, that high day there took us
You know what?
to
Tell me.
536.
I
And
would
then
say you.
on the trade
LOL.
I had at 1130, that level took us to 510. Lo and behold, this current high rejects on 5. So incrementally lower highs. And this is not a flat bottom break. This seems like it's a downward channel. So yes, pick it up off key areas of technical support, i.e. VWAP. But
This game is so
don't be
dead.
so quick to assume that we're going to take that high day.
Hey,
just
are
because we
you?
bounced off
Did
VWAP
you happen
or
to turn off
break
any
that
servers?
high. Let it manifest first and show you that
What?
the buyers are
Like,
stepping in to overwhelm
don't connect to
sellers
North America
at
West or
that
something
lower
like that.
high before you commit your money. So that's what I'm watching for
What are you
right
talking
now.
about? I'm
Otherwise, I wait
confused.
for this one.
Like, you know how
to pull
Valorant
back
has
into that
like
4
different
1/3,
servers?
currently where the volume
Yeah.
weighted average price is. I'm
Servers.
talking about ICCT,
I did not hear
guys.
servers.
I didn't hear
Small cap
servers
gapper,
either.
up a
I was
just like,
respectable
what is he
fifth-
talking about?
Did
I thought
you
he said
happen
surfers.
to
Yeah, I'm just
change it?
like,
So good look there. By the way, I wanted to let you guys know that Real Trading,
I don't think
which
so.
is the prop firm that we use and the software that you see on your screen right there.
Enemy highlight
guys,
enabled.
they're the best
Fucking
deal
lying
around.
ass
So
game.
If you guys are
I can't
not
see
in
shit.
the United States and you're elsewhere, you can sign up.
Use the recon
with Real
character.
Trading
Every time you
from
ADS, the
home.
characters
And
turn
the
red,
reason I'm
red.
bringing this up right now is because Neil got me 100 shares of DJT to borrow short. It cost me 2 cents. It's crazy. I mean, it's not even shortable on IBKR.
They don't even make the penny anymore.
They don't even
man.
make the
They
penny
don't even
anymore,
make the
man.
penny. Come on,
Can I
man.
tell you when I was doing the clean out of the second bedroom building, the gym?
Yeah.
I had a
Where would I even
giant,
find the
like,
servers thing to see if it
I'm like,
was
what do I do
changed or
with this?
not?
What do you do with it, bro?
I think
gave
at
it to
the
my
beginning of the
I'm
screen,
like, take this, man.
like,
Did you ever used
you know
to
how
have,
you first
one
log
of
in,
those water jugs
it says
and you
press
just
start or
throw
something?
change in it?
Of course,
Yeah,
of
No,
course,
man.
right? Like, and that's the thing. Like, the
Let's
pennies
see.
are worthless now, right? Like,
Worthless.
are you
Stream.
Can you get your money back from the Bank of Canada if I give them back their pennies? Because the banks don't accept
Stream what? There's nothing to see.
Your loading screen.
They don't.
Why would I stream my
Apparently,
loading
it's 'cause
screen?
it's not in
I want to see
circulation.
it.
I'm pretty sure they have to, man.
I'm just
Oh, there's
telling
an
you.
actually. Hello.
Adara, what's happening now?
Probably because it was already open, and then I tried to reopen it.
Perhaps not surprisingly, Sharif, what's happening now is lots of tariff talk all day. We had reports here that Donald Trump is considering a pharmaceutical tariff he's set to announce, quote, soon. So we have no timing or details on that, but something to be aware of. Here's the NASDAQ. It has been super chop and super churn all day here. Some lower highs, some lower lows, not a clear sense of direction, but right now,
Dust off my
oscillating
PC.
here around VWAP is the NASDAQ S&P 500 here, looking
So this is hella
pretty
hot.
similar, almost the same here as these major indices. Try to pick a direction. So we're noting lots of these small cap movers today. We have TGL popping up for me here, Treasure Global, nice push to the upside. We also had a move in Capri, CPRI. This name owns Versace, and Wall Street Journal reported that Prada's attempted takeover of Versace could be running into some regulatory bumps. So keep an eye here in CPRI. Also, of course, keep an eye on this whole market as we continue to digest talks on tariffs. And if you're looking for research-related content, always make sure to check out TTV Research. I post infographics and related content every single day. And we have a new series here for Q1 2025. I've been going over the best and worst performers
52 is my
in the
lowest
quarter.
ping.
This
Jesus
is
Christ, they
actually
did
the
not have a
first installment
central.
of our sector series. So looking through each of the 11 sectors in the S&P 500, who are the top 5 and bottom 5 performers by percentage loss or gain over the quarter. So Intel was actually number 5 here in the technology sector to the upside. Good look for INTC. Names like First Solar and Broadcom, though, fared a lot worse. So you can check this out on X at TTV Research. Has not even been posted yet, so you guys are getting a sneak peek into this. And
Ernie, do you
forcing
keep a
back to the
calendar?
Bash Brothers, we have to
Sorry?
say meal is always exciting. Lesson of the day.
I'm sorry?
Do you keep a calendar?
No, why?
Thank you, Dare. It's going to be a simple lesson of the day because
'cause
I promised you guys a story that I didn't get into on my
have
home
date
yesterday. But
in my
I talked
calendar,
about opportunity cost before.
I don't know who's invited.
But I just want to
It says
show
Lynn's
you,
in town,
another example.
so it says
of
brunch with
opportunity
Lynn,
cost.
and I
So
feel like
traded,
we all talked about this
this morning.
on
If you
Discord.
We talked about it, but we
Mullen,
didn't set a
which I
date.
guess you have to. I mean, I had Apple,
The 19th?
Intel,
On
and
a Saturday?
Pfizer. Those were all part of the plan. I wanted to short those.
I'm probably not
three
gonna make
names.
it.
Mullen just kind of came out of nowhere with the news of the
You know what,
the
bro?
reverse split.
Fuck
You work
right.
There was a name I didn't trade.
Most
I'll get
likely,
to
yeah.
that one last.
Let me check.
the
So
weekend of Easter.
If you are focusing on a stock,
Yeah.
whether it's working or not, I'll show you Intel. That's what
Well,
we're down on. It continued to
who's
trend
invited to
up.
this thing then?
Upside, as you can see, it's continuing to trend higher. Apple was another, which looked good. The 2 times we took it off our resistance level, it pulled right back in adjacent to VWAP. So that worked out. Pfizer was in between those two in that it's worked in a pop and fade, but it's not blowing anything out of the water to the downside. It's just gently holding the downward trend. So in a scenario like this, it's like, okay, well, you controlled losses where you're wrong, you made in a couple, and you can be up. But if you're evaluating your day, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what was part of my plan that I didn't
Oh, I'm
do
off.
today? And let's make sure that just because it's not part of your P&L or the trade
Gimme.
review, that you still
What?
go
What?
over
I'm
it.
off.
Because I come back
I'm pretty sure you are pretty sure we all checked. I think Val's off too.
Bouncing off the $3
I think that's
level.
why we said brunch on
So
Saturday.
let's have a gander
Oh,
at
okay.
what
Well,
it
I'm
would
off.
look
I'm done.
like if your focus was on Neo at $3.
Just remind me like on the 18th.
Right before the open, it bounced off 303. It very
I remember.
cleanly held the 05.
'Cause I'll be busy on the 18th.
consolidating at the open. And
I mean, why do you have your ass in your voice today?
You're like, okay, well, it didn't really trade
I
down there
kinda
to
lost
give
my
you a
voice
chance
yesterday
to see if it
screaming
was gonna go all
during the
way to
championship
3,
game.
Or if it was going to bounce higher. So
That was 2
maybe
days
you'll
ago.
get it at the open.
It was yesterday. My game was yesterday. We won yesterday.
Right back in to the
Championship
opening
game for what?
range,
Live?
wicks the
football.
bottom.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
It's not
thought
just
the
that
U of
it hit
H.
the bottom and went up right away.
No.
It wicked the opening bottom.
That I just
and on a
cried.
3-minute candle, those are
That's
2 3-minute candles where you're then long again at 305. And you're able to
Hear
take
me.
it to mean reversion trade, whether you have 05, 06, 06 half, 05 half. You have plenty of time to get whatever you want in this 3-minute candle with a stop to the
This
low
is just a
that's very
regular
low
trios
risk,
match
and then it gives you a
because
little
I'm
bit
done waiting for
consolidate
ranked
to
right
do
now.
off, so it's kind of an easy
I could have played with you.
profit in front of 10, take
Oh.
profit in front of VWAP, hold for the drink.
Oh,
in
I
which
thought you were
case
going.
still
I thought you were
holding
playing
on to it.
ranked.
That R&R is just better than pretty much everything else you're looking at. So when evaluating the day, it's not just about.
I have to
okay,
figure
well,
out what the fuck
did
I do
take and,
first.
how did
With
it
that
go?
character,
What was that thing that
whenever you
said
get a
in
knock,
life
dude, use your ability.
And you didn't trade.
A knock?
and
Yeah.
Should that have been something that you were all
Okay.
over. That's
Your ability
something
makes you
that
go
does in
invisible,
evaluation.
so you can get
That's
in and out of
the real heart
situations.
of the lesson of the day.
Okay, what's my
However,
ult do?
I was
Is
talking with
it's still the
patient
kidnap thing or
how
what?
Yeah,
impressed
yeah.
I was with something that
Sick.
happened on my train last night. So I'm just gonna briefly tell a story, and I was messaging.
Yeah, I'd
Sharif
never
while this
played
happened.
Wraith when I was
I've taken
playing. It's been a minute.
the
So.
train in. I'm not talking about the subway. I'm talking about the actual like, commuter train. I've taken that in for a couple of decades to get downtown. And I've never on a rush hour train seen someone, you know, overly like inebriated. It just doesn't happen. Or the type of thing you would see on the subway. Sometimes there's mental health issues. Well, there was a combination of that and I was in the same car and adjacent to the seat. But the only way I could describe it is the person who was being a little bit belligerent was doing so to the only person in the entire car who, if you knew nothing about anybody in this car, that's the guy you wouldn't mess with. And I'm just talking about visually. Like if you come into Trader TV Live and you're like, okay, well, who do you not want to talk trash to? You're probably just gonna say Sharif because look at him. Now this was kind of that situation here. And this dude was like, oh man, he tried to ask him how his day was, and he was trying to be polite about it. Like, hey, I guess you're having a rough day, and he was trying to be very chill about it. And I cannot repeat some of the things he said, but let's just say he did mention this patient dude said he was Jamaican. There's certain insults you probably don't want to make to Jamaican. Let's just suffice to say that he made that exact
Did I not grab that fucking...
And I could see him just very calm.
What's this guy doing?
He was almost speaking to himself in a prayer.
Okay,
not
I thought
to
I grabbed
knock
that.
this guy out. Now, ultimately, he ended up not doing anything to him, despite at one point the guy putting hands on him, and he still kept his calm. And there is, I'm telling you right now,
fucking them up.
there was more provocation that 99% of the time would have led to something. And it would have been over in a matter of seconds. Anybody could have told that would have been the case. But he got home without incident, and this other guy, obviously, I'm assuming, got home without incident. And we talk about patience.
There's a zip line on top.
And I know
Go
we
inside.
always
Angle.
mention this, but sometimes it's that one moment where you need the most of it, and it's the hardest possible.
Good fucking beam, Milkman.
For that patient. In life and in trading too.
Is he up there?
I think I got the squad wipe.
You need to be patient and wait for the best setup, or you need to be patient and give this person a little bit of time or whatever. Yeah. It's that moment where it's the hardest to do it that you need.
Run to the left. Run to the wall.
To
the left.
And I didn't get a chance
That's
to
straight. Yeah, go
the
straight.
Because when he got up, I was like, I had to say something to this dude. But he kind of got off at his stop really quickly. I have never been so impressed in my life. I wish I had that level of patience because I'm not sure I could have done that. When he put hands on him, I know I would have reacted, and this guy just absolutely kept his cool.
Yeah.
And sometimes you see that. The biggest, baddest dude, he doesn't have anything.
Oh, you saw him at the edge. Watch out.
Like,
Destroy it. Destroy it. The bottom. The bottom. The bottom.
Bottom?
Yeah, the bottom.
Oh.
And like, no,
oh, that's not good.
Home chill, and I'm gonna get a home chill because I had nothing left to prove. But anyway,
Teleport. Oh, you should
lesson of
teleport
the
us.
day, generally speaking,
I
of course,
should have.
is going to be that you got to make sure.
You would have had him if you would have knew how to broke that
not just the
fucking
one that you
fence.
trade or the ones that you.
I didn't know how. I was like, how? I shot the fucking thing and you said the bottom. I was like, what? What are they talking about?
Give people the benefit of the doubt because, as I truly believe, most people in the world are good. Sometimes you're just having a bad day.
You exercising patience in those situations?
Oh, he did.
Shout out to Neil, obviously, for that story. That's one hell of a.
I hate burst
I mean,
guns.
like, obviously it's fun in the ring, but even so, it's not necessarily fun, and I don't want to fight outside of the ring.
Outside the ring? Yeah, sorry, I heard rain. Yeah, to be honest, because we know how that's going to go down. He aggravates you, he pokes the bear, you catch him, and then you catch a charge.
Right? It's lose-lose, essentially.
Right? So it's like, okay.
And what, you want to get yourself in trouble for some guy who's not all there and, like, he probably doesn't have his own house and stuff like that?
Unless he makes, like, the first move, and, you know, and then even if he does, now we're having to go get cameras, get witnesses off the sub or the train.
Like,
you know what I mean? Like, who needs that?
Your best defense is your legs, and that's just because you can walk away, right? So if you're getting in any confrontation like that, just walk away, to be honest with you. Like, Sharif, I mean, I gotta pull up some of these old videos, but guys, you know what it's like when you're just like at the club at whatever it may be during the weekend, and then you just go outside the club and it's just massive brawls and people are fighting left, right, and center. It's just like, personally, I want no part of that because that's where people really, really get hurt. And like the scariest thing for me is like when someone gets hit and they drop and they hit their head. That's some scary stuff. So yeah, just
you got a challenger here in the chat.
You say that, yeah, you're gonna fight
Dumble Things Films.
Yeah, you say you're gonna fight me for not.
I'm gonna fight Joseph for not eating pies. I mean, you're rubbing people the wrong way with this pie business, Joseph.
Yeah, no, I try
got
not
a lot of pie lovers in the chat.
I know, dude. Normal special won't leave it alone. Like I don't like honestly never tasted any form of apple, pumpkin, whatever.
But we already established that you had chicken pot pie, no?
Yeah, so they
Chicken
had it one
pot
time. I didn't
pie.
know you were gonna classify that as actual legit pie.
The Katina Man is not
So
classified.
there we go. Thank you.
Hold on. We could get a little bit more detailed here. We could say sweet pie.
Yeah,
or
sweet pie.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like a dessert pie.
Exactly. I've never had a dessert pie. So there you go. Never in my life have I had a dessert.
You're gonna love from the chat there, Neil. Willis Addison. Well, good. Oh, dang, good lesson of the day, Neil Roberts sending you his love, my man. Shout out to Willis Addison, and thank you for that. Guys, there's a new small cap gapper that's weaseled onto the scene over here. It goes by the ticker TGL. It was halted at $3.42 for a period of 5 minutes. So it was a 5-minute halt, and now it is rocketing into the high of the day. 384, 394. It's going to be 404 in a second over here. It feels like it's about to take $4. Let's keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, holy shit.
Really going parabolic right now. The move with these ones I found is to get them on micro pullbacks. Let's see if we can defend anything here into that halt level from the prior. So that is 340. We're long at 366. It does look like it might lose 340 at the moment. Let's see if we can add a little bit over here and see if we can defend that level, but it will lose it. So we may get stopped out of this one, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah. Okay, we're in some TQs here, guys. I mentioned that we're starting to get that price compression pattern. So I just tried to grab the bottom of the range. I just took 33% off right here, and I'm gonna take another 33% off at that 410 level as we start to approach it, because unless that volume really starts to kick in, then this might be a false break. But you can see with the likes of Microsoft starting to approach that high a day, Tesla's starting to climb higher, Google's climbing higher, NVDA starting to climb higher. So this is what we want to start to participate in. It's looking good here for this price compression pattern here in the TQs. I just mentioned 410, 412 being an area of possible resistance. You see the rejection, but now we're starting to punch through that. I'm glad that we're holding on to 66% of this position here, Sharif.
All right, got right back in, scalped up from 340s all the way into 355s, holding a piece. Don't want to let it go too quickly because it was a good dip trade on this one. This is the halt level right here. So it lost it initially, it's losing it again, so we'll have to get stopped out there. We make a little bit back, but still negative on this one. So TGL in my crap books right now. We're going to have to keep an eye on this one. It's already losing the volume weighted average price. 320 is the VWAP area. 307 the low of this candle currently. So we'll see how this one ends up setting up. Bit of a zigger and a bit of a zagger right now. Coming back down to 3, and it's really losing the bid. So quite pleased that I was able to get out of this one without DCing aggressively. It'll have to get above 3.25 for me to get involved in this one. But just to give you some idea of what we're talking about here in terms of details, $5 million market cap.
So talk about SPY.
On the day, and it has a float of sub 1 million. That's why it's going nuts. 605,000 shares is the actual float on that one. Let's confirm it with Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas has a fundamentally different data point there, saying 442 million shares with a short float of 2%. So let's go on and have a look to see whether this one was a reverse split. And I'm seeing Donald Trump is just about to come into $18 there. DJT, that is, not the actual guy. So let's go ahead and look at TGL over here on the daily so we can see what the situation is. Yes, it is a reverse split. Just reverse split on the 7th, so 2 days ago, hence why Trade Ideas has that larger share size there. So this one did do a 1 to 50 split on the 7th. So that's kind of the discrepancy there. And then prior to that, it had a huge split back in February of 2024. So keep an eye out on this one. It's zigging and zagging, basically. Candle of indecision currently here on TGL, both to the high side and to the low side. Look at the range on this. $4 to the high side on this current 5-minute candle. 3 to the low side. So that's crazy range here as a percentage of the overall price. We're talking over $1 worth of range here on TGL in one 5-minute candle. So the range per candle is awfully prohibitive. As I see it though, ICCT and DJT looking the best of the bunch. Here's ICCT taking out that local area high again. That area high is around 5 low teens, maybe 512, 511. It's triple topping in and around there. You have the initial candle rejection at 11:30, again at 11:55, and then currently at 12. This candle is 12:10. Obviously, it's not 12:10, but the current 5-minute candle is still that 12:10 candle. So this one looks good here. ICCT, umpteen amount of higher lows with that flat top. It feels at about 510. I don't mind setting up a little bit better of a price on this one. Here's 510 again. Let's see what it does here. Does it break through that area? No, that seller at 510, standing firm, man. Good rejection there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a position into this one. It's going to be small share size initially, and we'll look to dollar cost average into 460. So we're long here, 491. I'm going to put my DCAs at the levels that I like. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 82s as well. And then we're going to also wait in the low 70s. We'll hang out over here, see if we can get something out around there. Simultaneously, we'll set up some beak wetters, so if this one does pop up, we'll take some profit off the table, and then we'll set up some just like that. DJT just took 18. Okay, so DJT is about the high of the day.
Let's take this
high
for
of the
victory.
day is 1824. It just popped up into 1816, I believe.
Misses?
Does
That's my
DJT
special
have the
team.
power to stay above 18 on a closing basis? That's what I want to see here from DJT, because it had a whole lot of trouble taking 18. You can just see that on my chart. Multiple rejections at $18. That was the bad news. The good news is
Introducing
that
your
each successive
champion.
trough, each area low was a little bit higher, so higher lows, and that ended up manifesting Joseph in a big break through 18. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Back to ICCT. Yup. So we did get that print at around 498. Boom.
All right, where you guys want to go? Where you guys want to go? Where you guys want to go?
Fuck up.
And now we're going to take some more out here. Boom, again to the high side.
Let's go that way.
None of my dip trades, though, got filled. So we have a smaller position, sadly, on this.
Did you tell him that shit in fucking chat? That's fucked up. He said, "Where you guys want to go? Where you guys want to go?" I was like, "Bro, please. I'm barely here, bro."
I just mentioned that we were really starting to suppress in price. We were looking for the break of it, and the volume just started to stair step slowly as we climbed higher. And then once we broke through some of those resistance zones, that just gave us the ability to continue to climb higher. How much do I have left here of this? I'm pretty sure yeah, a little under half. Yeah, 33%. We'll call it more or less closer to 40. So we'll just hold on to this just in case we decide that we want to trend. I'm gonna make note of this so you can see. So you can see on the 5-minute time frame, ATR really starting to cool off. That's a positive sign for the riders.
Got
And
extra
again,
supplies
on
here.
the daily, going
A
from
prepared
high
soldier is a
of
living soldier.
1620 now to about 1568. It's quite a drastic.
What the fuck is that thing?
This should be bad luck.
Evo harvesters are
It's bad luck.
Yeah,
Why is it bad luck?
they're friendly.
To test those levels. So, so with NVDA coming back in, but we got to it's time to pay some bills.
Scared of losing money in Forex? Forex Vim protects your trades like a bodyguard. This smart EA uses strict stop losses,
10 seconds. Reach up ahead.
light martingale strategy to recover losses
Standard
safely.
stock here.
It's
Level 2.
optimized
Helps
with
keep that target
high-quality
centered.
tick data for accuracy and works in any market condition. Plus, you get updates and 24/7 monitoring
moving. Hustle up.
with confidence. Trade safer, trade smarter. Visit forexvim.com now or click the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the great folks at Avex. Good look there. You ever trade Forex?
No, I've never traded, other than just basic stuff when you convert currency.
How long have you been with IB? Because I have a question
Since
about
since I started.
which was
2022.
okay. So that was before they made. When I first started with them, if you want to buy
Weapon supply bin here.
Canadian dollars,
Move twice.
buy American
Extra
dollars
compartment.
You're back,
using
enemy.
the
Got extra
Forex,
supplies
like
here.
buy-
Foot soldier is a living standard stock here. Level 3.
There's a new kill leader making things messy.
Standard stock here. Level 2. Closed door here.
Yeah. So 2020, 2021, 2022.
I'm not going that way. I'm going
left.
I had my
Let's smoke them.
That's sick, bro.
Been with the gang for a while.
The gang.
Yeah, we like that. We like that. But yeah, Scott, just to go on, like again, I'm not saying how long I'm going
Care
to
package
be
over
in
there.
this trade. I just want to hold on to it for as long as possible. But what's making me hold on to it here is the fact that okay, Microsoft has now put in a new high a day. Google's done essentially nothing. So if it really starts to
care
get
package
rolling,
over
that
there.
means positive, it will start to climb higher. Same thing with NVDA, essentially done nothing. Sideways for the whole day. And if it
Picked
decides
an
that it
upgrade
wants
to give me
break
the
up,
upper hand.
then I'm gonna be in the queues, and I'm positioned really well at the lower end of this compression pattern tree.
All right, taking some profits here on LABD. I'm back into this one. This is a VWAP trade, but this is going to be a scalp-only trade, and the reason is the success of lower highs. I don't want to have to deal with trying to get at a dodge when this one is looking that it wants to break down. So we're taking profits here as this one pops up, but as I mentioned, this is going to be a scalp-only trade. We're not going to be looking for like a high day break or anything like that. And I really hope that doesn't happen because I don't want to be. Taking. I don't want to.
Let's go. Let's go.
One,
no, they have high ground.
To the south side, that is. Well, I mean, what I'm thinking about here, and this ineloquent statement by me, is I was looking at lower highs. Now, lower highs with that 15-20 area, that's what we call a flat bottom break.
Right.
Because that's
Target there.
So lower highs with that same
just
level
a little
keeps
bit.
coming in, 15, 20,
Setting
15,
up a fallback.
25. It kind of makes me feel like this one's
Enemies firing
Taking fire.
Up in the chimney.
Oh, just
problem is though, is
Spotted. Taking fire.
Buff. Crack.
Push him.
Already on my mark.
Crack, down. Behind me, flank us, throw.
Get back to the thing.
Good shit.
Lifeline, get back over here.
Taking a ride through the void next.
No way, man. I tried to take it and I was stuck in the animation.
We should have just fought that one because it was 2v1.
I know.
Got one here.
He's asking for a fucking res. I should have.
The guy didn't do shit. He's the one who started the fight. He only did 85 damage.
so what I'm doing right now is throwing out my stop on this one. We'll throw it like that so we can monitor.
Just fuck. Oh my god, I was beaming. Fuck me.
So Bamboozlement is this one's first name, man. I know his name is.
Why do I listen to randoms?
He's bamboozling the hell out of me, Adara, and I'll tell you why. Because we were talking about this one. Adara, so, thank you for entertaining me.
Dude sucked.
No, for real though, this one did reach 18 with a monster topping kill candle. Probably got a lot of people thinking, oh, here comes the breakout, right? 18-16, took out the previous area high. Right down below 18 we go. That's the bad news. The good news is currently we're still defending that 17 3/4, 1770 area. Well, why is that relevant? Well, that's the area low. So if we make another higher low here, then we're really talking about possibly pushing the shorts out here at 18, because clearly there's somebody shorting up the storm at $18, give or take that general area. So keeping an eye here on DJT enough to get me shorts on this
Mirage to the max, because I got to max level. Is that clear? I played with the rhythm a little bit. I can never tell. Hey, a new upgrade, spiffy. Oh wait, is that? Do people say that?
Relevant anymore, so I'm going to cancel them. Back to LABD. Sorry, I'm jumping between stock tracks, but I'm trading and monitoring multiple ones, so keeping my eye out on this one. Still defending that volume weighted average price, but my last peak wetter here on LABD still going unfilled as the area high a little bit lower again, as I mentioned, than its predecessor. Yeah, and you got anything there? Because I was just gonna cover some of these headlines and stuff.
Yeah, of course, absolutely cover those. I mean, same thing here, Sharif. I'll just go over what I got going on, and you can cover those. So we're starting to pull back a little bit. You can see a bunch of indecision within this price action. Could that signal that, hey, we're ready to take another leg higher if we take this breath here?
Come find me. I'll put that mind up good.
Looking to add that. Before we get into the headlines here,
True mastery can't be programmed.
Midday. All good with me.
the commission out of the equation, and that was huge. But trading still meant risk your own cash. Trade the pool, picking up where Robinhood left off by making it possible to trade big without risking big.
Introducing your champion.
Company capital up to $200,000 while your risk stays locked in at just a one-time fee at $47. No margin calls, no big deposit, just skill, strategy, and real opportunity. This is the future of trading. Join trading.
All right, so Apple
Show no mercy.
About 4%, kind of going back and forth with Tesla as to who's the strongest Mag 7 name on the day. Tesla currently winning out 4 2/3. Apple actually dropping now below 4%. But here's the Apple headline because this one's been in
Slack nuts. Quitting. It's about to be really hot. Like a hot. Oh my.
No!
We got this here.
So that they can kind of adjust to the new landscape. So
Dude, I don't have enough ammo. Some random shit.
iPhones, it's a key supplier for your AirPods. And they're in talks to shift a lot of their production out of China, including potential expansion in China. And they're basically pausing some of their Chinese manufacturing production because they don't want it to be subjective to the tariffs. So she's basically saying that she's looking to expand into other jurisdictions. Now, the idea here is that they told customers in North America that they're fine, that they're absolutely willing to produce things in North America so long as the terms are favorable, but it's not going to be done overnight. She says that new production lines, even within existing factories, just to retrofit the production line, takes about 12 to 18 months for that to happen. So definitely not something that can be done overnight. So the idea here, the watch list implications or the trade implications for you should be, one, keep your eye on Apple's shifting supply chain. Look for news catalysts from like the Foxcons, from this company specifically, to shift their supply chain away from China into what we're going to call tariff-friendly jurisdictions. That should be number one. You're also looking for potential capex from these companies like Luxshares, Foxconn, and the others in the U.S., in Mexico, and Canada, where their tariffs are a little bit lower. And you also want to keep your eye on the growing labor tariff arbitrage between Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and all these other countries. Essentially what they're doing is what we call a race to the bottom. Let me give the U.S. the most favorable tariff terms or the most favorable trade terms so that they can lower the tariffs on me. Therefore, I can attract the good manufacturing jobs that the Apples and the other companies, the American companies that is, will use to ship to America. So keep your eye out on that. That labor tariff arbitrage opportunity that's happening between these South Asian countries right now. It's in a race to the bottom from my understanding, Joseph. What's going on there? What's happening over there, bro? You're in that long,
And we added to it there. I was just talking about it not too long ago, and we got that pop through some of these key levels here, guys. So we'll take a look at it from a 5-minute standpoint. We take that breath. Here, you see that dwindling volume, and then we get that pop right above, but now we're starting to come back in. I should have took a little bit off here, but I'm holding. I want to hold for 41 because I did add significantly right there. You can see that my average went up on the position board drastically, so I'll just have to get out break even if this doesn't work. But again, with the Mag 7 continuing to climb higher, nice little pop there. We're going to stick with this volume. Seems to be supporting the case, but again, running into some key resistance zones on that front. And I like what you're referring to there from a supply chain standpoint there, Sharif, because I think one thing to understand.
Here, what do you want to put here?
Waiting to be played.
Why? Why are we going here? Why am I listening to you?
It's about to be hot.
I know it's about to be hot. That's what I said. Why am I listening to you?
It's hot.
market like they have before. Because
keep going for a second. That I really want to make a point.
Yeah, for sure. So again, nice.
Didn't down this shit. I'm not a push it.
So we'll continue to hold on. I do believe
some extra supplies here.
Pivot relatively well. There we go. And we just cracked it to the downside. So
White, far range. We have 1 minute.
Trying to make the winners
First blood, and the chaos begins.
Doesn't seem to be wanting to work right now. Again, 17 was just off out of that trade because we did add there. So Sparkles.
Following me, best man. Oh, wait, where'd he go?
So nice little pop back
Hmm?
here, guys.
Follow me.
Try to hold on. If the Med want to participate, that would be fantastic. Okay, Microsoft drag us higher, and it looks like
harvesters are now available. What if I hook them just a little bit?
Ring will be closing in 30, but she ain't far.
What is Google up to? This is what I'm talking about.
What's the top?
With target over there.
We want to avoid trade these, but again, consolidation phase heading towards the top side.
Yeah, I was trying to find a chart of the comparison between the American
10
GDP
seconds
growth and the EU GDP growth since the GFC.
Okay.
And that was kind of really the line in the sand. They had been growing in parallel, to be honest with you, and the great financial crisis, and then there was like a huge market splurge. I had that chart on my phone. I'll try to find it.
Right here.
But I was just
Got a
trying to
mark
respond
nearby.
to an
Over
individual
here.
in the chat, and a fair comment.
Deploying me knuckle cluster.
HR Lopez. China could always just increase trade with the EU. LOL. You guys act like the US is the only market. LOL. No, brother, it's not. That's really not what we're saying at all. But the fact of the matter is the buying power
Ultimate's
and the
ready.
growing
Let's give
consumer
these jokers a
exists
shot.
on,
I hear multiple footsteps under me. Do not open the door. You're gonna get capped.
the United States. I mean, Europe has kind of been since the GFC.
They opened the door. Low.
Touch the fucking photo.
Not used to taking bodies.
Oh! Crazy.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He said they opened the door.
They did!
Oh!
Consumer is like the Super Bowl, right? If you want to run a business and get your business going, you obviously want to tap into the volume.
I cracked and knocked one, and then I fucking... Actually, I don't even know if I knocked it.
Tap into the largest market and the largest economy, but
I cracked one, and then I got fucking focused by the other, and I died. I got knocked.
I agree with you completely there, Eduardo, because quite frankly, I think that's what Donald Trump is trying to do. He wants to devalue the U.S. dollar to increase exports.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Simultaneously, he wants to lower the
What's the guy's fuse?
10-year because they've issued so much debt.
It took dude like fucking 8 years to start shooting. I was like, what the fuck?
Grab that banner. Mates don't leave mates behind.
A lot of shorter dated treasuries were issued, and the coupon, the interest rate that has to be paid on those shorter dated treasuries is prohibitively high from a historical standpoint. So they're trying to get that down so that they can balance the sheet. So completely agree with you. That is definitely something they need to focus on. I think that's what he's trying to do, whether or not he executes on it and whether or not he's going about it the right way.
God, he has the written sound back. Woo!
No disagreement.
Juicing me shields.
All right, here's what we're looking at. Here's what we got on the small cap gapper list, guys.
You can hear the person to his left. To your left, my guy. To your left, my guy. Oh. What am I watching?
We were one of the lowest. We were one of the lowest people.
Thank you.
But this guy fucking stinks, man.
To be at the top of the line.
Why the fuck did it take him 12 years?
This one looks awfully flat bottom break. Is absolutely below B1.
Back here. Level 3.
Google here near its day's high, so that is certainly to the upside. Coming down, making its full price available to
My God.
at day's high, we're looking here GOOGL.
Move it over here. Use that void nexus.
the market wants to trend. But one thing to note,
What the fuck did I just read?
Inside day, am I saying that we're not going to break through that?
Officials said the initial reports are that during an argument, one man produced a gun and one man produced a bow and arrow.
And they seem to be working out, holding on nice and steadily.
Why?
Diving hands this trade here, Sharif.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay, you do what you gotta do. Hold on, my guy. Hold on, Joe.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this chart, Joe. It's driving me crazy.
What LOL?
Man, I'm made of steel. I'm ready. Let's get the job done.
And then we will be able to start to take some profit. So I want to hold on to this one. Nice little pump up here. And this is what I'm referring to here, guys. Like, as long as these big names start to come in, so holding as long as I possibly can. There's this range. We're now going to go to the top end of it here. If Google decides that it
Introducing your champion.
Meta decides it wants to start ripping,
They say death catches up to everyone.
I'm going to be
You can certainly try.
Time to stir some trouble. I am the joke master.
Very much so. Do you believe the worst has passed?
Come by Casa de Octane for a cold one.
The thing is, though, like, one thing to know.
Oh, that was incredible.
This is how I'm looking.
Okay, I'm bored now.
You got tabs all around.
Never saw me coming, did ya?
Show me your true nature.
You haven't seen how it reflected. So as the worst, the market's pricing it. The market's pricing what potentially can happen.
I cannot wait to start chasing after this man.
So what?
Is the worst.
I cannot wait to start chasing after this man.
Because you can take into consideration the fact that
Our partner?
Looks like the market is stabilizing.
Yes, it does look like Pancho. Good job. You're learning. Yay! That makes me happy.
I don't know.
2020.
They nerfed them, by the way.
That 2020s?
Yeah. The metas are now subs. Since like 2 days ago.
First blood. Someone's having fun already.
That is bad. I did not buy LOL.
It kind of makes the
Oh, you didn't buy anything?
but it doesn't give me all the data that I want. So this is by an individual
Rings
by the name of
closed.
Robin Brooks. On
Still have a
X.
minute to mess
Still
around.
has the,
Right now, I'm in Spy Index and fucking Palantir.
And this is from the GFC. So the reason I want to show it from the GFC onwards is
45 seconds till ring close, amigos.
and the
Don't let me carry you.
in the United States were essentially in lockstep until the GFC, and then the GFC was kind of the dividing line, or the kind of the start of where they
There's a
started
new
to
kill
diverge.
leader making things messy.
The black line here being
Close
the
ring.
US,
We've got
GDP
30
growth,
seconds.
and the red being basically the EZ, what the EU here. I don't know why you called it EZ. Why do you call it Eurozone? I see. Okay. And so you've had a marked departure, whereas before they were overlapping 06, 07. You could even make the argument that the EU was going to
10
overtake
seconds, the
the
ring's
US
just
at
ahead.
one point, and then it kind of
Got
just
my
all
ultimate.
went,
Ready to fly,
all went
compadres?
downwards, so to speak. We'll see. We'll have to see if they can recover, but. Definitely
You
a
wanna
full regulatory
3
environment.
times
Now that may be better for the consumers will
Do you want one?
benefit from
We're outside the ring,
practices,
but the
it
fun
also
happens
is a little bit
inside.
tougher for
Lane
business.
Zime?
I have
So
a
this is
3
kind of what I'm
times
talking about over
register.
here. I have no
I have people this way.
disrespect for
We should go there. I got them.
that is that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Now I'm long here on PJT. I'm looking to play a range on this one. This isn't going to be a breakout trade. So we got long over here on PJT, where we got long at 80s. It's showing me 83s. So let's set up a couple of beak wetters over here and see if we can get something possibly into the upside on that. I'm also short LAED. This one.
Care package over there. Let's get on that.
Always ready with the fallback.
Really tanking downwards. So what I'm doing is
Care package over there.
to the
Let's get on that.
Look there. We could make an impression.
Retake the prior high, which is around 37s. We'll cover that one, but I'm going to look to wet the beak here in the low 15s, Joseph.
Yeah, good looks there, guys. So hey, I'm looking at Tesla.
Thank you.
Here as well.
Right. Target there. What if I poke them? Just a little bit? Semi out. Reloading.
Semi-grenade out.
Wow.
Last one down.
Semi-grenade out.
Target close.
Oh my god, bro. He beamed my ass.
Good work. New kill leader.
patches that there's not much going on the call side, and I very rarely see this. This is the start of my first full bear market, I guess. 2022 was, I guess, one, but this was a fast and furious one. But again, nothing that stands out on the options chain from Tesla's standpoint. The call side that says, hey, why are we running into this key level? We'll pull up the queues to see if there's anything high, any high level of open interest. The thing is that there's just not enough demand at higher prices right now. The uncertainty in the market is most definitely coming into effect. So on this week's expiration cycle is essentially
People fighting over
to
here.
the top side. So if buyers really want to step in, they can push price higher, but it doesn't want to seem to be the case right now, Sharif. The queue's possible double top here on the
care package over there.
well.
Let's get on that.
Throwing some back. Resistance zones now coming back in.
He's going after care
forming a
package.
shelf here. So a move back to the volume weighted average price can definitely come into play if all these big names start to reject and decide that they want to head back to the lower ends of the zone. Now, before I send it back, some individuals were asking me about Hood. I built a thesis on Hood and I was ready to execute on it, but unfortunately it just didn't come into play.
Somebody here?
Could be fun over here.
Yeah.
I went over some statistics here on Hood. Again, when you have heightened volatility, you get an increase in transactions. That's usually good for some of these brokerages. Now you're going to get transactions.
Really spread out. Friends shouldn't be so distant.
Oh my god.
Took down an enemy.
Ah! There's too many people around me. There's 2 people on me. I'm getting finished. Alright, cool.
Just you and me left. Don't worry, I got your back.
I don't know if it's a whole other team, but...
Oh yeah, it's a whole other team.
I cracked one, put him on 1 HP, he dipped, and then the fucking banger just walked up. Like, yeah, fuck you.
Initially, the first wick there was at around 10-10, and then we had that one that probably got a lot of longs caught offside there at 12-15, yeah, but nothing. There's 0 closing prints above
Care package over there.
At least on my 5-minute charts. We're talking about the 5-minute chart. So we just flipped the peak there at 86s. Now we're setting up at 89s. I have another dip trade that has gone unfilled in the low 70s. I'd ideally like to get that one so we'd have a little bit more shares with which to play. Otherwise, we're just going to take what we've got here and we'll set up something
At max level. It's time to turn up the mix. Chosen upgrade. I'm itching to use it. We're not all in the ring. Playing risky, are we? Let's make a mess over there.
That's what I see there.
Replicator there. Grab your goodies.
Populating at 4 a.m., so keep your eye out on that. I see a small cap gapper that was halted to the downside. TIVC now open. I won't be trading this. This is below the volume weighted average price, so be careful with that one. I see you guys talking about that in the chat. Yeah, not much here, Joseph. They're all kind of giving up the ghost, man. All the small cap gappers, we might have to flip to some of these large caps right now because all these small cap gappers displease me in terms of where they're setting up and where the price levels are. So we'll have to pack their patience or not trade at all over here. So that's when I look at have a look at what big tech is.
Gotcha, my friend.
Okay, so who's doing well here?
Thank you.
Kind of okay. So Apple obviously has selling at $180. That's going to be part of the market that you're going to see that. Multiple rejections into that 180 level. Sure, there's been a couple of closing prints above it, but most of the prints are below. Now, that's the bad side. That's the decent side. What's the good side here? Well, there's a successful that doesn't mean it's a glowing endorsement to take this one as a breakout trade. 180, that's not what I'm trying to say. But if you're trying to continue the trend, this could be a bit of an interesting look. Microsoft.
Oh, we safe.
We'll get our marks.
I need some shotgun ammo.
Microsoft, I believe, is now again the world's most valuable company. If I'm not mistaken, $2.7 billion market cap, and Apple is $2.7.
Nvidia broke 100.
Okay. Hold on. 2.007. I know we got an ad read. 2.707. 2.705.
NVDA at?
No, they're below. Yeah. 2.4.
Running right now, my friend. But we
package coming down.
Sport introducing a new discovery on the Nasdaq. Worksport under ticker WKSP, folks. Worksport is a U.S.-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy
Ultimate accelerant here.
designed to power your life off grid, whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable
Care
energy
package over there.
solutions.
Let's get on that.
Setting up a fallback.
Now trading on Nasdaq
Ready,
under
set, go.
WKSP. Discover the future of
Hitting
green
the eject.
energy.
Like I have? Target over there.
And go check it out. Yeah, good look there on seeing who's leading there. It's a neck and neck race there, Sheik. They're both at like 2.7. Very close. So very, very close there on that one. And like
My Void Nexus is lost. Could it back me for another?
Somebody shot our shit? Oh, no. Not normal.
Round 3. Beginning ring attention. Weapons have been stopped.
Competing in this race is
We're not stopped. Break out.
January of
Target over here.
Hold on, you know you're fighting by yourself, right?
heading to the downside.
Hold on. Recharging shield. Rings close.
Oh, shit. Oh, he's one shot. Full. Oh, good halo. Good halo.
Come on, compadre. Get up. Come on.
What the fuck?
Using a Void Nexus.
Where the fuck did he go? Where did they go?
You knocked him there.
Using a Phoenix kit.
Now, NPR also reporting that this is happening, holding a Mar-a-Lago dinner.
Reloading.
Hear me? Push me?
Target
Yeah.
there.
You find somebody over here?
Yeah, I just beat his ass.
There's another squad on that side. Shit.
He's one.
Fucking outplayed, bitch.
Cracked.
I'm getting shot from somewhere else. Go nowhere. I think there's somebody hiding in there. Take my thing. Portal.
What?
Take my Nexus.
I'm in the middle of fighting. I'm gonna die.
Take my Nexus.
Not used to taking bodies
it.
off the ground.
Got in the storm. I'm so happy I stayed to fucking crack the two. Holy fuck. I cracked him down the last guy, or one of the last two, and then I fucking...
Insane
shot
LOL.
a little bit the other one, and then I got down.
On your BD, so we'll keep tabs on that one. We're short at 12.
I'm happy with that one.
Wetting the beak there at
That was a good one.
96s. I also got Donald John Trump. I got the dip trade. So now I've got an average price of 77s. So let's set up some beak wetters there, see if we can get something to the high side. How did I only get a partial fill here, bro? Like, how does that even happen? I wasn't even asking for too many shares. Come on now. All right, so we're doing well here on LABD. The bottom is really dropping. Descending wedge, guys. Lower highs with that same price level support. That is usually the formula for this flat bottom break. There we go. It's continuing to bleed here, Joseph. We're going to let this one go to the downside. LABD is an inverse biotech ETF. That means when biotechs go up, it goes down. When biotechs go down, it goes up. It's up 6%, but it's giving up the ghost now, and it's dropping bigly.
Oh, let's go, Spy 501.
So we are 20 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see what this one wants to do, Joseph.
Yes, good luck there, guys. Okay, here we go. I told you, we're just going to hold on to this. 40.17. I told you the target, 41.17. We added right here. We're getting these breakouts.
I'm holding on to this for a couple days.
We're doing it live. Holding on to this, you can see our entry. I was talking about the price compression here earlier. We had that done earlier in the week as well too. So starting to climb higher. Now about to tap into 41s. Good look here on some of these. Maybe I will just to be a little cautious, take a little bit off, but the primary target is around 41.17. That's what we want to see.
Ready to go. Seen?
What I have here is a reminder. In 10 minutes, we will be getting the bond auction. That is going to be the 10-year bond auction. This is really hotly anticipated.
I'll show you a perfect disaster. Never be the same.
This is the TLT, which is actually the 20-year plus. TLT. It's not in the market as well. And also, if anyone missed it, there was a bit of a move in NVIDIA. Now, I brought the story a couple minutes ago, but just
This
to
is your
recap,
champion.
Mr. was unaware, both NPR and CNBC separately reporting that the Trump administration is really backing off of its crackdown on NVIDIA's H20 chip. So the H20 chip.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Make me the money.
Hope you're not afraid
Show
to
me
get
the
your hands dirty.
money.
Specifically to be compliant.
Come get some. Move it or die.
Time to kill. NPR and CNBC and NPR actually added that apparently his back off from the crackdown has to do with the fact that there was a dinner at Mar-a-Lago. So I would like to know a little bit more about that, but regardless, what we know right now is apparently the administration is backing off of this NVIDIA H20 crackdown.
It's really interesting. That's good. That's a good look there because NVIDIA relies on revenue down to about 15 to 18%, give or take now.
I'm trying to
I just clarified that. And obviously, Chinese they're getting their hands on a lot of these chips because they're excellent at reverse engineering. And we all know how that works. So keep your eye out on that. And word around the street or water cooler or whatever is that they're really going aggressively in the ultraviolet lithography machine production. They're looking to overtake ASML because ASML they're banned.
That was your one.
That's mine. I added it. What's that? Well, there it is. Well, literally, I think there's one Japanese company, maybe Fuji Films or something like that. Canon.
35, ring edge close.
Man, we cooked last game, man.
That's a good call there. That actually makes ultraviolet.
Evo harvesters are now available.
But yeah. All right, guys, we're doing well here on Donald John Trump. We took a 20-penny winner. We added at 70, took out some at 90s, but that one in the high 90s still unfilled. Very pleased with this LABD trade. Continuing to go down. Literally have bottom lick right now. Pleased as dang punch on this trade here. LABD took the flat bottom break through that 15.
After this one, I'll take like an hour break and I'll be back.
15, and this one continues to bleed to the downside, but I am keeping my eye on higher lows. So even though this one did lose VWAP, I'm still putting in higher lows if you were to base higher area low at around 14.60.
Heavy.
It now found a little bit of support at 14 mid-80s. So keeping an eye on that. What else we got over here? China torpedoed themselves, taking out BTC miners. So yeah, I remember that. I think they were worried. I'm not 100% sure, but they were worried about a couple of things. One, over usage of less expensive energy.
I think there's people over there where the dragons are at.
Miners move into these jurisdictions. We already know that they energy shop for low prices. Number two, I think that they were worried that they could overtake their currency, obviously, and remove some power from their hands. We know that the digital yuan is a real thing, so keep an eye on that. Aaron Scott Matthews, isn't it Zeus? I don't know what that means. All right, what else we got? Beer producer. It's really so good.
Yeah, there was somebody here.
Is it really so good
What's
for
that?
NVIDIA? Maybe
Going away.
over there. Chips at all. Think about
Hey, someone's taking the fucking zip line.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Oh, there's somebody with dragons.
Spotted an enemy.
to remove some of the barriers or the crackdown in the H20s. What do you mean?
Pull back.
I'm dead. Holy fuck, I'm gonna die.
Sharif, any cover and call strategy, that's going to be you. Any as I have
Putting out a gate.
Price of 100 shares. Currently in down.
All the way over there? Fucking being done. Oh, people on my voice. Don't take my necklace.
Yeah, I know. I need to get up.
Damn.
People right there in front of you. Right there.
I was too far trying to heal up after getting beamed from behind.
Right? Like you
Alright,
don't want to start
I'll be back.
writing. Well, I guess you
All
want to
right.
decide. Yeah, so okay,
Bye-bye.
yeah, that's perfect. So what you can start doing, if you don't think that we're going to climb significantly higher, I'll go a little further dated out. So we'll go to about May 23rd, we'll call it, and then we're going to go to the halfway point from where we're currently.
Let you watch the news, Punch. I'll be back.
That'll put us around. We'll go flat, 50 even flat. All right. So if you were to start selling
At 2, my favorite.
contracts,
What? 1
you
o'clock.
can collect $70 as of now. Now, one thing I want to note is that
My favorite
premium
one.
collection will
Oh,
never,
Spy! You go,
amount
Spy!
to
Let's
capital
go. Keep it
Okay.
up.
Always keep that
Stay
in
up
mind.
to.
It doesn't matter
Stay up
what you're
there.
hedging, you're not going to be able to collect that
Stay
much.
up to tomorrow
But
so I
what
can
you
collect my
most definitely
money.
do is just start doing what you said. Start writing covered calls on things that you don't believe you're going to get assigned at, because you don't want to also write something at a lower price and then get assigned 10 points lower, right? So that'd be, if you got assigned and it goes north of 50, then you have a 10-point loss there, and you don't necessarily want to realize that just yet. So that's my advice to you. Go a month or two out and find somewhere that you're comfortable, do your technical analysis and be like, hey, I don't think I'm going to get assigned at this level, and then just start writing those contracts. Again, all it will do is just minimize your losses. It's not going to totally wipe them out.
I want a recap of what you learned by when I come back.
And I think that's what you want to start to aim at right now.
Or a recap of what's going on.
17, we hit
What?
that there, Sharif.
I gotta
But,
punch him.
yeah, for that,
Oh,
again,
the
I'm a
fucking
big
news?
believer in Hood. I grabbed some for the long term. I'm looking
Bro
to
has
buy
hot
some
mic
more.
on.
I
Or
think
his
that the
fucking
Q1's going to be pretty
party
good.
chat or
But
team
again,
chat
I
open,
think
or whatever the fuck it
Q1 is
is.
going to come out into the
Video's
guidelines.
It's fucking
Yeah,
random that
absolutely
I'm.
fine.
It's my
Guidance
triggers.
is going to be really, really important for
Yeah,
this quarter.
he's just
All
playing
right,
the
shout out to
fucking
Beer
Mexican
Producer.
news
Thank
right
you,
now.
my man, for responding to me in the chat and clarifying your opinion. Basically, he's saying that whether or not the crackdown has momentarily stopped on the H20, which is a China-specific NVIDIA chip, it doesn't mean that it can't be cracked down on in the future. And I was responding to him saying, especially now that some bloggers who have been known to kind of be mouthpieces for the Chinese Communist Party are floating the idea online, it's circulating around WeChat as well, that China could possibly stop protecting U.S. intellectual property. So by that, they mean, you know, you could sell, probably wouldn't do this to Apple because Apple produces a lot of stuff there, but they could make iPhones for a third of the price and then sell them to all the other countries that don't have a problem buying them. So that's really what's being talked about now. Everything feels like it's on the table. And I would say to you guys that was it was kind of preceded by a comment that came out of the Chinese consulate or embassy, I think last month or the month before, which said if the U.S., or it was Chinese saying this, if the U.S. wants a trade war, tariff war, or any other kind of war, we're ready, or we're down, or whatever the comment specifically said. I'm paraphrasing here. So the point was that they kind of were showing that everything's kind of on the table here.
Yo, why the fuck did I just witness my Ash literally just not shoot?
1.0, I think
Hello?
that's really not the case. I think we definitely are seeing a little bit of a different approach from the Chinese this time. That's just my feeling about what's happening this time around. So let's keep an eye out. Yeah, Pickle Jim, China not messing around. Corey. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying, Corey. This is exactly what happens when you mistreat the people you took advantage of to produce most of your goods. Yeah, thank you for your opinion. I can definitely see how that could definitely be looked at like that. So we'll keep an eye out. Adara has breaking news.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone, this bond auction in less than a minute, 10-year bond auction. This is just Google, which apparently is sticking with $75 billion CapEx plan. That's why that chart's up. But right now, again, remember, bond auction, it usually does not come out right away.
I just witnessed this freak of nature not shoot me. Hello?
Let you guys know here as well. So I'll send you back to the guys in the meantime when I
Like,
have
what
that
the
information.
fuck is wrong with you, man?
Right away.
Thank you for that, Adira. Well, I was just reading a chat here. CJ, how much of their GDP is based in a few locations? Are you talking about China? CJ, if you're talking about how much of their GDP goes to the U.S., I don't know if that's what you're asking, but I actually had an interesting data point on that. I can't find it at the moment, but I did it in my morning prep today. Essentially, it was, I think, not 20%. It's something less than that. If you want to take over for a second, Joseph, just so I can find my notes.
Most definitely. Katina Man is short. I hear him saying that. I like this potential signal right here on NVDA. But again, just when this market is starting to climb higher, in these oversold conditions, a double top would be really nice. You can see that somewhat forming here on the SPY, a nice indecision print on the Qs. You can see this mark on the Qs, on the SPY, and NVDA here as well. So that can be a positive sign. But if we crack 101 to the top side, then I think there might be some more room to go up there. So yeah, again, I like that price is compressing. I'll pull up the Qs here real quick because you can see that we have now gone vastly under that $17 ATR, and now we're at like 50, in between 15, 25. So we're just like around a $10 range right now, which is a positive sign for volatility compression. We'll pull up the daily and see what we got going on for the ATR and see if it's starting to slowly cool off. I know from an intraday standpoint it is, and yeah, still kind of the same narrative, but a good look here for that front. Again, let's see if that comes into play. As for Atul, sorry, not Atul, RM31, sorry. I know it's ARAM31, sorry. I know it's really hard, and you're saying that you weren't feeling all that good about what's happening. Just put it in the back of your mind. The stocks don't care about you. The market, unfortunately, doesn't care about any of us. So don't let it get to you.
Katina is like, they don't.
They don't. No, they don't care at all. Like, there you go. We just break to the top side here. Like, they don't care. So again, I've been in that boat so many times. Wow, this is insane. Yeah, this is not good. I'm probably gonna get squeezed out of my shorts here, guys. On my bear call spread. We're gonna take some off there. Great, no fill. Love that. Wow. I didn't get that. We're gonna send it to Adara. Yeah, we're gonna go to Adara right now. So
the 10-year note auction here. So the actual high yield coming in 4.435%. That is above the previous of 4.31%. So good note here for the 10-year high yield. But this is also TVGN. This one here is popping a little bit to the upside. One of RFK Jr.'s advisors here saying that apparently TVGen Bio is the first company to publicly state its support and collaboration with the White House. So again, TVGen, according to one of RFK Jr.'s advisors, of course, RFK Jr. is leading the Health and Human Services Department. TVGen reportedly willing to work with RFK and the White House. So keep an eye on this one popping to the upside. And of course, we did have that 10-year note auction. Once again, high yield, 4.435%. Back to you.
For that, Adara.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to cover this. Shout out to guys. You guys you're right. I had forgotten exactly. So Chinese exports to the United States account for approximately 3% of their GDP. Just exports, okay? I don't even think, in fact, it definitely doesn't include services. Right? So anything that isn't a physical product would be categorized under that service heading. So just the exports, 3%, Katina Man, with 2.35% from domestic value added and 0.65% from related manufacturing capex. Goldman Sachs chiming in this morning about this whole shtick, saying the first 50% tariff hit GDP by 1.5%, then the next 50 will likely subtract an additional 0.9%. So they're gauging somewhere along the lines of 2.5 to 2.8%, about 2.5%, basically a little bit less, of an effect on Chinese GDP if these tariffs are to have a full effect. So we'll have to wait on that. And that sparked, you know, multiple different downgrades on Chinese GDP forecast.
Hi, Mimi.
Future City today,
Hello.
one of the first ones cutting
Why are you so
China's
quiet?
2025 GDP forecast
Why are we whispering?
down to
I'm not whispering.
4.2%.
Just my normal
4.7,
level voice.
citing obviously little scope. They say that a deal is struck. I happen to disagree there. I think that Donald Trump will probably strike a
hurting
deal. You want to cover something?
He's
Neil?
taking an
'Cause
hour
you're getting
break.
amped up, bro.
I'm not that amped, man. I'm
Okay.
just
Still
trying
playing
to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. The
flying.
market's flying.
Yeah, it's
The market's
absolutely
flying,
flying. Like, I don't know, guys. I say it all the time. Like, the mag, just doing mag things right now, just climbing and just bringing everything up along with it. So a rising tide lifts all boats, and it's nothing to get too giddy about right now. We're still down 25%, and I mean the Qs are up about 1 and something here. So again, you don't want to celebrate too hard.
No.
2.5% here. Like it's not the be all to end all. It's nice to see a nice pop here in the market. You can see that we sat into this trade. We had that price compression pattern that we were referring to earlier, and it just came. It worked out today, right? So that's kind of the game plan. What an ad here, there, Sharif.
What?
Yeah, like I mean, I was slightly red on the day, going from red to green on this one. But there you go. Like guys, I was in at the bottom of the lows, added to the position, and I just held on to this. So. Boom, 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 diamond hands, and just going to continue to let these big names roll if they want to start to recover. And by all means,
there he is.
Yeah, by all means, let it do so and just try to ride this wave to the top side, Sharif. But a nice, like, look at this breakout here, and I was still holding on to the majority of my position. Yeah, exactly. So I had a target of 41.20s, and then we exceeded that, tapping into about 42s, and then looking to climb a little bit higher here because that volume is in now, Sharif. Look at that. So this might be sustained. This could be a sustained move to the top side. So just be wary. And what did I mention earlier? There's nothing from an open interest standpoint on the call side. What does that lead to us, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
If you get a pop and you get participants to start to really dive in, that is the path of least resistance. And you can see that here in the overall market as we just took that massive pop here.
Do you like taking the path of least resistance?
Sometimes it depends what it is, right? Because it's not usually like it depends like how much resistance am I facing and what is potentially on the other side.
I like it, man. Nuanced answer for a nuanced man.
So there we go.
All right, shout out to Beer Producer. Could you pull up the triple Q on the daily and look at the 5 EMA and how it has been a huge resistance the last day? So I don't have the 5 EMA, but I'll put it on for you. I'll throw on the daily. I have the 7 EMA. And, you know, they're not going to be far off, so I get your point. The 7 EMA is going to always be the green line.
Never mind. Don't use the Nexus. There's a lot of people.
You're absolutely right. It's holding trend. It's resisting the shorter-term moving average. That is typically what happens in a down market. So your point, very, very well taken. That is kind of normal there. If you want to base a trade off that, especially for the swing.
I like how he said use the Nexus and then just fucking sat there and reloaded his weapon, bro. Like, what?
Beer Producer, good call on you by there, my
like, you're not going to try to revive me?
Apple just dropped $2 in 1 second. This is madness, dude. I mean, the market is super volatile right now. We just got a 183.02 high. We're down into 181.02. So that was quick as you like. We drop in. What I want to see now, does Apple hold 180? We've cleared 180 by $3. Do we now use 180 as support? Initially, I'll submit to you, it was a bit of a resistance level. We had multiple prints above 180, but you can see we kept dropping below it, trying to retake it, drop it below it again. Then over here, as we approach the auction, you could see the higher low and the discernible pattern come in. We rock it up into 183. We're right back down now into 181. Let's see if 180 holds. That's what I'll be looking for there. So AAPL, the second strongest name, or actually now the third, because NVIDIA and Tesla ahead of it.
Can I add something to your Apple point there, Sharif? Yeah, thank you, Andre. We're gonna do the playmaker poll in a moment here. Diamond hands from Katina, man. There we go, diamond hand Katina, working really good. But dude, when was the last time, other than yesterday, it kind of just gave my point away. Did you ever see Apple move 20 points in a session?
No.
Very rarely. Like you don't see that.
Yeah,
that's what I said. With the exception, that's what I said. I kind of gave my point away yesterday with the exception of it, right?
We called it the dead one, and it wasn't just because like I felt one one day calling of the dead one.
When you move 20 points, you're very much alive.
Oh, you're alive, baby.
You're very much alive.
No, seriously though. I mean,
Okay. Let's do this here now, Sharif.
Oh yeah, you got to pay a bill.
No, we ain't paying.
Are we paying a bill on?
No, we're doing the playmaker here, unless you want to cover something else there, brother. All right. We're going to the long side, I believe, here, guys. Is that right, Andre? We're going long?
Attaboy, Katina, man.
All right, that's all right. No, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there, brother. It's on the chat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going live. We're doing it live. But we're going live, too. So there we go. 77, my guy, Mr. Mario Lemieux. Long. We're going long. We're going Mario Lemieux right here.
Hey, how about Yarmer?
Yeah, Yarmer's all right, but Mario's Canadian. See, the thing is, he's Canadian. You know what I mean, right? So we got to go. We got to go. But the thing is, what people don't understand how good Mario Lemieux was, the amount of goals that he had with the amount of games that he played.
Because he was playing around Gretzky's time. That's why, right?
Yeah, but he was
Gretzky
great.
overshadowed him.
But I mean, Sid came into the league. Sidney Crosby came into the league when Mario Lemieux was still on the pitch.
I remember that. Wasn't he living in his basement for a hot minute?
Like maybe.
He was, dude. Because he was like 18 or something.
Yeah, but I mean, so but by all means, shout out Mario for having all those goals in those amount of games.
Isn't Mario in the front office or like the?
Yeah, I think
he is, right? He's in ownership. Thank you. Yeah. Pittsburgh. Yeah.
There you go. So Katina, man. What do I know about Jofa? Come on, man. We know about those. All right,
guy, bro.
Let's do this.
I'm ready to go, baby.
You ready to go?
501.40.
501.
We're going long.
40. We're going long.
So 503.40. Profit taker.
40 profit taker.
540 stop loss. I don't know, bro.
500. Yeah, it looks like we might
get stopped out of this one. It's a tight stop here, but that's what it is.
Yeah. 540. We're going long. We added yesterday's profit, but that's okay. That's why we do this.
The Katina man shorted the pop on the futures, guys. By the way, on the TQQQ. So keep your eye out for his levels. He's throwing them in the chat. Trader TV is being renovated today, so you're gonna have to keep your eye out on the chat for Katina and Neil's levels on these trades. But he is short the future on the pop, guys. Want to communicate that to you guys. Now, I'm happy with how I traded DJT over here. We added into 1770. And we scalped out into 18. So this one was a range trade. It did take 18 though. And it took it on a closing basis for the first time today, at least on the 5. But this is how much pressure downward there is on DJT at 18. It got up into 18.11 on a closing basis, even made another high going to 18.25, almost 18.25, and now we're back down to 18. My question to myself and to DJT here is, does it hold 18? Do we now use 18
That's getting a
as
fucking
support
upgrade
level
at this point in the game is so insane.
We're a little bit above it, a little bit below it, but we're hanging out around 18. I'll know for a fact that we won't use it as support if we drop into, the low 90s, high 80s. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, 1796, 1795 max to the low side, then a move back above into 18. That's what I'll be looking for here on DJT. I can take this bad boy both ways. We can take it long and short. On this one, it was a pay for shorts type situation. It's up 8%, so I don't want to be quick to take it short. I will kind of insist that it loses the volume weighted average price before I go short. That's around 17 2/3. So it's going to have to drop into the 17 mid-60s for me to get involved here on this short for DJT. So that's what I'm looking at right now. It's really the only small cap gapper like name that I like on the market right now. All the other small caps, in my humble submission, are retracing to the downside, and they're no longer for me. So here's what I'm doing. I'm getting long DJT. We're gonna try to use 18 as support. We're long 1803. I'm gonna give this to 90s. It's gonna have to hold 90. Otherwise, we're out. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yeah, Scott Tomlinson. I like having conversation with you, so I see what you're going on. So the cost of these VIX calls in the area tell you everything you need to know. Not bullish here. Yeah, just elaborate a little bit more. I agree with you on that front. You don't want to be buying VIX calls all the way up here, and if that's what you're referring to, I think you're right. So let's see what George Fontes. Oh, I like that. Leafs play at Tampa tonight in a big game, fighting for playoff seeding. Let's go. Oh, whoa. Let's go Lightning. Slapped the fail on that one there, my guy. I shouldn't even have read that one. Let's go Leafs. Yeah, never mind. Like, what? That's insane. Yeah, there we go. Failed. Yeah, boo. No. Yeah, see you later, Lightning. Come on, George Fontes. I don't know if you're over there in Tampa Bay, but I think you guys are in tough tonight. Yeah, never mind Tampa Bay. We lost to Florida yesterday, so we're just doing that southern trip. I know Austin Matthews partying too much. And the thing is, though, my cousin used to work at this bar called King Taps, and Katina Man and Neil were there, I think, watching some basketball or something along those lines. And anyways, my cousin said, like, Austin, after every game, is in King Taps at home. So it's like, Austin, man, come on. I know you got 14 sheets. You're making 14 sheets. You got to leave the ladies alone a little bit here and kind of just focus on some hockey. So, because we essentially have only won one round in your tenure with
Why
the
am I
Leafs,
dropping
so
my
get
ults
that
here?
focus
Hello?
going on. So, give Joseph Brady, he wasn't closing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry, sports and stonks. I'm gonna stop doing that, to be honest. Whoa, Mean Gene says short the Leafs, easy money. I mean, hey, I'm not gonna disagree with that. We've only won one playoff round with these guys, and we've essentially never won the division, with the exception of the North Division. But that was a joke because that was during COVID. But yeah, anyways, back to these markets to see what's going on. Tesla broke through some of these resistance zones here, guys. So that's a positive sign, and the volume is there. So if you get that retest, you might get that slow grind higher. The more sideways we move, the better off I personally am. Anyways, so Stanley Game. I am from Toronto, my friend, born and raised. So this is where we are, is in the city of Toronto. So there we go. City Canada, or not City Canada, and Toronto. So we'll always rep the Leafs. You know, the Katina Man and Neil, those guys are big Jays fans, Raps fans, and Leafs fans. So yeah, there we go. George, I respect your Leafs, but am a Tampa area native. If we don't win it all, I will be pulling for Toronto if they go further than my Bolts. Yeah, well, hey, listen, man, I've been pulling for Toronto for a long time, and I haven't seen too much success on that front. I know Tampa, you guys got a couple cups with that team that you guys had. Victor Hedman being one of my favorite defensemen of all time. But one thing to note, a couple of my
Why are we
favorite
dealing
players
with
coming
that
out
right
of
now?
Tampa Bay as well too. Martin St. Louis and Vinny Lecavalier.
He's the last
Vinny
fucking team.
Lecavalier was like one of the best centers. I loved it when he was on Team Canada. That tandem, you can't make guys like that anymore. And he's kind of gone off the radar, my guy Vinny. So I wonder what he's been up to lately. And Martin St. Louis coaching these days.
St. Louis, bro.
He's Montreal's coach, right? Yeah, he's Montreal's coach. So there you go. Yeah. So shout out to those guys. Just a little guy who made it in the. No, whoa.
Can we jump?
Hey, listen.
Can we jump down and go circle and then fucking?
1919. You get blocked for saying that type of stuff around here. Go Habs, go. That's insane.
At least he's Canadian. All right. We'll give him some love there, man.
Come on,
sick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Man says,
There's a lot of Habs fans in Toronto.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's up with that.
I don't know. It's just the way it is. It's always been that way, though. Like, I used to grow up.
I don't know why we were chasing so much, though.
One of my good buddies that I play hockey.
Like, after you just fucking leave, let's just go to circle. It's like circles closing, you know?
It makes me sick every time he wears a jersey.
Make him pay the price on the ice?
No, he's my buddy.
Okay, guys.
You know, it could be a friendly.
Play on the same team.
Okay, well, yeah, that probably wouldn't work out.
We won a championship one time together, and then we lost in the finals one time together. So
Did you blame him?
No.
Okay.
No, I could never.
I'm just joking.
He's actually an elite level goal scorer.
Is he for real?
Yeah. He's actually so nasty.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm pleased as dang punch with the trading today. Full stop. Today at DJT, we're using 18. I mentioned 18 as a support level. Once it gets taken as a resistance level, it has this tendency to act as support. I'm talking about technical analysis and not specifically DJT. So we're already wetting the beak. We're long 18s, took out some at 15s. Now I'm waiting at 23. Let's see if this can take the high of the day. The reason I'm waiting at 23 is not a random area. The high of the day is 24. So I'm just trying to front run the high of the day in case there's shorts or profit takers set up there and it doesn't clear. What's a HAB, says Mike Simmons. Habs is kind of the nickname for the Montreal Canadiens, which is a hockey team in Montreal. Why do they call them the Habs, Joseph?
The Habitants.
What does that mean?
Like the inhabitants of
Oh, they're the inhabitants of Montreal. Adara, what's happening up there?
What's happening here is Walmart, WMT. They've had their investor day event all day through this investor meeting. The CEO saying that they have not currently canceled any orders from China, India, and Mexico. We got a lot of comments from this Walmart investor meeting. I have not mentioned anything yet because they've really just been actually quite calm. They've said, we've dealt with tariffs before. We're going to continue dealing with tariffs as they come. So Walmart continuing to hold strong here. I'm not seeing anything to explain this push to the downside right now. But again, WMT on watch. I'm keeping my eye out for any news. Back to you.
My level 2's telling me like
my level 2 is lit right now.
It's not even.
My level 2's telling me Apple's at 180. What is happening, baby?
No.
Sorry.
This is crazy.
Yo, this is messed up right now, man. Very aggressive. Adara, what's going on up there?
Oh my days, mate.
Apparently, Donald Trump said that he is raising tariffs on China to 125%. And I'm going to read this Truth Social post. This is not a rumor. This is from Donald Trump's official Truth Social account. Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the U.S. to 125%, effective immediately. So this is not effective tomorrow. This is effective right away. And they said that he hopes eventually China will realize, quote, that the days of ripping off the USA is no longer sustainable or acceptable. So 125% tariff on China, effective immediately. Keep in mind, China's new 84% tariff on the U.S. only goes into effect tomorrow, April 10th. Back to you.
Like, what in the days?
What is happening is what I want to know. Why the market's moving up? What's that? Okay, go ahead, Adara.
And also, the other thing with this post that I'm just seeing reported now, which is likely why we have this push to the upside, apparently Donald Trump, right tacked at the bottom of this Truth Social post, says, I've authorized a 90-day pause, in all caps, and substantially lowered reciprocal tariffs during this period of 10% effective immediately. I'm going to continue reading through this because this is a lot of information packed into one Truth Social post, but it does sound like he's basically, for countries that have not necessarily raised tariffs or countries that have tried to negotiate with him, apparently those countries are going to be getting a 90-day pause and substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during that period of 10%. So again, this post is really hard to decipher. There's a lot going on here. I will continue reading through it, but the 90-day pause, I think, is the biggest thing to remember. Back to you.
Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't even, guys, I got out here and then now we're $5 literally higher in the span of 2 minutes. That is, it's spooky, hilarious. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I got out, so I didn't get hit or anything along those lines. I was long and I got out at the break even, but then it just rips $5 higher. 90-day pause. Like, you got to be headline sensitive, man. I'm going to get stopped out of my position here. That's not going to be a good one. It is what it is. Take it at face value. Be prepared for that to happen, especially in some of these markets here, guys. So
it's insane, Joseph, because he's it's kind of, that's the way it is with Donald. Pardon me?
No.
Yeah, it's okay, brother. It's wild. I think that we're going to have to kind of expect this from now on, at least in the first year when he's, adjusting his policy, because, there's a reason why we put the TV up on over there. There's a reason why Dara's got all that in her ear all the time now. She's constantly listening to anything that could be Trump related, is because single-handedly he's moving these markets. That was not the case during the Biden administration, and we're going to have to get used to a new reality that this is what he does. Adara, tell us more.
Yeah, so again, in case you missed it, what happened here, Donald Trump shared in a Truth Social post that is only 3 sentences, but yet is very long, that China will be getting a 125% tariff effective immediately. But he also said, because apparently more than 75 countries have tried to negotiate with him, those countries are going to be getting a 90-day pause. But also, he said, there's going to be a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff of 10%, also effective immediately. So it's unclear if we're getting this 90-day pause and the 10% tariff at the same time. The wording of this post, I would like to add, is very unclear. But regardless, the words 90-day pause certainly pushing this market to the upside. And again, both the 125% China tariff and the 90-day pause for other countries are effective immediately. Back to you.
SPF, he told us to buy today, remember? Yeah, maybe we should listen. look, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I did pick up some stuff today. Whether or not I was lucky, let's just be honest about it. Oh, yeah, the market. I would like this a lot more if I watched The Office, but I have no idea what's happening here. I just know that I like, what's his name again? This guy from 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Steve Carroll.
Steve Carroll, yeah. What a guy, bro. What a guy. Yeah, look, it's a lot of people happy, a lot of people upset, and, you know, this is kind of what happens when the market moves in this way, and it's just the way it is, guys. So right now, Apple is moving insanely, okay? It's up almost 10%. Tesla's up 11.5%. NVIDIA's up almost 11%.
Are you ready for the news?
13. ARM is 14. So things are flying right now, and that's just kind of the way I think the Trump administration is going to be. And the market's going to have to deal with this, and us market participants are going to have to deal with this as well. But this is rocketing up in a way that I haven't seen since 21 and 20 and all these times. Look at this, guys. This is aggressive movement to the high side here. The future, we're almost 2,000 points off the low, bro. Okay, the low of the day today on the NQ is 16,735. We're going into 18.5 right now. We're almost 2,000 points. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like and subscribe, says Andre. I'm freaking out here, Andre. No, man, this is an intense move today, guys. Big move. I took a couple of longs here on the dead one Apple. A little, some positive, some negative. It's really rocketing up now. Here it goes into about 191. Very aggressive moves right now. Be careful with your shorts. If you're going to get long as well, be careful as well, because, you know, this has a way of mean reverting. Who saw that yesterday? I did. So, Roman, if this is a bull trap, so I don't know why it held your message. If this is a bull trap, come on, bro. I don't want to read that. Thank God it held your message. What are you saying that for? Anyway, what happened? Joss Q. Torres. Donald Trump tweeted or Truth Socialed or whatever he's calling it there, and he basically a 90-day pause. Derek, can you repeat that headline for us one more time for those that are just jumping in?
Yo, bro, let's chill.
So I would like to just stress again.
I'm just gonna
you really have to just interpret this post based on what is said, because there are some grammatical
I love that you're doing this right now.
issues in it. But basically, I'll just read the last sentence of this because this is what's moving the market. Conversely, in base of the fact
no
that
fucking shit.
Called representatives of the
Fuck,
United
man.
The Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the USTR to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, and non-monetary tariffs, and that these countries have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States. I have authorized a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. So yeah, that was one sentence. What I can gather from that, and what I think is not clear, and what I really want to emphasize, he has not stated specifically if this 90-day pause is for all countries or for countries that have not retaliated. The other thing I want to add too is he says that there's a 90-day pause and a lowered reciprocal tariff. So it's unclear which countries get what. That's the other thing.
What the fuck?
Incredibly clear what they get is China, which is getting a 125% tariff, also effective immediately. So the reason I wanted to read that is because there are still some things that we have some questions about from this post, including which countries are getting the 90-day pause, which are getting the 10% tariff, and I guess how this is going to be playing out. I really wanted to emphasize that. Back to you.
What?
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Excellent reporting as always. Thank you for keeping us apprised, and thank you
my God.
The market to make sense of
I'm picking the fucking lifeline.
Move up, but let's be careful, okay? So now we're over 2,000 points.
When's the last time you talked to
top
Freddie?
to bottom today on the futures, but we
When's the
are
last time you
off the
talked to
highs.
Freddie?
We're over 100 points off the highs, but when you're talking about 100 points within the context of 2,000 points, it doesn't feel like that much. But this is okay. Now we're dropping even more. Now huge topping tail candle, Katina man. Coming in on the futures right now. We're 300 points off the highs. I was telling somebody in the chat, the market giveth and the market taketh away. 18,785 is the high. We're below 18.5 right now, but on the bottom right of your screen, that red rectangle right there says 16,735. That is the current overnight low. It's the low of the day. On the futures, the high of the day is 18,785. So 2,050 points from top to bottom. But it looks like the good times, at least for the moment, may be coming to an end, or there's profit taking at these levels because we are getting topping tail candles on all the Mag 7 names, whether it's Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google. They're all topping tail right now and a bit off the high. So Apple 194.49 high day, it's now below 190, so it lost $5. It's now at 188, quick like that. So be careful. I want to keep stressing something that Mitch said yesterday that really runs.
Yo, they have red. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Where we made such an aggressive move to the high side in the morning, and then we retraced aggressively. We hadn't even retraced when he said this, but he's like, be on the lookout. Between the tug of war between bulls and bears, the bulls will feel that good times are coming, and the bears are going to be like, nope, short the pop. This is just going to be a lower high. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. We're seeing aggressive market moves to the high side, and then equally aggressive market moves possibly back to the downside. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joseph. But what a move up here on the futures, on the Mag 7 in general, brother. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm just chilling out here now, guys. I was long, and I took the break-even stop, but then the market just ripped up here. So, yeah, that's it. I don't got anything going on. I'm not going to chase anything. That volatility has just stepped right back into the market. Yeah, to be honest with you, I'll be frank with you guys. Yeah, not good. Something not good just happened. So it's all right. We'll shake it off and just see what we can cook up next. Unfortunately, I got to make some phone calls as well too to see what in the Bubkiss is going on. So
yeah, I feel you, man.
Yeah. So again, that shouldn't have happened the way it did, but it is what it is. Donald said buy, so I guess you go out and buy at that point.
Did he actually? What did he say yesterday?
He said this morning. He said go out and buy.
He said that, eh?
Good time buy.
What a guy! Who says that? Who gives financial advice like that?
I had orders. I had orders out and everything. So yeah. Yeah. Don't apologize. Honestly, don't apologize for what's going on anyways.
I want to go over this because here are two posts that Donald Trump shared this morning that I think are really interesting now that we have this post about tariffs. So he says, be cool. Everything is going to work out well. The USA will be bigger and better than ever before. So that came out, I think, around the open. Then a couple minutes after the open, we get, this is a great time to buy DJT. So pretty interesting timing here for these two posts. Now, of course, we get the post that that he's just shared, which is that pumped the market for anyone who missed it, suggesting that we will get 125% tariffs on China effective immediately, but also there will be a 90-day pause on tariffs for countries that have not retaliated. He also, though, mentioned that there's going to be a 10% flat reciprocal rate as well. So again, I do want to stress there are some questions raised by the wording of his tweet. Back to you.
All right, we're long Apple here, and we're about $1 in the money. Bang. Here we go. Now we're continuing to go here on Apple. I'm still going to hold a piece. Got a couple of pieces out so far. We're long 190.28. If it dips anywhere near my entry, I'm gone. There it is. We're out for the little piece there. So we'll make some money back on Apple. So I'm going to continue to try and trade the futures. It does look like that topping tail candle might have been a bear trap. I'm not really sure how these markets are going to end up because this is awfully volatile, and you do not see this kind of price action every day. But you also don't see a guy like Donald Trump every day, I'll tell you the truth. So this one, very, very interesting. Let's look at what some of these other ones are doing. I know I'm focusing on Apple because that's the one I was trading yesterday. It's the one I'm in tune with currently, but there's others. I mean, I got to tell you the truth. It feels like Meta might be one of the strongest ones. It is back right into that near the high of the day again. A lot closer to the high of the day is Meta than some of these others. We'll keep an eye, obviously, on Nvidia, on Tesla. They're obviously rocketing up. They're bigger percentage winners on the day than Meta, but Meta very close to that high of the day, so we'll see if we can get continuity there. Shout out to Hot Lana and Nicole Harris. $5 super chat. Oh, my bad, Neil. I didn't mean to hit that. Bought $10 550 calls for tomorrow, just sold for $260. DJT is moving too. Thanks for the news. Trump said bye. Shout out to Nicole Harris and Hot Lana. He did say it, didn't he? So we'll keep an eye out on that. Shout out to the OG, Nicole Harris, who is a great contributor on the show and on the chat, bro. Come on, now. Come on.
Yeah, NVDA up 13% now is absolutely insane.
It's insane. Yeah,
that is crazy.
Yeah. These are trading like small caps.
Yeah. That's some big time movement here, guys. On the Qs, same thing, up strong now. So see you later. I don't know what the 90-day pause is, but again, it'd be just more time for negotiations, but again, should have happened a long time ago. So a bunch of foolery happening in the market, and then eventually you just come out and drop this. So there you go, nice big recovery in the market. That's a positive sign. We'll see from a percentage metric how much we're down now, guys. So we're back at 455, which is not too bad, but yeah, it is what it is. Nice big engulfing candle. 16% now with the low of around 25%. So nice comeback here in the overall market, filling up all these gaps. All it takes, headline sensitive. Donald Trump speaks, and you get these news. Let's see what Adara's up to.
So here is the NASDAQ once again on this Trump Truth Social post saying there will be a 125% tariff on China effective immediately, but a 90-day pause for cooperating countries. At the same time, I want to add, we have comments coming through from the World Trade Organization on the trade tensions between China and the U.S. They actually warn here that preliminary projections show that the merchandise trade between the Chinese and U.S. economies could actually decrease by as much as 80% and could lead to a long-term reduction in global real GDP of about 7%. So we're noting here WTO warning of some of the consequences here of these issues with U.S. and China. But in other news, I'm seeing apparently the NASDAQ is on pace for its 7th best day of all time. So here's the NASDAQ making new day's highs as we speak. Again, we still do not have any clarification on that post from Trump, including which countries are getting the 90-day pause and which are getting this 10% flat reciprocal tariff rate. But if I find out anything, I'll let you know. Like, I would like to add the wording of the post does leave a little to be worked out there. Back to you.
This is insane. I just took another $1.50 here on Apple. This is nuts. This is crazy, bro. I don't think I've ever seen Apple up 12%, man. I could have stayed months and not seen Apple up 12%, and you get it in like minutes, man. The market is freaking nuts. All right, Joe.
What am I doing? The Phoenix here or e-signal? E-signal, listen up here, guys. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize.
That is fuck.
Our platform, it's everything infinite. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips.
No way, we just got 3v1. That's so sad.
Trading, scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
I got my ass beat, man.
I am not salty, actually.
That lifeline beamed my shit.
So before you make your little accusations there, get your facts straight, boy. So we'll continue to watch and see what these markets do. We may get to 19,000. Who knows? We got to 18,899. So we're very close to that 19,000 point area, only 100 points off it. So we'll keep tabs on this level. I'm keeping an eye on Apple. Apple now high day 194.87. I want to see if we can take out that level. $200 could be in focus if we continue to buy in this way. So fantastic. Look, I'm not even looking at Donald John Trump, which was probably a mistake because look at this thing go. Where's my DJT chart at? Oh, 1 second. There it is. No, that's TQs. I think I switched for Apple. There it is. DJT absolutely flying. We were talking about that $18 level being an area of technical resistance, then flip to support. That makes it look like a long time ago, baby. The high of the day now on your friend Donald John Trump, who is single-handedly responsible for the market sell-off as well as the market pump that we're currently in. His stock is up 15 2/3%, having knocked on the door of $19.49 essentially and $19.50 high. But that's really all I'm going to say about these small caps because it is not time to talk about them. It is all about the large caps, the chips, the Meg 7s. That is what's moving right now. They're moving small cap-esque, small cap-like, in the sense that they're parabolic to the high side. To who? To Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
To Jose himself.
To Jose.
All right, no, 2.0. Number 2, in sports, playing flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book, just like the financial exchange, guys. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign up offer for 2% cash back up to $300 there, guys. 2% cash back up to $300. There it is, ProfitX. Scan the QR code. You can kind of make your own lines and everything along that and have fun with that. I hear Adara saying we're going to send it off to Adara with some news.
We're hearing now some comments from Caroline Leavitt, who's the White House press secretary. As I mentioned, there was some confusion in Trump's post as to whether or not there was a 90-day pause on tariffs or there's going to be a 10% rate. Well, we have Caroline Leavitt saying, apparently, that the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% during negotiations. Now, it's unclear if this universal 10% is happening before or after we get a 90-day pause, but apparently, White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that there will be continued negotiations here. They're going to look for tailor-made negotiations on tariffs. In the meantime, there will be a universal 10% tariff rate. So Caroline Leavitt, to my knowledge, has not yet mentioned this 90-day pause. She's really saying here, and same with Bessent, that they're going to be getting this 10% rate as negotiations continue. I'm still looking for clarification here. Back to you.
Looking at so many different stocks that are the Toronto Stock Exchange. Oh, TSX is up 4.3. Amex. Get it, Katina man. What's going on over there? So the short is in play. The Katina man is short, and here we go. We're dropping quite aggressively. So as I mentioned, 18,899. That's the high of the day on the NQ June contract. And here we are. We're well below that now, Katina man. About 500 points below that, give or take. No, almost close. So we're rejecting that level. We're still well above the 10 exponential moving average on all the Mag 7 names, including the Fuge. So we'll see. Do we put in higher lows here? Like if you're basing your trade on the higher lows, not the topping tail candles, do we put in higher lows on some of these trades? So, or the good times coming to an end? So we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm keeping my eye out on my news blotter for anything that could come in new here that we would want to report to you. So here it is, guys. In case you're wondering, Adara already read this multiple times. She read Donald Trump's specific tweet or whatever it's called there on Truth Social. But it essentially is U.S. President Donald Trump said on Wednesday he authorized a 90-day pause as a part of his tariff plan, but was also raising the tariff rate for China to 125%, which would theoretically take place in 90 days. I think that is for the kind of the negotiation aspect of it. I don't know, man. I know the Chinese are playing hardball. They're retaliating with their own tariffs. They've made kind of statements that are, I don't want to call them belligerent, but they're definitely not meek in any way. And so I feel like they're singing a different tune this time. But I think that's all posturing so you can have a stronger negotiating hand at the table, Joseph, because if you come in there weak AF and, and you've been pooped on for the last couple of months, what kind of negotiating hand are you going to have on the other side of the table?
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. So, again, I think he should have started off a little bit more cooler if we're just going to end up kind of back where we started. So now he's got a 90-day pause going on because there's obviously people in his ear being like, Donald, things aren't good here in the market, and we can't allow that here. We got too much money involved in the U.S. stock market. But let's see what Adara's up to.
We have some news here that actually is not tariff-related. This is about WW, formerly known as Weight Watchers. So about, I guess, 10 minutes ago now, the Wall Street Journal posted an article saying that the company is preparing to file for bankruptcy in the coming months. This article was then shared by a different Wall Street Journal reporter on X and has now been shared within the social network community here on Twitter for trading. So WW reportedly filing for bankruptcy that is circulating around X right now. Also, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent saying that apparently they're meeting with Vietnam today and they're going to be meeting with Japan, India, and South Korea at some point in the future. And U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent also saying that he expects partners to come with their best deals. So negotiation happening. We've also had some clarification. Apparently this 10% rate, which was mentioned by Donald Trump alongside the 90-day tariff pause, the 10% rate will apply to both Mexico and Canada. Now, I want to specify, we've now had both Scott Bessent and Caroline Levitt come out
I'll be
here and
back on
talk
later.
about
I need a nap.
the, I guess,
Okay, bye.
drop here for tariffs for countries that negotiate. Neither of them have mentioned this 90-day pause. Back to you.
This is insane. I'm continuing. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know whether to go long or short. I'm genuinely telling you the truth. I don't have a read. We're kind of putting in a bit of a top. It feels like we haven't obviously put any higher highs since the candle that printed at 135. So that was about 10 minutes ago. We're not tanking either, but we're not making any higher highs. Now, tanking is relative, right? Given the price range on the day. Case in point, we're about 300 some odd points off the high, but we're also almost 2,000 points off the low. So are we tanking? Why are you laughing, right? Like, this is insane, right?
I don't even know, man.
Yeah.
It's killing me. Like, again, like, we're all feeling the same thing.
Yeah, so
all you can do is laugh, man. I put it in the chat what just happened to me. Shreve's like,
do you
shake
want to
it off.
explain to everybody like what the situation is? Because I think some people will. Absolutely,
yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
So essentially what happened, guys, I was telling you guys I had some calls. I was writing some calls on the overall market, and I had a stop in place. And that stop went over 7 times before I got triggered out. So yeah, resulting in a 4-figure loss there, guys. A 4-figure loss, just like that, brother. When I shouldn't have. So that's why when you guys say, Joe, what's wrong with you, is because I got to get on the phone with IBKR, but I'm not going to be the only person who's calling them. Unfortunately, again, it's only just under $2,000. It's nothing to cry home about. But it is a loss and something that you weren't expecting to take. I had the orders out. When that volatility stepped in, it just blew past through all of it, and it went to that point. So there you go, 4 figures gone in a matter of 2 minutes there. Let's go to Adara, guys.
Comments are coming from Scott Bessent answering some questions about this tariff-related situation. I guess people asking, of course, about Donald Trump's decision to announce a 90-day pause on tariffs here and also a 10% tariff rate for cooperating countries here. On Truth Social, now probably about 10 to 20 minutes ago, Scott Bessent saying the 90-day pause is because Trump wants to be involved and the pause gives time to negotiate. He also added that the tariff change was made, quote, because of countries contacting. It was a processing problem. So not really answering a ton of questions here. What's also interesting, too, is that Scott Bessent said the pause is not because of how the market reacted to tariffs. That is not why they announced this pause, and that Trump is the one who decided to wait until today to make said announcement. He also said once again now that everything is on the table. This is a quote that Bessent has used quite a lot when it comes to tariffs, but here's the market continuing to push a little bit higher here as we have Scott Bessent saying that everything is on the table and they are continuing to negotiate. Trump himself wanting to be a part of these negotiations, and he was the one who decided to announce the tariffs in this fashion, or the pause in this fashion. Back to you.
Oh, bro, on a day like this, I'm already fired up to go.
Too.
If you come at my boy in the chat, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, but honestly, the majority of it has been love, guys. Everybody's been in that boat. I've been in this boat before. I was telling you guys about my Tesla loss the other day. It happens. I'll have to make a phone call to see what actually happened and why I didn't necessarily get filled. I'm assuming it's because of the volatility onslaught. So, yeah, it really sucks, but don't make light of that, because one day, if you make fun of me or someone along the lines who made that mistake, chances are you're going to, and karma will get you, I believe,
100%.
on that. So keep it cool, mad love for you. Exactly, Daljit Singh,
That's
mad
what I
love,
want to
guys.
see.
This is what
what I want to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's all love, guys. So I'm being frank with you. Just took a $1,500 haircut on something where I was supposed to lose $200 max. And I was in the money this morning laughing. And now who's really laughing? Not me, even though I will laugh about it, because I'm just that type of guy. We'll get it back. I'm going to have a frosty pint, that's for sure, just to keep it cool. Yeah, nice and frosty, and keep it cool with the boys to shake it off. But we'll be back. There's no worries. Oh, you know what I was thinking in my head there, Sharif? I'm just going to YOLO IBIT, and then that's it. We get it back. No, I'm not going to do that whatsoever. Now we got to stay rational, so I won't be doing that.
Joe,
I might do it, though. I might.
This is like the first time ever I'm going to give somebody a birthday present on my birthday because, well, let's just call a spade a spade. Bitcoin ain't going to 125,000 by May 25th.
So there you go. I just kind of reduced my loss today from $1,500 to just below $1,400.
And hold on, Dinkelberg threw $5 your way,
Thanks,
bro.
Dinkle.
Jeez, my
Appreciate
man
you, my
Dinkelberg
guy.
for Joe's
much
troubles.
Appreciated, man. Hey,
Also,
hey, dude. There's people who probably lost significantly more than I did on that spike. So I'm walking away with a $1,500 haircut. Then I won't complain.
You're getting ridiculous amounts of love in the chat.
Love, man.
And that's really what I want to see, guys.
Exactly.
Like, you know how hard it is to sit here and trade and talk and report, and it's not easy.
And try to hold a straight
face. And so
face,
you're trying
you know
to hurt us at the same time. Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, man.
I don't get it.
But
that's neither here nor there.
No, but no, honestly, don't feel sorry for me or anything along those lines. I'm in the same game you guys are, right? It sucks, but it's our job to just kind of shake it off and continue to move forward.
Joseph, let's report right now. Scott Bessent still on the White House grounds. I think he's in the Rose Garden. I'm not really sure. He's still taking questions. That stream that we have over there by CNN is a little delayed. I'm seeing 149 on my clock. That one showing 145. So I'm not exactly sure if he's still on, but he is taking questions from reporters. And in case you're wondering, the tariff suspension is on all countries for 90 days except China, right? It's except China. China excluded, not exempted, from that 90-day pause. So that will go ahead against China reporting, CNN reporting, CNBC as well. So we will bring that to you guys as well. And you're getting a lot of love here, man.
Yeah.
$20 super chat. I took a I took a $400,000 haircut the last 2 months, but I didn't because I didn't sell. Today is good, Joe. I think that's it's a great point by you, Long This. It's not about timing the market; it's about time in the market. I'm sure you've heard that adage before, Joseph.
Dude, like I just said, it's not my first time here. Of
course.
Probably most definitely won't be my last time. Just gotta be cautious on these stuff. Long Joe, appreciate that. Hunter Plays, and there's another $20 super chat here, guys. From T Black 1999. You are amazing. No, you are amazing. Much appreciated. So there you go. And if you guys want to talk about losses, if you go back, I'm not going to mention his name or anything like that, but a friend of mine, he just realized $700,000 in losses, and then now you get this pop. I bet you I know how he feels. Right? He literally posted it. He said, okay, I'm going to realize these losses. I've had about $2 million in losses. I have to realize it. And then now the market pumps 12%.
It's tough. It's
so
obviously
imagine how he's feeling.
Yeah.
So my love goes out to you, Mr. Yes.
We appreciate that. Shout out to T Black as well. Thank you for the super chat. Saying this to you, Joseph. You are amazing. Thank you for that, T Black. Kind words, and thank you for the super chat. There's a whole bunch of super chats. We got to go through these for a second, okay? Before we go to Adara. Joe, music, $50 Canadian for your boy there. We got Sir Poopy. $10 super chat, Adara. Sorry, give me a second, Adara. Big love, Big Joe. I just jumped out of my SVIX before the pop. Missed out on a quick 17% gain. Just got to laugh it off. Thank you so much, Sir Poopy. And then we have Evan Wu. I don't know what SGD is in terms of currency, but $5.98. Thank you very much, my friend, for that. And Big Spile sending his love. FOMC reversion incoming. This guy just wants the world to burn, bro. Juiced, €11.99 bro.
Oh, it's euros, not even quid there. So.
No, I think that's euros, yeah. €11.99. And then with that, thank you again very much for that. Adara, sorry to keep you waiting.
So we're going to talk here about Bitcoin. Nice push to the upside as well, because this is not one we necessarily talked about. Here is, I guess, the volume spike when we had this Trump Truth Social post suggesting that there will be a 90-day pause on tariffs and a 10% rate here for cooperating countries. Again, really not clear as of right now who gets what. There were some countries specifically mentioned, including Canada and Mexico, by, Trump's administration. They will be getting the 10% rate. Regardless, this is the 5-minute chart for BTC. Now, we just had comments coming from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and U.S. Treasury Secretary Pete Bessent. Those comments just ended, not Pete Bessent, Scott Bessent. What I want to mention here that I think is key is Scott Bessent basically said that this was Trump's plan all along. His plan was to basically goad China into responding so that they would have to respond in a more dramatic way and show their hand. Apparently, that was the plan. I think Caroline Levitt also basically added here that Trump is the person playing the long game, direct quote, as we've had the U.S. apparently trying to work out this trade deficit for many years. So regardless, we have Bessent and Caroline Levitt really pushing the strategy up here. The other thing I think worth noting as well is that we do have the FOMC minutes coming up in about 5 minutes. So FOMC minutes and some comments are coming from White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt and Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, suggesting that this was Trump's plan. Bessent also noted that Trump did not time the announcement to the bond auction. As we noted, we had a push to the upside after the 10-year bond auction, and Trump's post came about 10 minutes after that. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. The perpetual moment, $20 super chat. We all go through it. You are never alone. All the love to you, Joe. You are a wonderful human.
Bang.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Your boy Big Patty just sent a message as well, by the way. BPI says, I've seen Joe tip more than that.
Yeah, this guy.
He's got this.
For the #1
Shout out to
fan, YOLO Fire Joe, $2. Thank you guys for that. I can just go and honestly, I'm just gonna leave it at this, guys. Just having all you support in the chat. It's happened to me before. It just makes it that much easier. So if I can pay it forward, then like it's like I can't even be upset right now because of how much love you guys have showed me. And I mean, it's not like I blew up the account or anything like that. It's an ugly haircut. It absolutely sucks. But like again, I honestly can't express how much that means to me. We got another super. I hear you, Andre. Where's the super chat there, brother?
I see it. I got
for
it. Ken,
50,
Ken and Mr. C.
Wow.
Bro, the money's flying in here, man. The money's flying in. I think we're over several $100s
At this point, I don't even have a loss anymore. Like, that's all materialistic, guys. And this is what we do. We just be frank with you, right? I'm expressing to you what has happened to me in real time and in real life. So I hope that you guys can just learn from these mistakes, learn from what we do, and just become a better trader at the end of it. This market is pumping. And again, I can't express my love for everybody and what you guys just displayed to me. I could probably shed a tear right now, but I'm going to try to hold it back because it's true. It's fantastic what you guys have done, and I'm speechless, to be honest with you, man.
I mean, it's just, honestly, we were harping on the ones who were the outliers, the negatories in the chat. What we really should have been harping on was the amount of kindness and amazing viewers that we have in the chat. Kindness really did show itself today. Thank you very much, guys, for that. And you're getting more love. New York City Urbanista, we love you, Joe.
Yeah, we love you,
You're getting lots of love there, man.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mr. Joseph, again, thanks for all you do, says Mr. C, dropping $50 in the chat. Love that. Pretty Panda, Sharif, Joe, what is the daily percentage gain record of the NASDAQ? Honestly, I personally don't know, but I do know somebody who does know. Chat Gupt. Let's have a see what Chat GPT has to say about that. Dara, you're pumping up chat. All right, so what's chat got to say? Midday queries. We can show this. Okay, so what is the largest percentage gain on the NASDAQ in one day? Come on. The largest percentage in that March 13th, 2020. Gain 9.35%. Where are we at? 8.79, Neil. We're not that far away. We are really not that far away. The NQ is up 8.9%. It could go 9. All we need is 1/3%. The NQ is up 9%, guys. Okay, so we could break that 9.35 right there. So that's crazy. What? That's crazy.
Bro, are you kidding me?
What happened,
Look at the, yo, did you see this?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to read.
This is insane, bro.
Long this to
what?
250 freaking dollars on the super chat for your boy Joe. Honesty pays, eh? They say crime pays, but yeah, honesty pays, man. Mark L, $5 super chat. Thank you very much to you guys. This is crazy, bro. I mean, look at this. Another classy gorilla. Now I can afford a super chat, Joe. $5. Your boy's dropping cash in the chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You okay, Joey? You okay? Joey? Guys, we just broke the record. 9.38. The NQ has never been this high ever in one day. We just broke it. I saw it with my own eyes, Katina, man. We just broke the record for the biggest percentage mover ever on a day to the high side. And I'm yelling. I'm sorry I'm yelling, but this doesn't happen every day. Last time it happened was 5 years ago. Well, it happened March 20th, 2020. COVID, obviously, right? This is obviously a huge day, 9.4% right now. The NQ breaking a record. What a day it's been. I know it's been conflicted. Some people are up, some people are down. It's a bit of a tougher day, but this is what we live for, the volatility. If you're an intraday day trader, you can't make money without intraday volatility, and this is what we're looking at right here. The super chats are coming in fast and furious, Joseph. Sunil, $4.99, sending his love. RJ, $5 Canadian. Joe, stay positive. You'll be okay. I think he knows that. Shout out to you guys, all that. Another $100 from your boy Kozik, F11Dang2. The money's coming in. It's coming in fast and furious. We got a minute left, but Adara has something up the big desk. Or does she?
And apparently the largest intraday percentage gain here, or at least this is from close. So the NASDAQ gained 14.17% on January 3rd, 2001. According to Wikipedia here, 14% gain. The second one was 11.81% gain on October 13th, 2008. And then in 2000, we had about a 10.5% gain. So where we currently are is around the 4th or 5th spot. There's quite a few spots so in this 9%, 8% gain. Back to you.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Adara, because this one was wrong. It just told me right now, go to my screen. Yes, you're absolutely right to point that out. The NASDAQ gained 14.71%. January 3rd, 2001, it was a 14.17% gain, and it was because the Federal Reserve unexpectedly cut interest rates by 50 basis points, sparking a massive tech rally after the dot-com crash had devastated markets throughout 2000. So I do apologize for the incorrect data there, but it was given me by chat. Good, Joseph. The Fast and Furious super chats have not stopped. They're coming in crazy, so I'm going to let you cover them before we go over to the big boys. You got to go over all of them, bro.
I mean, guys, I mentioned that I'm essentially speechless. Jose, all love Joe, $4.99. Well, sorry, I don't sound overly enthused because this is amazing. Slightly overwhelmed, to be honest with you. A couple Vibez shares for Joey, $300.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we got to cover all of them, so
yeah,
I'll do it. Okay.
Take it away there.
Yeah, we got Gus Davos, $200. He literally dropped $199.99 with a message of, why not? It looks like he printed up a storm. Then your boy For Profit dropping 20 in the chat for Joe. We love that, man. Your boy Pug Life 77 dropping a 50 spot in the chat. I got you, bro. Options bros stick together. You're getting a lot of love, man. And then your boy AIRX, $10 super chat. I hit my goal of making my first 4-digit profits today. Thank you, Trader TV and the chat. Y'all are amazing. No, man, you're amazing. And thank you for joining us today. And you already covered Swold because my man dropped 300 Canadian big ones in the chat saying couple IBT shares for your boy Joey. 120,000 BTC at the end of the day. Let's go. Look, I'd be good with that.
There.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be good with that. But we're overtime, Joseph.
Another $20 from Zansky. Joe, keep your head up. It's up, man. It's like it's past the upstage. Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
I don't even know.
Can't even send it to the boys because they keep coming in.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to. I honestly don't even. This is absolutely insane. They keep coming. Joey, let's go. Another $10. Epic Strategy. Dr. Fez. Trump Trauma Fund. All love. Thank you for the $14. Shannon Queen. Another $10 here. I'm gonna just like I don't even know. I don't even know, man.
Wow, there's more. 100 euros. 100 euros. Boom. Amsterdam loves you guys. Coach. No, I gotta read your name properly, man. You're gonna drop 100 euros. You're gonna get your name right out properly. Coach Hartman, man. Shout out to. I used to have a friend named Ryan Hartman from the chat. Shout out to you. Thank you very much for that. You guys are way too kind. Shannon Queen, $10 super chat. Your boy Dr. Fez, $13.99 Canadian Trump Trauma Fund, all love. Then your boy Epic Strategy, $10 super chat. Joey, let's freaking go. Keep your head up, my boy. These are big boy drops right now. We love you guys. We're going to send you the big kahunas. We're big boy overtime. Take advantage of these markets, but be safe. Love you guys. Be back tomorrow.
Honestly, yeah, I don't even know.
Sweet Christmas. That's all I gotta say. I wasn't sitting at my desk when it happened.
What did I miss?
What did you miss? I'm not gonna lie. I was up at the main desk, just getting that PC, was freezing, all that stuff, and I'm like, and all of a sudden I just hear pandemonium from over here.
Yes.
I come back at the main desk, just getting that PC, was freezing, all that stuff, and I'm like, and all of a sudden I just hear pandemonium from over here.
Yes.
I come back to my desk, and stuff that shouldn't move was doing some stupidity. Like, I'm talking, like obviously, you know, like Nvidia's up 15%, Apple's up 12%. Bitcoin percentages don't matter on Bitcoin, but it's up 7 from the previous close. The NASDAQ is now double digits to the upside.
NASDAQ, eh?
Double digits on the NASDAQ.
Wow.
Like, to say this is insane, it's completely unprecedented. So, you know what? I mean, next time the President of the United States just tells you to buy, maybe just buy. Out here listening to...
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that simple. Next time dude says buy a stock, just buy a stock. Yeah, go for it, go for it.
Just the amount of super chats. I didn't want to leave it off on that note, but yeah, speechless. The love is more than words that I can comprehend or fathom. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Love you all, and much respect for every single individual in that chat there.
I have to re-listen to what you said, because you definitely touched some people there. So thank you, Joe, for all of that. And, oh, well, I lost a lot of money too. But no, just that's amazing, Joe. Congratulations, you know, for just being. Yeah. That's what we try to be here, honest with our trades, honest with everything.
Look,
so
there were some fills.
Joe was fighting back some emotions, and that's great.
There were some fills that were going on, and some.
I lost $2 on the Qs on a slip too.
There was some crazy stuff.
It's nuts.
No, I had my finger. Look, man, I'm not gonna. Look. I'm market making on this stock. Like, if you can watch this, it's a Toronto stock that has zero to do. The tariffs don't matter. It doesn't move. It's literally a fixed price in 1 week, and there's just no reason why it should move. And I was close to headshotted on this thing. I was basically sitting there like, well, if they break this dude, forget about it. So it's like blind, and sometimes you get really lucky. But some stuff that I don't expect to move, like, just did crazy action. Like, nothing bigger than your obvious Mag 7 names. Like, you're gonna see Nvidia up that 15 points. You're gonna see, like, I looked over at ARM. Well, I got lucky with the ARM buy recently. I didn't know jack. You know, I just wanted to buy this thing if it broke underneath $90. And like 106, like, it's complete insanity. Now, my biggest fear here, at least for the afternoon, is it's a bit unprecedented. Like, I've never stared down, do you want to buy the high of a move like this?
I'm already doing that, but
the place I was actually looking at is Bitcoin, because I don't know, I always go back to, is something at a level that makes sense. And I'm looking at Bitcoin, and there is that 81,000 level from before, that if we can hold the 81,000, I'd go back into. On IBIT, that's about 46.25. So if it can hold the 46.25, that's something at least I could work off of, because right now it's complete insanity. Shout out to you, Luis Pina, in the chat there. You just had the biggest win in your trading experience. Shout out to you for sure. Kelly as well. We got another super chat. Congratulations to all. Whoops, that just went away. Love you guys live. That's what we're here for. You don't know. Look, man, nobody knows what's going to happen on a daily basis, you know, unless you got some kind of.
Unless you're Trump.
Well, if he knew. He said bye this morning. He knew.
Of course he knew. When you're in control.
No, I know.
I think he's going to get. Like, I think this is a problem for Trump, to be honest with you. But it's great for the market.
I've never seen anything like this.
I mean, it is basically market manipulation. I mean, it is what it is. But
by definition.
I mean, yeah, by definition is exactly what it is. And so the SEC, I'm sure, will be looking into this. But great. I mean, it's absolutely. We don't thank everybody, man. Trump does what Trump does. He says what he says.
I don't know if the law was broken. That's what I don't like. I don't know. I do not know America.
Securities fraud.
I don't know all of these rules enough to understand whether you can do exactly what he just said. Literally told everyone to buy, and then made the one decision that would ramp the market maximum, same afternoon. Either way, a lot of people are happier when they look at their personal accounts today.
Great, it's great.
I'm gonna message my wife like, okay, look now and stop complaining to me. Let's go to. No, my wife is like, she's like, look at all these stocks that are so bad. I'm like, you never look at it when they're going up, and then the second they're going down, it's like.
That's what happens.
No, I know.
That's why my wife doesn't touch our finances.
I love you, Rebecca. Well,
the more you know.
No, I kept harping on to make sure you get a TFSA and all that stuff, tax-free savings account here in Canada.
Yes.
And then so like, over the last couple of years, it's been like, what are you buying it? And you didn't give me any credit for saying these things on the way upside. No, I'm just having fun with it.
Yeah,
everyone should be happy when the market goes up.
I'm trying to buy this.
I'll tell you right now, we have fun when you're trading and the market's moving, but nobody's super happy with a big smile on their face. Like, I'm not even in a position. And I have this buyout, which I don't know why I'm showing it. Yeah, I have a short on a buyout. But anyways, I'm in Mullen because Mullen's Mullen. But I want to finish my thought. But when you're trading and the market's going down and you're shorting it, yeah, you can be happy that you made money, but you don't go home at the dinner table and I'm never super excited about it. But when it's going up, it's a different story. Let's see what you guys want to talk about here. Unbelievable, 9% up.
I mean, what Brendan just turned over and said Tesla was up 18% or something. I mean, what a great move. We knew that there was some pent-up demand. Needless to say, pent-up demand in the market. And then when we got that note, I mean, you had seen this happen on Monday, right, where the market just went absolutely haywire back up to the upside on that news. So again, we just want to thank everybody for all those super chats. It means a lot to all of us, man. And we know we have the best community, and we want to thank all of you for that, man. So that was fantastic. What a run. What a day. This is why we trade, man. These are the markets. This is why we do what we do. On a daily basis, so you can get opportunities like this. And great to hear that people in the chat there are having their best days ever. We were able to do that on Monday or Tuesday, and glad that other people are also experiencing that. And those of us that I'm going to be down right now today because we got similar slippages. Like I was saying, we were short there at 46. There's our stop at 49.50. So like we normally take 50-cent hits, things like that, and it was an absolute disaster to the upside there for the shorts. But congratulations. We're not long, of course, and it's all good. But at the end of the day, what a wild market. So, all right, thanks everybody. Thanks to Sharif, everybody, for such a great midday show. And we got Sharif right now. We're going to go over the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join us during the midday, Joseph and I, and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. That's a look at the triple Qs, and that is no mistake, baby. That is up and to the dang right. We're up 9.46% on the NASDAQ. We were up higher. We broke that 10% momentarily, so we'll see where we end up on the day. But a huge move, over 2,000 points from the low into the high today. Keep your eye out on the Mag 7 and the futures. The first one, though, not surprised here, Tesla up 17.33%, guys. What a move up here. Benchmark maintaining their buy on Tesla, lowering their price target to $350. I don't think we really care about any upgrades and downgrades right now, guys. It's a market story.
Well, Let's talk about Levi. I mean, Levi had good earnings a couple of days.
Oh, yeah. Quality jeans.
Newsmax. Anything else moving today?
Fat Pipe. Core Weave.
We're in a really nice position here on the futures, but let's go over Tesla.
No, look, I didn't trade Tesla today, but like, forget about upgrades and downgrades when you just got the biggest upgrade the market could have gotten with the pause, right? So that's what analysts can move markets, but sometimes like there's fundamentals that just stand out more than others. All I can do, I'm not putting any cold water on this, but I would tend to think that if we extend this, like especially just Tesla, that there's still the sentiment thing. It is a pause. We don't necessarily know what the next step is going to be. A lot of times, I like to think let the market breathe. Anybody that's been buying off the 220, like that's been pretty gold to take your 25-30% when you've been able to get it up here at that 280. I do think there's a decent chance that's where we should be headed, at least here on Tesla. So I'd love to give it a chance to get there. As far as chasing it, oh my goodness, all you can ever think about, like my first gut reaction was after this was like 250. Now I got to think 257. But it's IBIT that I like. So it's IBIT that I want to grab in here. We're not going to talk about crypto, but I'm on the bid in the 60s of IBIT. It's in the 70s right now. But Tesla, I'm not 17% up. It's difficult to chase up here because then where's the risk to reward? Like I don't see the trade. You can maybe look at if it holds trend and try to give yourself a tight stop on the dips. But this is not one of those moments where I feel like it's unprecedented and I don't want to chase these tops unless it's got an underlying level I can play off of. But I like the chance that you get to 280 in the next couple of days. I mean, barring any other headlines, obviously.
Well, I am doing the opposite on the TQs here. I'm long at the top. I mean, I'm long. It's $1 in the money, but we've been buying these tops. I never seen anything like this, so we'll wait to see what happens if we do get to the upside. That's 10% right there, like wild, wild stuff. We're getting lower. We're getting lower. We're getting lighter and lighter on all of these positions here on the TQs. So, all right, I should probably, all right, let's just go over to the next. I can't, I have too much going on. All right, we'll go over and let's go find out the story with Apple.
Another upgrade today, Sean, or not really an upgrade, lowering the price target, that is. But again, one of those ones where it's probably not having an effect right now. The story is Apple getting upgraded by Jefferies from an underperform to a hold and boosting that price target, lowering the price target actually from 202.33 down to 167.88. I think it was flirting around 167 this morning, guys.
It was at 160, 169 actually was that low that you're mentioning, but it doesn't really matter. At this point, it's at $190. So that's completely in the review. The only thing, all right, so it's kind of weird, but this happens every now and then. The upward trend that this was on when it broke for the short to VWAP is actually still, it's now holding in the other direction. So if you draw the trend line from the morning, this is now acting as support. But as the market tagged 19,000, and is at the high, and NVIDIA's at the high, Apple is pulling back off 195 and threatening to break trend. So you're seeing some cracks in the armor here, and when you zoom it back out, lo and behold, where did Apple top out? The exact liquidity spot when we had that fake story, or whatever we're calling it, that fake story, or like the bad headline, at that 195 top. So you've gone into the obvious resistance spot. I wish I had looked at Apple and I was focusing on IBIT and I was in Pfizer earlier and Intel was what I was trading, but that's kind of an obvious spot. But that's why when in doubt, zoom out, because that's a very, very clean and obvious level. And it's still too far away to fade off of this. I would look for a trend reversal. If this closes underneath and there's any reasonable chance to grab it underneath the 190, I think I'll take a shot here over on Apple, but I just got into IBIT.
Now we're dropping?
Yeah, well, Apple's losing support. It's almost like Apple's is leading the market lower at this point.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some more out, and I was just talking with our head of IT there, telling him that the quotes were actually great. I mean, he's telling me that we are getting messages that, there is some quote issues, of course, across the board on different gateways like NASDAQ, or I'm not trying to throw anything under the bus, just letting you know that when you look at our quotes here, like the amount of volume that's running through these TQQs is insane, and our quotes are actually keeping up quite nicely. So I just wanted to, I went back there during the melee to go find them, and just came out. So I want to say shout out to Real Trading, because our system did not go down. It did not, it gave you every opportunity to trade every single name under the sun there today. So I just want to say thank you to Real Trading and everybody else there, because I've been sitting here for many, many years, 20-something, maybe I shouldn't say that. But no, and honestly, the quotes that we just experienced there were very nice.
Yeah, I was surprised. Like, sometimes when we have liquidity events like that, you expect there to be such a flood of data that, oh, there's no way, execution might be, all that stuff would be slow. But I'll tell you, I think I'll use some examples. We'll go to NVIDIA in a quick little second. But I wasn't at my desk, and that is 1 cent slippage on my Pfizer stop at the high of the day.
Read what?
1 cent slippage.
Yeah, that's fine.
During the, and that's after it's gone 2% up. So you're already into the news story, and I got 1 cent slippage on my trailing stop order there at the high of the day. And I was sitting, I wasn't even at my desk. This is probably why people trade without stops all the time, but I'm just gonna say it's not the best idea. And in this environment, I think it was obviously true here. We just went over Apple, showed you guys what's going on with that trend line for sure. It's It's trying to close underneath, but that's about it. I did get into IBIT, but I'm sure people want to hear about NVIDIA for sure.
Great. Fabian, Brendan, talk to Brendan. Yeah, we're gonna push it. Okay, so just real quickly here. Someone want to talk about slippage. So, yeah, I think it was Casey. Basically, when you have a market order out, I mean, I'm assuming, like I said, I wasn't here when Joe was talking, but it's just basically that you have your stops set up. So, just for example, right here, I was stopping out on this short. Right at 42.50, and we wind up getting punched out at like 45.25 or something there on this huge move to the upside. It was actually right there, 43.50. So that was $1. So what winds up happening is the quotes kind of levitate like this, and the next thing you know is just someone comes in and markets up like 100,000 shares, and there's only so many hundreds of shares on the level 2 here. So see, just like what's happening right now.
Pancho, you here? Pancho, talk to me.
So if you have a stop at 50, what we're
Pancho.
talking about with slippage is, and I'm assuming this will happen to Joe, is he wants to punch out at 51, like right there. But the thing is, you have a market order.
Hello.
What a fucking move, bro. Holy shit. I'm so glad I left the thing playing for you so you can see it live time.
Now you're part of what we call a vacuum, because as these orders are going out, it's just sucking up all. I'm doing stuff with my hands like Italian style now, Fabian. It's sucking up all of the.
Can you buy me Mexico shirt? LOL.
So at the end of the day, there's no shares left.
Oh, that was fucking insane. What a fucking play.
If I hear that news and I have offers, I'm escaping those offers. I'm canceling those. So what happens?
Did you see it? As soon as it happened, you heard him talking about it?
You can customize anybody at Real Trading. You can customize your cancel keys. I have a cancel closest bid, cancel closest offer, cancel all orders, cancel only all offers, cancel all bids. Those are incredibly valuable keys to have around, because I can tell you right now, cancel all offers, even if you were long in the money, you don't want to be taking your take profit before the news hit. You want to let it ride a little bit there. That key.
No, I saw the tweet after LOL.
Let's go talk about. Look, so many names I'm running. Coinbase is up 19%.
Yes, it is. Let's go.
Let's go to talk about
banana.
NVIDIA. You didn't eat your banana?
Notice how I'm peeling it from this end?
My God, dude. Wow.
Really style.
People really care
about monkey style.
Just eat it how you want, Sean. All right, fantastic look here on NVIDIA. Still holding out at the highs, not like Apple, giving back a little bit. It's at about $110.88, close to that 15% marker. Again, an upgrade today from TD Count, but not really the reason why we're moving. Maintaining the buy, not really an upgrade, maintaining that buy, lowering the price target down to 140 from 175. Matters very little, though, right now with the market moving up on the back of the tariff suspension.
So, you think after, a news like this, I'm always sort of torn, what's the reaction going to be, and what would you expect out of something like an NVIDIA, which has been under pressure here today? And sometimes it's not that easy to figure it out. Well, obviously it's a long, and it's going ham. And again, the reason I picked IBIT has more to do with the 81,000 floor than anything else. When I was looking at NVIDIA, by the time you're regrouping in here, it's like 106, looks pretty good. You come back to, well, look where we are. You're at the spot where NVIDIA started dumping $30. Right up here at that 112 level. That's where things started to accelerate. And it's a tricky one. I like things that are in front of support if you have to buy up at highs. Ideally, I don't think this is the kind of name most people are, terribly concerned with holding on for the long term. I know if I dip bought it, it would be for the long haul. I did once while I was in Florida, but ARM's the thing that I got recently, and that's for the long haul. I'm probably not going to take profit on that. But if you're long and you haven't taken profit going into power hour, I would be a little bit remiss. 10% up for a record day for the NASDAQ and 15% up for NVIDIA, it's very unprecedented. And you can sort of see it getting a little top heavy up here on almost every single stock, with Apple standing out a little bit more than others. So I think the same thing is happening with NVIDIA. There's so many of these that are going to set up where you could just slap a trend line on it and say, well, take a shot if it breaks the trend line. But I'd probably look at, I might look at, AMD's up 20%, by the way.
That's it?
Yeah, 20. I think AMD's the biggest percentage that I'm not going to.
I'm looking at my sticky notes, short, everything. That was good.
Oh, I think AMD, of the names that we usually look at, I think this is the biggest percentage mover, AMD. And so if something's going to break trend, I could be wrong about that.
No. That's not about being right or wrong. Let's just have a quick look then at what's going on. Oh, the stock sell is just up 49%. So those hedge funds that got that note from Donald Trump probably absolutely destroying everything. You might be right, Neil. Why don't I even have AMD on
ARM
this
is
list?
23.
Oh, there's AMD. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not even...
Affirm is 22.
Yeah, I'm all over this. ARM 22, Affirm 22, Hood 22, AMD 20, Shopify 20, Coinbase 20, Mara 20, Tesla. I mean, stop saying 20. All right, SMR 16, Nvidia 16. What else is big enough here? Donkey Kong 13. Now what's really disappointing today? Okay, XOM only up 5%. Come on, XOM. Google, XOM, Netflix, I'm as if I'm in the money on my JP Morgan trade now. Like, this is absolutely insanity that runs wild. Like, I just want to say something when I was saying about how, like, it should be investigated. It's just I mean, we're long and getting out of this. So I'm loving life right now. I just think it's like, now are we going to take him for his word? Like,
you have to.
And to your point, maybe there was nothing broken. I just find like, I always have that not tin cup hat, tinfoil hat.
That's my dude.
You put
right
a tin cup on your hat, maybe a little bit.
Tin Cup is the greatest golfer of all time.
Yeah, I like that's Kevin Costner, isn't it? That movie? Yeah, the guy took about 100 shots from the fairway there.
Greatest golfer.
At the end of the day, what I'm just saying is like, you know, he has these backroom discussions, and not just him. I'm sure this is true of every president of all time. I mean, this is literally what negotiations all about here, lobbyists and so on and so forth. But like, you know, it's like, hey guys, like I'm gonna say buy the market at some point here, and when I do, I mean it. And then all of a sudden, the tariff news comes out 3 or 4 hours later. So I just wonder about the timing of that. You know, but again, I might be wrong here. If he's been saying buy for the last couple of days and it hasn't worked out, then that's a completely different story. I just feel like
I'm no legal expert. I'm not going to pretend to be.
Well, yeah, you don't.
But I can't imagine a single thing that you could pin that he did wrong. It would be if somebody that might have known he was going to say it acted on it, and then
it's all about the action.
Then I think that person could. I don't know. Anyways. The market's flying. We should all be happy.
This is great. I may actually log into the long-term account at some point.
That's what like I said, I'm going to tell everybody that was messaging me on Monday like what to do.
Here's
I'll be
the
like,
question.
go look at your account.
What to do? Do we take this opportunity now to get out?
I just bought ARM and it's up 22% today, and it's up like 26-something% from when I bought it. But I'm going to do to me the common rational was I wasn't intending on buying it to trade it in the first place. I was buying it to hold it for the long term, not change my tune. Like the Tesla 220, that I was getting out at 280. And the first time I did it, I got some out at 280. Had I bought Tesla again at 220, I'd be taking some out on this rip because that was the intention of the plan. If you took a swing, take your profit.
Tesla's up $40.
No, but if you bought something because I'm buying this dip and I want to hold it and retire with that, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with.
Well, retirement's age has gotten a little younger today, that's for sure, because I'll get a little bit of money back in the account.
Sweet Christmas.
Okay. I have no idea even what stock we're on, so let's just throw it back.
I don't know what to do, bro. Should I buy?
We're out on Amazon, Sean. A couple of analysts chimes in today as well. Bank of America Securities maintaining the buy on Amazon, lowering the price target down to 225, I believe, from 257 previously. Mizuho also maintaining their outperform rating on Amazon. And
I don't know.
Price target again to 225.
You are the expert.
285 separately. A non-analyst related headline: Amazon cancels some inventory orders from China after tariffs being placed by Donald Trump, but maybe that is in question now, seeing that the new headline came in.
Yeah, it's like all the news from the morning and all the plans from this morning.
MSTR up 25%.
You know, I'm surprised. The VIX is only at 36. That's it. Not lower, huh? I mean, it fell apart. It's just a little surprised. Thought maybe you get a little bit further to the downside than that. But we're talking Amazon. Does this look like anything familiar? Like every single chart, like all green on the 15-minute, but it's only up 10%, not 20. So figure it out, Amazon. 10%. What are we doing? You can't be up 10%. today when everything else is up 15 to 20%. You've got to do better, Amazon. 186 looks pretty interesting here. You've got double tops in here. You've got prior support. Like I'm just looking for things like where it might settle down, and 186 makes sense. There's another one. Like buy it up here. 190 used to be that big support, which could turn into resistance. So I think if we dip, 186 is, yeah, it just dipped in. Like when I was buying the dip in IBIT, that same dip gave you 186 on Amazon. So if you're playing the top end of the range, I think you maybe have 86 to 89, 90. Just be careful. If we lose this trend line, we can be, back at VWAP would be extreme, but you can pull back pretty precipitously when you're up 10%. So 86 looks like a good level to work off of. Like I said, I just prefer IBIT in here, although that just pulled back underneath. We made a run at 83,000 on Bitcoin.
I'm just getting out.
Yeah, and it just kind of curled when it got that level. I'm now slapping this trend line on and saying if it closes underneath, I'm done. If it bounces and closes above, I'm going to reload. If it closes underneath, I'm out. Just try to keep it really simple. If I was in Amazon, I'd do the same thing.
Gulp. We're taking more out of the futures here as we continue to run higher. I mean, now I don't even know what to say, but the futures like up 11% in the NASDAQ right now. The S&P is up 8.4%. Like,
what day is 421? Oh, that's on Monday.
Mania to go through with now today, like the top 5 days in NASDAQ history or something like that, let alone what's going on with, I mean, you know what? You've just been talking, there's not even, I'm not going to look at any levels here for anybody, honestly. Because
put your thinking hat on.
But like XL,
think ahead.
We'll put a SPY. As we go, but oil now popping up 8% as well. Let's see what our friend gold is saying today. That is okay, only up 3%, but that might be one if you're
play chess, not checkers.
Gold area, but I wouldn't short anything, man. I think this could be a multi-day move right now. Like this has come out now, so now we have to wait to see what like the friends and foes are saying, right? Like what is what's Vietnam going to come up with, and what are some of these other names, Bangladesh and all these countries? What are they going to come up with?
I'll buy it at $10.75. $10.75 for contract,
negotiations come
which is
from.
$4,300.
Be heading to the White House, I'm
for
assuming. I talked about that joke earlier about his phone bill.
I don't see it being this high up.
Going to be a little bit extended there. Well, guess what? I mean, right now, I expect a lot of great things coming from the White House over the next couple of days. So, I mean, I would still stay long. That's why I asked you, Neil, like what you were thinking. Well, and there it is right now. We are now 200 cents in the money on the TQs. And CompuCare said to me, like, was I caught short? Yeah, very much caught short right into here, including like getting crazy stops. And that's why I said to Joe, man, I feel your pain in many ways because we are getting stopped out here all day, and then with bad prints. But then we finally flipped over to the long, just thinking that, hey man, this may not stop. So I don't know. You guys let us know when the last time the NASDAQ was up 11%. I'm gonna venture never. All right.
Never.
Good. We'll talk about it after. Sharif.
Yeah, interesting. Adara did this deep dive. It looked like it was right after the dot-com bubble. It moved about 14 and change on the back of the 50 basis point cut. And that was, I think, 14 1/3% today. I think we got
right. We're playing chess.
10. I haven't checked lately, though.
My
guys,
put order.
The last one,
4 shares.
Palantir,
4 contacts of 100.
Sean, you'll like this
at
one.
10.75.
Over 20% to the green here on Palantir. No specific catalyst for it, but Joel Lonsdale taking a shot today at China, one of the co-founders of Palantir, saying that they were looking at playing chicken with the United States ahead of the auction today.
So yeah, we are pretty happy with Palantir. I mean, we didn't do too much damage here on the dip buy side of things throughout this whole move, but we are pretty happy that the markets made this move back. And I just want to say this is a 50-period moving average on a daily, so that just means we're just back to where we were over the last 50 days as an average, obviously including these highs. So yeah, like if you go back, so we're at levels that we were at March 26th. So 2 weeks ago, we were here for Palantir. This is why I'm saying to many people, what are we, I'm not saying it to anybody, but to everybody watching, what are we doing now with these moves? You just got relief. I'm going to say that for JP Morgan, for example, the only trade that I really been in, I think I'll probably pair some out. I just, we're long at 230, 232, and we had to like suffer through even this morning was 210. you know? And so you're getting these moves up. We're not quite even at the 50-period moving average yet for JP Morgan. We're actually at the 200 period. So this could still climb. I just think it's a little irresponsible not to take something off the table. But again, everybody can do their own. So for me, for Palantir, we never thought, I don't think, that defense spending was ever going to get cut anyways, right? So yeah, for me, it's a no-brainer that this move is happening. But there's so many stocks, Neil, that are up 20%. We've already indicated it all. So it's very hard to sit here and talk about individual names. This is just market breadth. We know Palantir can go. It's why it's on my list here today for Palantir, saying it's a super aggressive name. So we already know that. I don't want to pretend like we're telling people things they don't know. So yeah, but anyways, great day to be long the market. That is for sure. And I think we all learned something, that this president ain't messing around.
No.
Anytime soon. So we'll wait to see about this. But yeah, congratulations all today, as it's been huge. So
there's something to be said about frank talk. Not like Frank and Jen, but you know what I mean. And just calling it like it is. And obviously we should have listened. Everyone should have listened today. He started out long. Congratulations. I'm actually, look, I don't have too much. I can't really add anything to count. You guys can see it at the 50 period on the daily. But I was just looking at, like, what are the things that I might consider actually selling? Some of, not all of. Yeah, like I think I would sell, if we extend a couple of days and I see SoFi get to the 50 period moving average, I've held this for a while. I've held it through good and bad at about $7, sometimes at about 8. Get an IBIT, which I'm trailing out of. But if we get to 13 up here and do this same kind of curl, I'll probably put a trailing stop and take some out. It's just something I hold in my my TFSA, which is kind of, it's like the tax-free savings account. But
damn, it's looking like it's going off. I don't think I'm gonna get.
Said if we
I don't think they're gonna let me in.
Jump out of IBIT if we're getting into anything off the highs. So while it was holding the trend line, was buying off the highs. It tried to hold, make sure we get out before it gets to break even, and then regroup and look for the next thing. I'm not shorting it just because it's breaking the trend line. I don't want to play that game either. I'm very happy with how today is gone, and
it will go down tomorrow.
I don't want to get caught.
I know, but I needed to go up higher now, so it lets me buy in.
Up and I could go back in.
I'm betting they can go down.
Imagine, I'm kind of in the back of my head, the most extreme moves. If those types of setups get blown away and you go the other direction, those can be explosive. So to me, I see, well, I trailed out of it, I'm gone, but that's a short entry for a lot of people, and usually it would be a short entry for myself. So if it starts taking out those highs, I think I take a shot just to go back on the trend line here for IBIT, which is kind of my focus.
So I needed to go higher for a little bit.
I'm gonna guess if you're trading any small cappers right now, you were laughing, because anything that has squeeze potential, I'm sure just ran some shorts out of there. Made me think about that GameStop 25, which it didn't really. It went to 25, I guess. GameStop just ran to the resistance and didn't break through. And anything that's squeeze potential, I'm kind of thinking about. And yes, I'm still in Mullen. All I will say is this.
Come on, Neil, what are you doing in Mullen?
Well, I've been short here all day long.
I'm just playing.
I'm dead serious. Like all day long, I've been short, and it actually tried to go to 4/4. Short 4 with a 4/4 stop. Scalping some out 1-to-1, holding the rest. These guys are doing another reverse split. They're so bad it didn't even stop me out in that move. I should just short more. I've only been taking it at the $4 and giving it the 1/4 cent and taking profit at the 1/4 and a half cent.
Right.
But if you're not up, look, if you're not moving up today, if you're underneath VWAP or whatever and making lower highs today, that stock has a problem. That's the other way you've got to think about it. Something that couldn't go today is a problem, and it should be obvious to anybody out there. I just did it again. The number of times that I muscle memory have typed like,
something's happening again.
Yeah, something's happening, but just keep typing like 49 or like 39 or 390 instead of 3.9 cents. Gotta get back to that.
Yeah, that's honestly, I mean, I know it sounds silly, but that is part of the reason why I don't like trading those names.
So many times today.
I can't deal with like the price differences. So just right here on Perplexity, I went to Perplexity to find out a little bit more here. So here it was here, and I don't know, I don't want to step on Adaira's toes if she is doing something, but I just wanted, because people were asking, it is what Adaira had mentioned before, obviously. I just wanted to look it up to see the dates. January 3rd of 2001, we did go 14%. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Adaira. So just in my ear, Adaira is working on something, obviously. I mean, she's killing this right now. Right. This is not even going to be in the top 3. I mean, well, let's hope that it does. The funny thing is we went 10% in December. So the reason, again, it's going to be tough because there's just so much in the NASDAQ now. Like it's like almost like the law of large numbers, where you just get now, back in 2000, the NASDAQ, although it was still the NASDAQ 100, I assume the weightings of the Apples and the Microsofts and all that in the world probably were a little bit bigger than where they were today. And if not, some of those smaller NASDAQ names really would have, probably moved up much more than 20%, like on a Palantir.
It's been such a fucking interesting day today, dude. It's fucking insane.
It takes a little while to get through all of that, but again, now today we have many more hedge funds and algos and all that can definitely help push this market basically wherever they want. So again, a big congratulations today to everybody, man. I mean, this was an alarm kind of a day, that is for sure, as we sit here and celebrate trading at Trader TV Live. So I also want to do a big shout out to everybody that's been super chatting there. Thank you, Luis, for sure. You guys are awesome. Just had the biggest win in your trading experience. Thanks. Well, this is past now, but thanks, Joe, for all your insight. So thank you, Joe, for all of that. And thank you for everybody else for contributing again to the Trader TV Live program, right? So, all right, like I'm still long the NASDAQ. Just for you guys know, I only have 10% left. We exited out of so many up here. I'm almost thinking that like we were going to fade out today and not be up 10%, but now that I've seen those numbers, it's not like, obviously it's an oddity that we're up this much, but we could still go higher. And who wants to go short?
Shout out in the chat for pointing out when I said if you're a stock that's at the lows or under view up or weak or down today, you should be taking note of that. McDonald's just went red.
What? That was the name I talked about last night.
So, I mean, I guess maybe you could think maybe this has something to do with it was a good solid defensive name that hadn't fallen as much as everything else. So people that might have been wanting to hide in it or just selling it to put it into something else. I don't know. Like this seems. Usually my thought is if you're weak today, then it should be a sell until proven otherwise. But I have a hard time feeling that way about.
You think the same thing will happen in 90 days?
If everything is okay.
I think something similar will happen in 90 days.
Let's go to it there. But I can't get behind thinking that this one's a sell.
Might be news there.
Maybe there's news.
I couldn't find any news in McDonald's, but there's a different reason I had to do this call. It has to do with the overall market. As we know, Goldman Sachs is one of many investment banks basically saying that there could be a chance of a recession. In fact, they were actually increasing their odds of a recession recently. Now they have officially rescinded their call for a recession after Donald Trump decided to pause tariffs for 90 days. So again, Goldman Sachs rescinding their recession call. And back to you.
Well, thank you so much to Long This. Shout out to Canada because, yeah, this is so true. The last time I remember drinking Moosehead was a hell of a long time ago. So thank you to Long This. It was my favorite beer in middle school. So I'm going to say likewise.
Wow.
Obviously, he's saying middle school. I mean, I wasn't drinking in middle school, but shout out to Long This who was. So there it is, man. He is. Or she is the GOAT. So thank you to Long This for sure, and Luis. And then thank you to Luis as well there saying about camaraderie. I mean, that's what we're trying to build here is this relationship with everybody there in the chat. And we really respect many of you. And you guys
I fucking like these guys.
Calling out.
What do you think about these guys? The ones that are talking. Do you like them or do you don't like them?
All right, like obviously the screeners are going nuts right now as everything is just marching higher. It's funny because what screeners are screaming. That's a good one there, my guy. Fabian on fire over there.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say.
They okay.
You know, the important thing here.
They're entertaining.
They're
all over the news and
Starbucks.
shit.
Before I get off track a little bit there, Starbucks with a nice move today. I mean, you
A little cookie, but okay.
These other names that are potentially strong in China, maybe the retail names as well. On not the retail, but on the food side of things, there's nice move up there for Starbucks. Starting to go as well. Is Chipotle doing anything? I mean, I don't think these guys are in China, but yeah, there he is, another 10%. So yeah,
Chipotle's up 10%. Holy shit!
Everything up 10. You might be right about looking for things that just aren't.
Apple's getting hit a little bit here.
Yeah, the market's
starting to lose. But I look over. Look, Apple maybe should have gone short on that trend break, but you know. I'm still looking for a re-entry into IBIT because I don't want to give up on the notion. The trend is so far to the long side. There's only like a splattering. Okay, now Amazon's starting to lose its trend as well. So you've got Apple losing trend, Amazon losing trend, Nvidia matters more. Like these charts are pretty much the same thing. It's on the trend. I'd much rather it just get people out and squeeze the top, because then you get like a continuation type play going into power hour. But if we're going to resolve lower, I don't know that NVIDIA would be the one that I would want to fight. I think you want something which is a little bit weaker than that. So if we are losing that trend line, I'm going to go over and see if Apple isn't going to give you some kind of an entry. Apple, that's going to be too late. What about Pfizer? Pfizer was something that, Pfizer was something that was in part of the short plan already. It's not at a horrible price in here. Yeah, it seems like we're coming back in. I should take some kind of a shot. But that's the thing, like a market, I don't know, you have a day like today and you're like, you don't necessarily want to fight that trend. Normally it would have been all like an automatic shot when it broke the trend line 5-6 minutes ago. But today, not gonna lie, didn't want to take that short. But we're gonna go for it now. We have to, pretty much have to, because everything is breaking trend at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out myself here as we go. I just got some out there on the 50-period moving average here, on the futures. So I feel like that might be the right thing to do, is just kind of sit here and maybe just trade the futures and wait for that dramatic move one way or the other. And it looks like we are going to get it. Well, we've already had it, but it looks like we may get some more here. I was going to look at NVIDIA. I mean, a pretty good signature here at 113. We've sort of, that's one of the Joe's words there. It's looking decent for a top. You know, all the market here, it looks like we could, you know, again, if you like the short right now, you could go 111.50 and give it to 113, $1.50. You know, you definitely could.
Maybe you put it too high.
I would think back down as well, if that does hit you. So that's not a bad play. And even if we break the 200-period moving average, the 50-period moving average, that's still a go spot. I still think that there is some opportunities here to maybe go short. Well, watch, the futures are starting to break lower. So I just got out. I'm going to exit. I'm going to exit it all. I'm just going to exit it all. So I just got out of it all. I mean, it's a good trade. I mean, I feel like we had diamond hands there. I mean, we made $2 on the majority of those shares. So I feel pretty good about what we wound up doing there. I don't feel that great because we just talked about the short and we didn't put it on. So yeah, there's NVIDIA now breaking through 111. That marker is 111. So if you're short right now, you could hold that back against NVDA and that level. So we are coming back in on the market. So it wouldn't surprise me if we do wind up going for a little bit of a push here. That 50-period moving average is actually, here I have it on E-signal a little bit better, 111.25. So that's more the exact level here on.
We're about to hit power hour in 15 minutes.
1 minute. 111.25, I think, is where you stop out if you're going to be short on NVIDIA. So good luck, but that's a trade there that someone could take, and I think I'll probably look at that myself.
Yeah, so just first things first, I punched right out of Mullen over there. We'll be flat on it. I was never... I should have scalped it more aggressively, but I wanted to hold it for it to break lows. That was the idea. But it did.
What is power hour?
Power hours at the end of the day, 2 to 3 p.m. Usually a lot of crazy moves happen at that time.
Past him for another quarter of a cent, so it's either hit him or you don't. So we did that. But I looked over, I was scanning what was breaking the trend in the moment, and NVIDIA was gone, Apple was gone, iBit was gone, Pfizer was gone, which I'm still on the offer of, but AMD wasn't. AMD had broken the trend and was still at the top. Now, I'm still going to be skeptical and thinking that 92.
Damn. Yeah.
Actually, that's 91. That's 91. Sorry, I was in my head. I'm like, it's got to be 92, but no, it's actually 91 that is a prior support. So it's either trend break or 91 that we think this can get to. I don't think you're going to VWAP in this situation. I think you throw moves like this, VWAP goes out the window for a trade setup because usually trend break, gap into VWAP. But you have the first dip was at 88.5, and 91 is the big level when you pull out the 15 minutes. So if it gets to that price, I'm out. If we end up setting up a trend on the 3-minute, then I just go down to that trend line on AMD. I still want Pfizer if we can get it.
Price is going up a little bit.
Yeah, Pfizer's very gently breaking this trend line and certainly still has a chance to fill me at some point. So I can still get Pfizer short on any kind of a little bit of a pop here. Trying to get 30s on Pfizer. It's only a couple cents away. Just passive order on this $20 stock.
Yeah, I'm trying to get 111s here on NVIDIA, but I did take a little bit here at 110.70. I mean, remember, we want to play off of the stop's already in 111.30s. If we break that, that's where this 50-period moving average is. We are getting a little bit of a bump up. I was like, damn, man, we missed it, but it's coming back up, so maybe we didn't miss it at all. And this is to be expected. You're going to get some violent moves. But again, as long as our stops are where they are, I was just giving credit to Real Trading for the quotes because the quotes have been pretty awesome. And for right now, you could see, even though with all this volume, I mean, what's the record for NVIDIA volume? I mean, 413 million times $110. I mean, what is Tesla doing now? That could be in the 400s as well. That's only 150 actually. Apple's volume 111. It's 400. Remember on 64 on AMD. So you know you have 8x, 7x or so depending on exactly what we're looking at.
I don't want to force the trade either. I don't want to fucking chase it.
More than any other name. 413 million shares traded on NVDA here today. So we'll hold that short, see if it goes. What's the trade on Palantir? Does anybody 142? I can't really think of anything else that might be there. But anyways, okay. There goes NVIDIA. It's taken upside. We're just trading. Okay, here it goes. Bye-bye. We're going to get stopped out here in 2 seconds. There it goes. Once it breaks. So there we go. That was just similar to what Neil was saying. We're just trying. Like for me to lose on that trade, we lost 13 cents, something like that on that trade. We got out at 28s off. So we lost 30 cents on that trade. Not bad at all, but there goes NVIDIA. I guess
I just canceled my Neil's restop.
What do we want to do, man? Yeah, NVIDIA's biggest trade today. Q was the second. I often have a problem joining the party. Yeah. Like we made back a decent amount on the Qs, that's for sure. Going long there, but at the end of the day, you know, we're underneath the 50-period moving average, so I kind of feel that the short could be something if we do respect the lines that we normally draw. I just don't know. Today you got to sort of respect a little more than that because the market is a little different today.
No, this is a completely unique day. Like anybody that says they've seen something like this, no, you haven't. And I'm just being real. We've been trading for over 03, so like 20, well, you're a year longer, but 22, 23 years. And
this should be expected.
No, we've seen the market move on headlines. But
no, Fabian mentioned to me, would it be considered a black swan?
A black swan?
That's what you might have heard me say. I said no because I think it was something that could have been expected.
Right. Like a black swan can't be something that in the back of your mind, in the back of our minds, you know that Trump can tweet something that will move the market. We've been saying if he says there's a relief or there's deals, the market could move. How much it moved and what was happening before it is what's a little bit unprecedented about it. It's just the way that it happened, the time of day, all of that kind of stuff. But I don't know that you can call it a black swan when everyone's been sitting around waiting for something like this to happen, for the shoe to drop. And I feel, you know, there's some shorts that, there's probably some shorts that were really, really happy and had been doing very, very well today that got unwound a heck of a lot faster than they expected to, and that's a big portion of what happened here. And then you would have just had cascading liquidation.
Wow, hour, please push it up. I could get in this shit.
Probably were in the money. Like if you were short AMD forever, it's not like it's out of the money or anything.
I think that's what Joe was saying. Like he had a good trade on there.
Yeah,
and like I said, I didn't hear what he had said, but just thinking about what he was saying.
Wow, what a bid! Oh, give me a break.
Yeah, we just
I'm just gonna.
We're trying to go short, so we are going to be short here the TQs just because we are at that 50-period moving average. But I said this is a completely different day right now, so I don't. We're going to get stopped out if it breaks 60. That's it, man. We want to stay in the pocket as much as we can today and not blow out our account because we're thinking that this market's overdone to the upside. There is no ups. There is no overdone anywhere. Because the damage in the NASDAQ has been down 30-something%, right? Top to bottom. I mean, we could look it up. And, you know, at the end of the day, this little 10% move up is, you know, something to be respected for sure. So we're going to have to wait to see where, you know, the tariffs land and what's going on with all of this. But again, you know, that pause, the talk with China, it's all good. It's all good news. This could be a multi-day event. So, yeah, we're just trying to scalp out right now. We're low 50s here. If we can even take 20 handles, like risking 1-to-1 here, then we'll do that. But right now, man, we are like, again, another tweet, another story, another break away from up or down 5% from here, right? I mean, there's more to come, that is for sure. And it looks like the bid's getting supported here as well. So we're short right here, right now, giving it about up to $50.30.
Okay.
So just giving
going
it
up,
a
it's going up. I like that.
of the 50-period moving average.
I need
which
you to
it
hit
looks
my
like we're trying to do
1085
right now. So like I said, I think today you can throw all the technical analysis out the window right now and just trade based, there it goes, just trade based on, feel. And right now, I guess the market is just going higher and not really feeling too much other than longs. So
there was So I gotta show you this.
How the hell do you know this?
It didn't just happen.
Oh, I'm looking at it. I have a different monitor.
It did that thing. What happened to my trend line? That's not where it broke trend. It doesn't matter.
This is what I'm looking at my other monitor.
Down from 95, fell into 94. Everything looked like it was just a standard pullback, and then it just starts going sideways. See, sideways, sideways, sideways. The second it broke the prior bar low, like it's about to take this support out and go down. The second it broke the prior bar low, it got bid right back up with a decent sized order. And we're like, well, that's not cool. So we just punch out. Up 20%, usually you don't see bids get caught like that. So I'm in, like the thing I'm still in is gonna be Pfizer, but I'm gonna get out when I see a bid like that. I mean, sometimes you just take profit. You just saw it run to the upside. Like that's a crazy price action you're seeing. No, but they just ran it on AMD, and I'm like, I gotta get out of that. Not gonna let it go back to where we got in. But yeah, Pfizer will still be in. Next out's gonna be 22.10. But I can tell you, everybody, that if you're looking for unbeatable odds on the biggest games or the biggest tournaments like the Masters this weekend, switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform, where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. You trade your book. You have your own picking strategy in real time. Bid, ask, swipe the book if you want to. Swipe it, arbitrage, all those things that you want. The best odds you can secure. Track the action. And what?
We have the wrong ad on the screen.
Oh, that's my bad. But remember, at ProfitX, you can use Trader TV, the code, to get 2% cash back up to $300. And of course, the Masters is starting this weekend. We said we're going to do some kind of a pool. We're going to slap something on the Leafs tonight because they have a big game.
We got distracted with that pool, man.
It is what it is.
I didn't even get a chance to look it up in the midday.
We'll get there. We were supposed to, but then everything happened when the market obviously took everyone's attention away. So we just had a little bit of a dip back.
Yeah, that was good.
We just finished. Was showing AMD that it's not even back to where it was before. There's still somebody trying to buy it up at the 94 level. So it did give 95 to 94. We'll take that. But anything that held trend that didn't get bought up just now, I like a little bit better. So I'm going to stay looking short on this little. You can't even tell really that there was that much of a hump there, but there was a nice little bounce, lower highs getting put in. That still feels like it's going to be good. We got it on the pop here on Pfizer. And if we can get down into like 20, I'm thinking 21.8, because that's where it bounced when I was shorted on the initial move, and it bounced twice. So 21.80 is the ultimate target. I'm going to put a bid in there right now.
All right, we shorted. I mean, we got ran on the Qs, and then we shorted again. We're going to be flat. We're not. I mean, we're up now. We're up 50 cents on this trade, but we just lost 30 cents, and we've been scalping it out. So right now we're in the money net overall, but we're not out. So I'm actually waiting for 70s. Goldman Sachs just came out and said now 45% chance of a recession. That still sounds like a high percent chance there for a recession. They were at 65. So I just heard that in my ear from Benzinga. They're wasted. Yeah, that's what I feel like right now. But yeah, it seems like there is. Get down into 60s, man. Get down. I'm gonna take another piece out right here. I'm just scalping this out again. Like I've been wrong already. Come on, give me those 69s. That's gonna be $1. I mean, like this is what we talk. Get it. Let's see. Anyways, at the end of the day, this is the risk management that I think everybody. We all have risk management on the floor here, but it's getting stopped out, and we told you it was 30 cents, right? And then hitting that short back, and then getting this back in, and now trying to take profit. So we're going to be up net on these two trades, but I do understand that it's very sloppy because some of you can't do that. Here we go. We're still in 40% of this. Get that down right now. So now we're starting to go again, man. We're starting to cook a little bit here on the short, and I just. Again, I wonder. That's why I asked Neil the question. That's why we ponder it here, because it's when people look at their accounts, and I was like really surprised that JP Morgan got all the way back up. ARM, things like that. Like if you were able to buy some of these stocks a little bit lower, guess what? You're not out until you do what?
Sell.
Cover, yeah, sell. And
cover.
Either way, right? So yeah, sell, exactly. So until you sell your longs or cover these longs, then you're not out. So like right now, there could be some pressure, and I don't know. It's not. This is just. I'm just speaking. Like I don't know if this is actually happening or not. But there could be some pressure on some longs right now to potentially get out and see what the evening brings here, because we still have the Chinese market to open up obviously later tonight, and we'll get a response.
You think Blue Ocean will move tonight?
No, never.
Yeah, like if anyone that trades Blue Ocean, I'm suspecting you're going to see some pretty good action in the overnight markets for sure. And a shout out to Ahmed, a few other people. Like there's, yes,
Donald Pump.
Like we can all do the hindsight game, and I'll slap the fail on myself because I think the first place we're looking for a short was Apple. Didn't pull the trigger, but you just have to move on to the next. You pick your spots, and at the time that Apple was looking like the good short, I kind of liked the continuation long on IBIT, so that's where you went, and you can win on that trade and realize you should have been better doing something else, but that's something you do in your review. In the moment, you've got to pick something as a trader, and you got to go do that, and you can't always. Hindsight's great for like refining your trades after the fact, like what opportunities are A+ and which ones are B, like that kind of a thing. So obviously, Apple in hindsight looks pretty good, but you have to move on to whatever is going to be the next. I just want to point out this that McDonald's thing. Yeah, McDonald's. So this, I think it's just a correlation deal because as we made the high in the market and did this little bit of a pullback, McDonald's all of a sudden started bouncing. So it does seem as if like a defensive name like McDonald's was just getting treated as a take. Like it spiked with everything else, and then all of a sudden it started going counter trend. So I guess the relief rally because the algos pull the offer. And when I tell you the algos pull the offer everywhere, they pull the offer on things that don't move. That's the best way to think about it. People were pulling offers and squeezing on everything while it was happening, and now you just have the correlation going back and forth. So I'd suspect if the market catches a bid and runs higher, you might actually see McDonald's retrace to the low.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get in.
Just got another bid on Pfizer. Yeah, now we're starting to go. We just got down past 22.10. My out is going to be 21.8 here on Pfizer. So we got our one in, and we're going to look for the target down here, 21.8, where the support was before. I'm not thinking VWAP on anything.
All right, so, Obi and I were talking about this before because as I mentioned to you, he's trading more of the futures now, and it was just like I was telling him, when you're trading the TQs or the Qs or any stock really, it's just the sandbox is so big. Like you can take an unlimited amount of shares pretty much at any level because it's all algos, right? And so it's just like you look back over, and when this kind of move happens, you have to start, in my opinion anyways, look to scale out and possibly even use less shares. On some stocks you want to use more shares. On other stocks, there it is, the hour of power. Wow, here we go. Okay, Neil. Now we are starting to get into some business now as the market pushes back. And again, remember we said this, like we were going to sit here, we were going to talk about why. And the thing is, what's up, Sharif? Not much, just chilling out. You know how we do. But just not used to seeing you here. Oh, okay. But at the end of the day, what I was saying is it's nice to see when we talked about why we were short, potentially people seeing this. I even just looked in my account. Honestly, I had to look at, I'm not going to be selling anything, but I think that's what a lot of people are doing. Checking their accounts. How much have we made back? Can I get out alive right now? And that's what because think about this.
Push up.
The market's bouncing, great. What is the next lever that can be pulled, right? We were all waiting for this. So now it's here. It's like the Super Bowl. So we're waiting for the Super Bowl. The game is like in the third quarter. I don't know. Like, what is the next?
Come on,
what
please fill it. Please fill it a power hour.
Bringing off the hook potentially there, and maybe we can get announced that yes, not only has this tariff pause helped, the markets, but also helping other countries realize that the States is serious, and maybe there is some negotiations to be had. All right, what's up, Ozan? Ask me who sold the top Tesla calls. Good job there. And I think that's what, so shout out to Ozan right there. Or anybody there. I mean, if you're going to be running options today, it's probably fantastic.
Oh, I can only imagine.
To write and receive premium. So there we go, man. Yeah, if you
the
sold
volatility on this.
Big uptrend. Let's go.
I'm just going to hold these futures maybe until the end of the day.
What is it? I just realized there's that Veru's going again, and I gotta move
Let's
back.
go.
Oh, I make that. Veru is that's a stock that we have like some running inside jokes on, but it's Vero that is trying to go again. I'd be a little. See, this is.
Did you hit it?
I'd be skeptical.
No, I haven't hit it. I'm not even close, but it's moving.
Where did we even find that?
The 92.5% foul shooter. The man who thinks he can beat me in a race when I'm healthy. The legend himself. What I was trying to get at is If a dead small capper, like a stock that had been trending down in the small cap, is
Let me show you what
catching
I'm
a
trying to
bid, that's one thing I wouldn't necessarily believe too hard in. I wouldn't want to be paying into that kind of a move. That's just my 2 cents. But as we just caught a little bit of a bounce,
1360. I needed to go to 1085 so I could get
I'll
in.
look for the reload at the lower high at 22.3. If we can get that, great. If we can't, then fine. What's the poll here? I just saw the poll come up, so I'm just I'm reading this through. Should market manipulation be legal if everyone can do it?
The higher it goes up,
that question,
price.
I'm gonna say I don't. I'm
The
gonna
lower
say
this
no.
goes.
Not everyone can.
Scary.
Like, there's a big difference between like what do you think the ideal should be, or just because it's not the ideal, should we just accept it? I'm more of a. This is a good friend of ours, both of ours. He had a saying that I now absolutely love, and he said, "Principle is priceless." So it's just like on principle, I have to answer no to that because I don't think it should. I don't think it should be legal, but it doesn't mean I don't acknowledge the way that things are. It's just, principle is priceless. Let's see if we can go to the desk because I think I just heard a call for a dare.
Just be aware here that the market on watch is Donald Trump is making some comments right now. To be clear, he's just having some event here with some race car drivers, so it's not necessarily anything market moving. But of course, if there is any Q&A, there is always a very real chance someone can ask about the market and tariffs. So be cautious here. Trump speaking. I think this is about an hour after he was supposed to begin this event, guys. Back to you.
Nice. Yeah, we also did have the. Neil mentioned the Fed minutes, which don't ask me about things. I have no idea.
Well, I said someone asked me about it in the chat, and you gotta call it
Hour,
like it is.
Went back up.
I didn't even look.
I mean, we weren't even paying attention in normal times.
No, I'll have Benzinga up as the headlines come through, and I'll read or X. I'll have X up, and as they have the headlines come through, recap it. Like I'm just sort of seeing it. I didn't even have it up because all you could look at was what was going on with the volatility in the market. And it's one of those, what are the chances that the Fed did or said anything in their minutes, which sometimes very rarely move the markets that much? What are the chances that it was going to be that big of an event? So I've decided I don't think we're getting 30s here. I might try to take this other lower high in the 20s in front of the quarters on Pfizer. I'm just going to double check IBIT as well, see what's going on with Bitcoin, because we're right back at, well, I know Bitcoin's at 82. I just want to see what's happening with IBIT here. Looks like it's hanging out. Could have shorted this one as well. I'll back away. We'll stick with Pfizer. That seems a little bit more valid over there. What else are you guys looking at? Because it's just, I'm curious. I'm always curious. Like, what was your experience through any of this? Like, did anybody have like a breakout long just sort of set? Because when you look at some of these trades, when I look back in hindsight, one of the things I'm thinking about is when I look at this IBIT, it was trending up into a flat top. So could you have taken this break, or was this the kind of candle? I wasn't at my desk. I was at the big desk doing something. Or were you just rinsed in both directions and then it went higher? Like, what was your experience? Did anyone actually get these breakouts, or did they just rinse everybody in both directions and then go up? And when I say they, I mean the algos by dropping the quote, therefore causing causing that kind of chaos. I don't mean some mythical they. I just mean the price action because of what the algos do.
I think it's a reasonable question to ask. All right, so the futures are making that move back up. So as we had said there, it's going to be a little bit of a volatile day. The only name that I saw that was moving towards anything, and maybe it's just I have to reset my e-signal here, the only alert that I have right now is Apple. That Apple moved down, and okay, so there we go. I just heard Adara panic, said to me, so I'm always a little bit anxious of that. So let's go over to Adara and find out what she's up to.
So the first question that Donald Trump gets here at this racing event is, why did you post "be cool" and then hours later announce these tariffs? He said that he thought people were getting a little too worried, and that's why he posted "be cool." Again, there have been some concerns here about potential market manipulation, given the fact that Donald Trump posted "be cool" and this is a great time to buy, both within minutes of the stock market opening, and then rallies the market here after announcing a 90-day pause on tariffs. That's the first question here, just worth noting. I will let you guys know if anything else of note comes up. Back to you.
Crazy.
Oh man, we just missed, and obviously we always say, not fade plays, but stick with your line. Like, we had just missed that 50-period moving average, man. We're at 30s, it went to 28s. Like, I can't even that's exactly what happened, and we just got missed on that. So we'll play this fade back down in right there, as many people asking many people asking the exact same questions that I was trying to figure out there, and that is where do we lie with all of that? But we'll figure it out. Probably absolutely nowhere. I assume he's allowed to say what he wants and do what he wants, and there's been proof that he's done many things there's really been no ramifications at all for this gentleman. So we'll wait to see what's going on. But yeah,
I love what's in the chat. I saw a few people in there sort of saying that they bought the second they heard the news. I mean, congrats. What I was also getting at is if you were a person that puts in, like when you punch long on a break, you have a stop that goes in right away, maybe with a bracket order, you do it manually. I just fear that almost everything ran in both directions at that moment. And we've seen that oftentimes where you'll see that phenomenon a lot, maybe not so much anymore. It used to happen rampantly around economic numbers, where before it would go in a direction, there was a tendency for it to run both directions, the obvious stops, and then go. That's so you can shake out all the traders and then go the way they want it to. And again, it is what it is. There's that Trump presser happening, so I think you want to keep things a little bit tight to the vest. I reloaded on a lower high here, so I'm going to maybe stick to the rule, which is if this is trending back down, the prior bar is all the way at break even. I don't know that I want to give it all the way to that. So I'll give it to the top of this trend line and just give it to 30. So with the reload, my price
looks like it has a lot of support. So I might
keep it tight to the vest this afternoon a little bit more. That's just the way I want to respect it. So for now, we're trending down a little bit here. And let's see if we can maybe work this back into 21.80. Dan McIsaac, the first candle was down. It definitely hit stops before running up. That's all. Look, obviously that's nasty, but that's actually better than breaking the top and then breaking the bottom and then going. Because at least it means that if you had the breakout, you were clean. I just wasn't sure which happened first because, as I said, I wasn't at my desk.
Is that good for you?
Yes. I needed to go up. Like if the price goes up, the bid goes down.
Got stopped out, as you can see here. Thankfully,
the higher it goes,
it's just one of those like
the lower this
to be
goes.
up on a stock like Vibez.
I needed to get to 1085 so I could get in.
Use stops. I know we've had traders say that. I know traders that don't use stop orders, and they like to. Well, when it gets to this area, I want to make a decision and all that good stuff. In this environment, especially with what we have the phenomenon with any headline can move the market like this, I think you want to have some hard stops because you can still say, well, if it gets to this price, I'll make a decision, but have a hard stop just protecting your butt back there so that you don't take some kind of an awful unexpected loss. But that's, again, to each their own.
Okay.
I know lots of people that just don't like stop out.
Yeah, the whole market's going now.
Yeah, we're starting to bounce here. So, as I said, I've moved this stop into 30.
Told you
Price is now 27, so we'll risk about 4 or 5 cents on this trade. And if it goes, it goes.
Yep, and I was going to say the same thing right now because we're starting to go right now. We're going to get stopped out if it breaks through 70s right here on our friend, the futures. I just didn't want to interrupt you. I was going to say it's like, you just mentioned stops and perfectly said because, when you have the market like this and it is very headline driven, you may not want to even be trading right now. So I'm just trying to trade off of key levels. Like I said, I'm watching the charts. I'm watching for something to be happening. And right now, it's like I'm short now, and that's it. If this runs 70s, I'm gone. Like we're short here at the 50-period moving average. This has nothing to do with technicals now. This market is basically, obviously, driven now on headlines as we go up and down. And Trump is speaking right now. Yeah, so we have to go to Adair and find out what that's all about.
Is a little infographic here we just posted on X at TTV Research. Here are the top 10 days by percentage gain in NASDAQ history. I have not included today yet, but of course we'll update this tomorrow once we know exactly what today's close was. Here's what's really interesting. There are only 4 years represented on this infographic. 2000, 2001, 2008, and 2020. All of those years are pretty notable with regards to changes in the stock market. Of course, we had the dot-com bubble and the resulting crash here in 2000 and 2001. 2008, of course, the financial crisis. And then 2020, we had the COVID pandemic. So we have to wait and see what happens here with 2025, but it's worth noting all 4 of these years clearly had great highs and great lows for the stock market. I think that's something worth noting and something certainly we might have more info.
There's so many fucking sellers out there.
It's pretty interesting stuff, but you can check this out on X at TTV Research. Also, we still have comments coming out here from Donald Trump at this racing event. People continue to ask him about tariffs. He does believe a deal can be struck with China, and he said that basically he was handed a sick country and it's going to take time to fix this country, and that includes the economy. Back to you.
Well, we know it's going to take time, and, we've got nothing but time, of course, as we're here every single day. We want to thank everybody for staying with us, watching us, and supporting the channel, and thank you so much for that run of Super Chats there on the midday. We want to say a big shout-out to everybody that participated there, and thank you so much for all of that. All right, man, we know the play here, and it's just going to be wait and see. If there's any stocks you guys want us to talk about, let's just do that real quick because... Okay, so I just want to look at this fat pipe. Halted a bunch of times. I was just interested in it just to see what was going on. Newsmax was another name that's been pretty hot for a while. $32, $33 right now, and not really doing too much. So,
very close,
yeah, everybody else, like, just, stay as nimble as you can today. Uber's a stock that I've been buying in the mid-60s, of course, and now it's mid-70s. So that's, or I guess so, kind of low 70s. So that's had a nice move up there today as well, 11%. Futures now just took the 50-period moving average. So here we go, man. Like I said, when Trump speaks, man, we better all listen. So right now, Adair's going to break all the news for us. But there goes those futures one last time, up and out. So, yeah, we tried the 50-period moving average, and now out once it breaks that 60 level, as we had said. So, yeah, man.
I just don't want to be short while he's talking.
Yeah, thank you so much to Ali as well. Okay, we can ask this to Adair. I actually asked Adair yesterday about these glasses, so need to know where Adair got the glasses.
Cool.
What a wild day. Let's go. So, thank you so much.
Come on, baby. 1085.
I just got them from my
price for now is at 11.
Prescription glasses. I have really, really bad vision. You're going to be seeing more of these.
I like just how huge those glasses are. I think they're pretty cool. So shout out to her. I
actually
talked about it on the recap show.
Oh, yeah.
She's contacts her glasses.
Yeah, well, that's
if you're gonna have one, you might as well have fashionable. Yeah, yes.
When I was a kid,
Order filled.
My dad
Order
had
filled.
contacts. He used to wear glasses all the time.
Order got filled.
I remember this was true because he told us this after the fact that both my brother and I told him you need to get rid of those.
What is spy?
Wear glasses again.
Damn.
Apparently, we were so accustomed. We were really young. We were so accustomed to him being in glasses that we didn't like it. It's that change thing. It's like you don't look the same, Dad. But I want to shout. We got another super chat in here, so I want to make sure we got this. Tommy Joe in the chat.
Order
appreciate
filled.
you. Make
Buy
some.
index. I told you.
I meant to do that.
Look at the market going again.
Wow. Yeah, market's trying to go. No, you're just saying make some Palantir plays. I'm not forcing anything in Power Hour today.
There's my play.
Right now, it's been a good day today. At the end of the day,
Are you saying failed?
Some of these moves. I think
index
when off the podium,
order was
then
filled.
We maybe look for some standard plays. I thought there was going to be a good.
Current price
1080, revert on some of these.
1070.
Didn't really follow through.
I bought it at 1085.
Resistance, if and when
now because I put the bet against the market, I put.
Is that good?
He makes one kind
of. Good.
He makes one.
I need the market to go down now so I can make money. But it doesn't have to be today. I have to like 421.
One direction or the other. So let's. I just think be patient. You have the imbalances coming in about 30 minutes or so, so you're into that last little salvo on the day. But let's go over to Adara at the desk and take care of
I made a trade.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ.
I think that's about
WorkSport ticker WKSP. WorkSport's a US-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you are on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay.
What is
NVIDIA's 112 right now. It's high. We had mentioned, trading through that break right there. We didn't do anything with it, but yeah. 113, 114. Let's check in on some of the ETFs here. So if you want to just quickly look, we've been talking forever, but Bitcoin back up to 82,000, so that's really nice. Here is Sector Watch. Again, this is not going to be like, crazy sector watch or anything like that, but let's just go over just real quickly here as I keep on hitting refresh and make sure, because last time we didn't have the right numbers here. But look at this, man. Here's the S&P information technology. Let's just call it the NASDAQ. Up 11.7%, followed by consumer discretionary, 9. Comm services, 8. Industrials, 8. Everything, 8, 8, 8. As we get back down here, consumer staples, only 4%. S&P healthcare, so we saw them getting clocked before. Nice move there. What is the worst of the worst today? Yeah, it looks like it's utilities and healthcare. So out of all of these, man, I just sorted by availability there, 3.29% for the S&P utilities. So yeah, really, really great day there across the market in general. It's not really discriminating today, is it? Everything making moves higher. So, all right, Tesla, I have to refresh my eSignal account. I just realized that I think it got...
Donald Trump
Go ahead. Okay, so just from Sharif here, he's hearing this. Certain companies could get exempt from these tariffs in the next couple of days. So when we're looking at that, obviously you look right at Tesla because he's boys. And Adara has the story. So I go right over to GM, but let's see what Adara has to say.
Yeah, that was the story I was going to do there. So basically what happens here is Donald Trump is saying that he will take a look at exempting some U.S. companies as time goes by. So there's really no clarity in the timing of this or if it will happen. He also added a little bit more insight into the timing of what's happening here with regards to this tariff announcement. He posted about this earlier on Truth Social as well, but he did clarify that he watched Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of JP Morgan, on Fox this morning and said that Jamie Dimon said, quote, something had to be done. So interesting. We'll have to wait and see if this actually played a role in his decision, but the timing of this is pretty interesting. He posted about the Jamie Dimon interview just about less than an hour before the Be Cool, and this is a great time to buy post. So interesting insight there on Trump's Truth Social post and what that might reveal of the timing of his tariff announcements. Back to you.
Mentioned. Okay. All right. Fabian, give me a second here because I want to make sure we do it properly. Okay, so just real quickly here, he's done. What does that mean? He's off the podium or he's off?
Yep.
Okay, so if he's gone right now, then we're going to figure this out right here at 51.30, 51.40, coming through again right now. So there it is, 51.62. Okay, so that's the high of the cues right now. And if he's going to be gone and done speaking, I do wonder if now maybe the short may eventually work. I just don't want any more headlines coming in. We can't guarantee that. So maybe hands off is the right thing. That's why I was like looking for some names, and that's why I'm trying to refresh some of these alerts as we go. Yeah, possible short into the high of the day. What is Apple doing? I don't think the problems at Apple are fixed by any stretch of the imaginations here because, wow, actually the 1 minute chart, no wonder Apple was triggering on my report there. Like down into 185, now back up to 190, 192, 193, 194. Okay, Apple. You know, why is it Apple right now against this level? Upside right now. I guess rumors abound that, you know, China is going to get, or Vietnam, or somebody here where Apple's producing, India, all these countries maybe get that little bonus. I mean, Tim Cook was probably like, yo, my guy, about a month ago, I told you how much we're investing into the United States. Why are you wiping out $900 billion out of our market cap right there? But there it goes, man. It might move up to 193 right now for Apple.
That's insane. I don't even know what is going on with Apple right now. Look, a couple of people were asking about the early look imbalances. I put them in the chat there. FXI, UiPath are the ones that are going. But Apple is going absolutely ham. That's, to me, that's not the one that I want to fade. When I'm seeing that kind of price action in Power Hour, it's got to show you something very distinct. And the high is $1.50 from here. So even if you're thinking about it, then you wait till it gets into that price. But what I did notice, for myself at least, is in that push back up, ES, NASDAQ, back at the high of the day, Pfizer's it's still making a lower high. So I think this is relatively weak. I'm making another shot and we curl here. Give me the stock that's not breaking the high of the day when the market is, if you're trying to take a short. Everything else is just screaming to the high side, to the upside on Apple. And it was at 93 a second ago. I flipped away. It's now at that 95 already. And it's still going nuts. Like if you look at the tape, it is complete insanity through that tape. It did
oh shit, that player.
Give me the stock that's not making the highs. That's the one I want to try and grab here. But Apple just blew through 95 half. Actually, we just tested 96.
Trump is still speaking.
Give it that. I see him shaking hands on that TV. Oh, that's delayed? Gotcha. Sorry, we had a TV to our right, and so everyone's saying he's done. I'm like, oh, he's wrapping it up, and I just still saw him talking. Yeah, that's, obviously I could just take it.
He's so scared of Trump.
What is that?
This guy, I don't know. I think his ringtone is like Van Halen or something.
He's watching TikTok.
He's always watching TikTok. Okay, I feel that. He's like, yeah, TikTok ain't getting banned anymore, my guy. All right, we just got small trade there on Apple, but we are blasting now on Apple. Okay.
Apple boy, crazy dude. Holy shit.
Like, I thought maybe that last one was the high, but. Oh, they just confirmed some sort of.
Listen, I've been training all day, so it's about time that we do some fighting.
My name is Ray, and we have a job to do.
Opportunist.
Let's do this then. Tired of staring at charts all day? What if a robot?
This is your champion.
Trade for you. Meet 4X Vim. 4X Vim is an AI-powered trading bot that scans markets 24/7, executes trades automatically, and even manages risks for you. No emotion, that'd be good. No guesswork, just precision trading on autopilot. It works on MT4, specializes in gold trading, XAU versus and USD, so that's the 4X code there, and comes with an easy setup and great customer
Here we go,
support.
ready
So
up.
If you want stress-free trading, try 4X Vim today. Visit 4X Vim, that's VIM, 4xvim.com, or click the link in the description box below. So, yeah. Well, I mean, as we come back, I noticed that we did get stopped out at 197, so that was good. As Apple goes in, yeah. We went short. Well, we actually weren't that bad. Anyways, at the end of the day, the short is not what's printing right now. I wonder what is going on with these imbalances.
Got extra supplies here. No need to thank me, but you should.
Could they get nasty? They're not even that.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Apple.
Attention.
Lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
You are now up to 190.
First blood. Someone's having fun already.
The last time I saw Apple do this was on the December imbalance when it ran like a bat out of you-know-what into the imbalance and then did a flush. So, but it's only 325, but that's completely insane what's going on there in Apple. This is, you're right, this is
standard stock here.
Utter,
Level 3.
Utter nonsense.
That's for me.
Harvesters are now available.
Like even,
My ultimate's good to go.
Yeah, we're not doing too much damage, but we did short. Yeah, I'm just trying to do something. Well, Apple just dropped $2. Like, we get stopped out there. That's great. Well, yeah, now it's right back to 197 all of a sudden. So we took something out there at 60 on NVIDIA. We went short basically right here, where we are right now, against that high of 113.30s. Will NVIDIA run that top? Yeah, I thought maybe volume was increasing a little bit, which it was, and we sort of lost some of those bid profiles there on the volume, but I don't know. It doesn't look like that's going to be. Like, notice what I'm trying to do is just trying to break the top here, catch something to go down, and then if we don't catch it, fine. Like, we can get stopped out and basically without even blinking and not even worry too much about it. So we're right here right now. We're to stop for NVIDIA has to go out at the end of the day. So 113.50.
There's a new kill leader making things messy.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Its march higher. This is going to look silly, all these shorts, but I just think the risk right now is, with the NASDAQ up 12%, it's going to be the second largest day in history if we close right now. The only day higher was 2001.
Attention. Delivery care package.
The market was
Voila,
much different.
extra supplies right here. Shield battery here.
We'll have to wait to see where we go
Care
now. Good
package over
short
there.
happening for NVIDIA. Let's just cover something here in the 80s as NVIDIA making dreams come true today for the long. We're just trying to make it happen for the short right now. We're just making a little bit back, man. We're just scalping this out.
Backpack here.
We're just
Level
scalping
2.
this out now. We're looking for a bigger move. Maybe we can get that. Let's put something a little bit lower here. See if we can make some money on this short. There's Apple pulling back in as well. So we're right now short NVIDIA 113.15. We'll see if we can do something on that right now. Bidding 75. See if we can get a little bit more out. Just trying to make back some of that blood that we had created with the shorts earlier. We'll wait to see into the close. Now it's only 3:30. There's much more to come here in today's market, Neil, as I don't need to tell you that.
Which is complete and utter craziness. I can't believe AMD got back to 22%.
Care package over there.
Went right back into the high of the day. It's down
Level 2.
At 96. I jumped into that short. I want to give a big shout out to, thank you very much, Longness, for the super chat. Apple just paid all your super chats today.
Yep.
Trader TV is cheaper than Benzinga. Well, Benzinga
Got one here.
is something.
Getting shot at.
Full back landing, please.
That's what we're here
I've been
for.
scared.
It's not about
My shield's
what is
recharge.
happening tomorrow.
Got a
or
void
what
nexus here.
can be. We talk
Use
about
it.
things like that too.
Getting hurt
But it's
over
about
here.
what's happening right
Opening
now.
fire.
Like what's moving. Make
I've
sure we
upgraded.
get news in real time.
Reloading.
And make whatever decision you got based on that.
Broken enemy
Like
shield.
today, you really want to keep your head on a swivel and your ear to the ground and all that good stuff. And
Enemy shield broken.
just throw in
Reloading.
whatever,
Enemy over there.
fun factor pun you want to say.
Frag out. Enemy shield broken.
I always get a fade.
Reloading.
I don't know why I don't have a fade. Everybody got to shoot a new one except for me.
Getting shot at.
Just one quick
Enemy
one. I
shield
did jump
cracked.
in.
Recharging my
It's
shield.
not a
Got
big
one
deal, it's
spotted.
just I would love to
Reloading.
shoot a new one. That's been the thing.
Enemy shield cracked.
I've been down.
I'm looking forward
Moving with the void nexus.
Enemy shield cracked.
I want to do some kind
Reloading.
of a movie theme again. I just don't really know. I love the A team. We'll think of something else. But I did
set the
just get
portal.
stopped out of 5.
Use this void nexus.
Using our void nexus.
Wish these felt less. 1 second, we got this.
Using the void nexus. Hoping I don't puke. Giving my shield to recharge.
Need to recharge my shield. That is possible. Down. Van to the hostile. Sending out a decoy. Using the decoy escape.
No. So I went to the.
Yeah, I'm getting shot at. Down to enemy. Bad news, I'm down.
Hostile flying.
A hell of a lot of fun. We didn't have any of that chaos. Yeah, he would have loved it. My kids said, oh man, I want to
My
go
shields
back.
are low.
Yeah, that stuff.
Or to recharge them, I guess. Recharging shield.
There's really good to watch it. That's all. My daughter, at the end of the movie, my daughter said to us,
Using meds.
why were those people making it so we couldn't play? And those people, right? You know, well, okay, let me go back to the second we take one team,
Taking a ride through the void nexus.
like I'd rather
Shit. Ah.
on that stop.
Did you see how great I was? I did all kinds of really amazing moves. Are you listening?
I'm not going to be old man or anything.
Shield cell here.
Rocky Horror Picture Show or go watch The Room, one of those things. I'm down for that audience experience. I actually didn't mind any of that hooting and hollering and clapping. I was pretty cool with it, but there were kids under 10 years old who love Minecraft and were sad. Like one little kid was down. And I'm like, if a 9-year-old kid is complaining,
Over there. Got him on.
There's a problem with
Sí,
that.
por favor.
I'm with you. And I mean, it's for the kids, right?
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
4 kids. Let them have their fun. But I am an old man.
So we'll get the PlayStation. Yeah, Bulls got the 3100 all the way down. So Bulls up 4%. So we did pretty good, man, covering this trade, not just like as in covering the position. So here we go, man. Our stop is at break of 50.
Eventually, everything falls apart, and I'll be there to play with the pieces.
Absolutely run the high right now. So we're short at 21s. This will be a 25-cent hit, but honestly, I could see my net. It's not like we're flat on it.
Never met a problem a dibutyl phthalate compound explosive couldn't fix.
But you know, we've done okay. We only really lost, and I can.
This is your champion.
Nope, I'm on. Soon. I'll show you where basically.
If I had a pick, if Diddy were to fight, we actually
had some good moves down. We haven't that long.
What the fuck is he watching?
It's been fun. That last video actually, it's actually flat on this video. But again, if we just waited for the break of the high of the day, we wouldn't be exactly flat. We'd be down the 98 cents. So I think it's about playing longs right now. These TQs, Nasdaq is now up 12, before I say that, almost 12%. Like, go long, go long, go long. Everything go long. What's first?
Oh, no. Remember I was saying I had that issue with my cold port? It just fixed itself.
Beauty of a view, eh? Let's rock and roll.
Someone just told me, I'm not exact, something that's spiking on volume. I was looking at this. UVXY is down from the open. ARM from the open.
Target landed close by. Intake lab. First blood.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
I feel like a firm continues. I own SoFi shares that if we get to the 50 period, I'm looking to take some.
1 minute. We have significant ground to cover.
I can't say that I don't still own a firm shares. I did back in
Recharging shield.
Get thirsty if you can, so you can grab some.
Some things if I was getting a bounce. I think if you saw it in the 350.
Evo harvesters are now available.
45 seconds. Can you reach the ring in that time?
And then we go back to a little bit of the uncertainty. And why not ring the register? Because if you bought on
Get thirsted, get thirsted. You have to get thirsted, bro.
if we had a 2-day bottom here, it's very reasonable that if this is a stock you were buying, you're in it at 34, 35, 33, like somewhere in there. You get to those 50s. Talking 40, 50% return in a couple
Repairing
of days.
damages.
You know there's going to be profit.
New kill leader. Surely you can take a title from them.
We're looking for something very, very clean that we can find. I just saw Epic Strategy saying what's going on with Tesla, things everything else. 270. Just can't believe we moved
Movement in progress.
But I wasn't even.
We'll be caught outside the ring if we don't.
I'm not buying the 220s again. It just, it didn't feel like remember, 280. It's not a joke. Like 280.
Blade, bullets, or bare hands. One was always going to find you.
And that's what we're tuning into tomorrow. At least it seems like that's what we're seeing.
I was gonna say Apple does Apple have a 200 field, right? I mean, it's high. It's just how soft. Like we want to talk about maybe making it.
Doubling my fun.
What's popping off here? Amazon's at a key level maybe of 190. Right now pulling back in from that as well. Yeah, everything is starting to really get excited here, obviously, as we go. Space now, people, Power 15 is coming apparently. That was from Tesla. Right on the last, I guess.
Ring console here.
PSLA. 270 just got taken out. I mean, Neil was just talking about it, so whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm calling Rivian Randy, or Rivian Randy, that's what it was. I don't know if he bought that with or not, but like today, this key level was 1020. So I think he probably just missed it again, but up to 1170 again, up 9%. There today, so let's see what NVIDIA wants to do up here at 1.
We'll be well positioned here.
What the hell is on his back?
What do you say we move here?
Marked my next location.
Let's do it because
Hell yeah.
if you're looking for levels, if you're looking to up your trading, well, I can lead into it a better way here because I was asked a question in the super chat about a stock, and we'll get into TIVC. And the first thing I did is I pulled it up on eSignal.
New kill.
When you said
New kill leader out there. Wanna go
pull it
getter.
up on eSignal and pull up a weekly chart, and immediately found that this is a habitual reverse split. It's one of those types of names. That's my go-to for it. Make sure I zoom out so you get the straight goods, because I don't swing those things. And I wouldn't take a shot at them, because I just don't believe in them fundamentally. They drop an offering on you, or they reverse split and then they tank again. So you got to be careful. When in doubt, zoom out. If you're going to zoom out in a chart, you might want to do it on a charting platform like
I'm going there.
Where you're going to have
You would be
the
wise to follow.
most reliable data that you can imagine. And
Enemy at that location.
First month is free.
What?
free. Just like Creator TV Live, everybody.
Enemy far off.
Waiving the fee so that you're able to upgrade your trading experience to an elite one. The platform gives you everything. Customizable charts, every indicator you can imagine, backtesting, forward testing, API access, attaching to your broker so you can execute trades in real time. Level 2, imbalance locator,
Not
pretty
so
much
fast.
everything you need.
Time
all
to
in one
bind
platform. Highly reliable and very, very customizable, user-friendly. They've also got good trade support. I know I've used it in the past. Just asking for.
I don't think this is a play.
Might be you don't understand the platform, and make sure that they work for you. It's a good platform, and hey, like I said, the first month is going to be free, so you can take a shot. You can scan the QR code.
They will be bound.
Once I see that reverse split story, chasing it when it's already gone, that's where I was like,
Let's put you in a bind.
you have something like this early. When you're talking about holding on to it or just giving it a chance to run more, that's much different.
Let's go circle. Oh my god.
Being shot at. I've been down.
Got an evac tower, mate.
Heat shield out. Healing.
We're in a fast spot. Put the evac, put the evac.
Airstrike coming down.
Put the evac. Put the evac tower. Put the evac tower. Idiot, bro. You're an actual idiot. Holy shit.
Replicator incoming.
What the fuck you waiting so long for?
LOL.
Hello.
King.
Oh.
What's going on, King?
Nothing much. What are you up to?
I just hopped on Apex. You wanna play?
Okay. Are you in a game?
Yeah, it's about to end. Oh, maybe. It's right.
Okay, so we are trying to buy these dips in NVIDIA now. It looks like this last one may finally work, so let's get a little bit out here and celebrate the fact that we finally got a good buy opportunity here for NVIDIA. So
stock market. See what happens.
Bonds aren't easily broken.
Hmm?
You gotta get thirsty again.
What do you mean you're watching the stock market? Did you invest in something?
I did, yes.
Oh, what did you invest in?
Supplies here. Use them to your
Which one?
advantage.
A level and an upgrade.
Which company? What stock? What did you buy?
Buy.
What? I don't know what that is. I don't know.
It's the
Oh, you okay? Right then.
Thanks to Daddy
Then
Trump, I made thanks today.
Is that so?
Yeah.
How much did you make?
3K.
Let's go.
What?
Oh, you know what we didn't look at here? Let's just see. So
Yeah,
we're
on
now
your side,
at
real
the
time.
money on NVIDIA. Okay, that's I was gonna look at in balance, but you know what? Actually not what I was gonna look at. Sorry, my bad. Was Corey
Respawn beacon there.
was doing today? Up 10%. Okay, so that's a nice move. We were talking about $42. Someone see it looks like we broke way below.
We're inside the next ring. Superior positioning.
Core we've $10 top to bottom. Okay, I have to watch this NVIDIA thing because we just as we continue to go higher up here for NVIDIA, oops, that's not even NVIDIA. We do want to scalp it out.
Care package being delivered. Standing by for care package.
But we need some more. Let's go. Let's see if we get more here into the close. We were talking about the imbalances. What did you notice on?
So two things. One, SPY is 2.4 million to buy, but FXI just doubled up and is now 5.5 million to sell. So FXI at 5.5 to sell.
This ties bind.
10 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. I think it's over 10 million.
Caught like a rat in a trap. Let's put you in a bind.
But FXI is pulling back off these highs a little bit here. So I'm gonna have this up as long as it looks this big. Ideally, it gets bigger than that.
We're third party of this team going for mythic business. I got a Moby. Let's go over here and res. Let's go over here and res.
Moving that way. We're inside the next ring. Superior. Deploy your respawn beacon. The champion fell. They did not deserve the title.
Come to me, bro. You gotta get to me.
Only up 7% FXI. That is. And the market's up 11%.
Bound by my hand. Replicator dropping.
Ready to twist up some
Extra supplies here. Use them to ignore them.
package over there.
Backpack. Extended light magazine here.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying g'day to him.
Get third party this.
Remember, Apple was one of the biggest leaders.
Enemy in the distance. These ties mine.
Just watch our back too.
On the move, on the first pullback that we had,
Enemy at that location. Pitiful. Allowing themselves to be caught.
fell behind or fell in line, if you, for lack of a better term.
They will be
This
bound.
time, I think you look for maybe the same things. If you're in a long, like I'm not in a long, I'm not forcing anything this late in the day. But if you're looking at something where you're holding the bid,
Look at your map.
pull back and then dragged a few things with it. And this
Bloody joker over there.
in the last half hour, 45 minutes.
Looky here, lads. We're inside the ring.
So I'd expect that.
Care package incoming.
In the other direction as well. 13-20 Wolf. I don't trust
These
Standing stock
ties
here.
mine.
Level 2. Reduce the marksman optics, mates.
If you're looking at this, I'm looking at it and saying, you know, there was
Tearing away.
clear direction before. Like now, you're just sort of getting tossed around.
Enemy shield cracked.
There, just getting
Perfect hit.
back and forth. That's not what I'm ever looking at.
These bonds aren't easily broken. Reloading.
Like clean, support and resistance.
Going
We should
there.
try to take that up there if we can.
Like that. You don't have
I just
to
need away from my TP again.
One of the things that would always happen around the trading floor, that we would say, is there's nothing wrong with you
Care package over there.
Ring countdown.
crazy volume events.
Spotted an enemy there.
You had to
Don't
watch
stand in front of my Kraber, please.
Enemy shield cracked.
Don't stand in front of my Kraber, please.
Replicator being delivered.
Block my shot, man. Holy shit. They're gonna res. They're gonna res.
These ties mine.
Stand back. Knuckle clusters firing.
Let's put you in a bind.
They're
Stand back.
resing.
Knuckle clusters firing.
Dude is so damn bossy.
You know it's got to be big.
We're close to the ring.
If you're reporting on
We
a
have
day
1
like today.
minute.
We saw what happened with RH.
If
And
in
they
a
happened to
thermite.
report at the wrong time.
Wait,
But
let's move
tonight,
there.
You don't really have any. I don't think you have anybody of any size.
You guys want to push it?
And I think that's probably a good.
Never mind. We should go there. I got them.
These ties mine.
RH CEO was literally the person on the conference call. When he looked at the stock price, you can go back and watch it. He looked at the stock price.
Go, let's go. We gotta play together though. I need you guys with me. Fuse, you have your ult? Ult the building. Fuse, ult their building.
We have 30 seconds. Prepare.
Donald Trump matters more than
We'll be well positioned there.
and the job.
Ult their building. Ult their building. Ult their building. Ult their building.
Shields.
They're the building, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Give me one shot. Give me one shot. Yeah, keep knuckling. Keep knuckling. Keep knuckling. Keep knuckling. I knocked one. I knocked one.
Down an enemy.
They set.
Knock two. Knock two.
Getting healthy. I'm done.
Are we in circle? I'm gonna carry Moby Pearls just in case. Oh, we're in circle, bro. We win this. We win this. Look at this team right here in the open.
With no way out.
If we don't get our asses in the ring, it's gonna be a bad.
Not so fast. Time to
Really? Almost knocked one.
recharging.
Look at them. They're down below. Use your knuckles. Use your knuckles. Spam the knuckles. Yeah, there you go, baby. That's the baby.
Shields recharging.
No good shooting at me.
150 again. 150.
Shield cracked.
Knuckle clusters firing.
Time to bind you. Throwing frag. Delivering thermite. Thermite out.
Almost knocked that kid. Should we TP on that?
No.
No, maybe not. No, keep high ground. Keep high ground. Yeah. Yeah, we have best positioning, bro. Look at the circle. Oh my
Party's
god.
here to play. Shields recharging.
Taking fire.
What the fuck is this kid doing, dude? We gotta kill that Ash, bro. Ash is ass. Oh yeah, Nexus. If we crack one again, push it, and then we Nexus back. I'm gonna try to knock one.
Recharging my shields.
Found by my hand.
Using a Phoenix kit.
They have to move with me, no? They dash across, dash across. They're below. One's below at least. Team below us.
These bonds, I have caught them. These ties bind.
They're gonna run into each other.
Reload it.
I was gonna say that's the one like Buffalo. I don't prefer the Buffalo.
Enemy shield cracked.
Knocked one, knocked one, knocked one.
Eliminate the enemy.
Nade it.
Looting here.
They're rezzing it.
A second squad. Adjust your strategy.
They're rezzing.
Fucking lost.
Oh, fuck, dude. We get
Behind y'all.
Hold on. Recharging shield.
Through reality.
Enemy shield.
Ring close.
Getting healthy.
Our squad recharging shield. Repairing damages.
Close ring. I'm down.
Fucking bozo. You had one
I
job.
feel bad for not surviving. You weren't really living anyway.
Could have been a Guinness pour, was it? Those pours are pretty.
No, whatever I was doing.
Ah, right. I remember that. No, wasn't the Raptors game that we all went to?
Come on, there's only 10
I have the
seconds.
picture on my Instagram.
I don't know if it was the Raptors. Whatever. I'll find it if I can. With less than 30 seconds to go, FXI.
These bonds aren't easily. Got them. It's coming. Enemy's shield. Cutting the face tear. I'm under fire. Time to bind you.
But at the same
I'm out of energy ammo.
we're just getting on 5% tranches. Wow, what just happened? Oh my God, the imbalances, Neil. We were
4 million to buy on Nvidia, 2 million to buy on Amazon,
boy,
2 million to buy on Broadcom, 2 million to buy on Apple, 2 million to buy on Google.
You want King?
Yeah, they're all buys.
Give me a sec. Oh, your game is done?
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
All buys.
Look at it.
Okay, I've been lost again. Hopefully
there it goes,
it's
man.
fixed fully.
$114.80. We'll stamp $1.80 or $1.50 on that trade, and we still have shares, man. We talked about having half left. There it goes, right back up to the upside. Now we'll have about 25%-ish left as Nvidia just rockets there to the upside. So congratulations anybody that's long today, because you're up 12. The NASDAQ being up 12% is like cuckoo to me a little bit, but whatever, man. We're here to enjoy the ride, and that is for sure. NVIDIA, BAC with a sell. Okay, that's interesting. We are now 1 day away from bank earnings, right? You're going to only be able to trade tomorrow, and then bank earnings will come Friday morning.
That can change.
Google, again, like if you told me Google made it all the way back to 158, I'd be like, what? It was even down that low to begin with. But yeah, Google was down to 140 a couple days ago, now up to 158 as that buy hits the market as well. And man, oh man, there it is. What a great day there. Someone just put Santa Claus in the chat. Yeah, man, this is a Santa Claus rally, it feels like right now. Santa Claus rallies normally last a couple of days. Will this one last more than that? We could possibly go out at the highs of the day, and that generally signals.
Yeah, you gotta hope it's not a 1 day rally. That would be
I could see tomorrow us coming in and being down 2 or 3%, to be honest with you, just because of this. And I think we make it back to green.
Yeah, standard pullback into something and then hold would be fine. I just don't want to see us giving up the gap. That's all. You give up the gap, I think that's
Where's
a really
that winning meme that we had on our Instagram? It's like, now is the time when Trump should say, we have lots of winning.
Yeah, exactly. The one that we hit the key for.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
No, not the dancing one.
I'm joking because I don't have that key
on
my thing. But we can hit this.
My bad.
Or this is more appropriate. That's a pretty good one. And what is this?
I have to mark it green. Is that what
I have a button that says Flintstones, and I don't know what it does. So I'm just going to...
Do it.
I don't know what this does. Oh, it didn't do anything.
Oh, that's what it does.
It didn't do anything. Oh, that's lame.
Do it again.
No, it doesn't do anything.
I know.
What did it do?
He said it's all...
Oh, it's just audio?
So
well, I didn't hear it, so I had no idea what that thing did. How about
200?
Do that? I don't know.
Yeah, bang. NVIDIA right now is rocking 115 on NVIDIA. This was $88 on Monday. It just gained like, I guess we could do the math, but maybe $800 billion today? I don't know. Don't quote me on that. It's probably way off. But there it goes. Huge move to the upside right now. We got to watch Handmaid's Tale episode 2. We watched episode 1 yesterday. Of course, filmed here all throughout Ontario.
You've seen it already.
Got released yesterday.
Huh?
Handmaid's Tale, season 6.
Oh, sorry, new season.
Last season right now. My wife was actually in season 3.
Well, that's why I knew you guys watched it, because...
Yeah, well, she loves the books and everything like that as well, so Handmaid's Tale. But anyways, yeah, that was great. That was pretty good, so we'll wait for 2 and 3. As they I don't know why they released 3 at a time. That seems...
Keep people wanting?
I guess so. Well, why not just do 2?
I don't know, whatever. I haven't
White Lotus is now over. You have not seen it. I wonder
what you've been up to, King?
About that, I do not want to.
Hmm?
I don't want to get
What you been up to?
You haven't even seen the episode. You haven't even seen
Calling my insurance.
No, I've seen 0 of it. I'm finishing
For your phone?
Jackets and then I'm gonna...
No, I mean they're supposed to call me later because of that, because they opened a case of fraud.
You need to watch Silo, trust me. Told you about the story you should read.
You sure your sister doesn't have any phone?
It wants 275.
But no, she has her own phone. Like our accounts are separate.
Not making it up. AMD wants 100. It's up 25%.
And
25%.
I know, but I also had to call my dental insurance, or my dad's, because I'm covered by him.
Trade the pool isn't just a new option for trading; it is a
There's,
new mindset for stock traders.
I probably I sent the pictures, but in the receipt, because the secretary that did it was kind of new, she made a mistake. So she used a liquid corrector, the white thing, over the receipt and wrote down the proper tooth number. The insurance was like, yeah, we can't confirm if it's true or not because of that. Like, someone could have altered the receipt. So now I have to go back to the fucking dentist and ask them to print me another receipt. Because for some reason they can't send that by email. So I need to do that. So annoying. Just because of an incompetent secretary.
Trying to keep an eye on me.
And then just broke 115. It was just, I just got filled at 115 when this thing was at 115.
I am the master of my fate. And yours.
But after the 2 things, I should be done with everything I have to do. Insurance wise.
It just touched 115 and then just goes no thank you. Wiping down there goes NVIDIA. So again, it's 355, so that makes sense. Battery balance must have paired. Also, no, it didn't. It's still good.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the leader. That's me. We're done. Whatever, as long as we win.
There's 2 squads?
Yeah, it's gonna be hot. I guess we land here.
3 squads?
Let's go over there.
Shit, that's a lot of people.
Fuck! Yeah. Wait, one of them is knocked as well.
Last one, Will.
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
First blood.
They're looking for you. They're not there.
Adjusting things. Just cancel some orders in here. like it wasn't at the height of the day.
Attention, Evo harvesters are online.
Oh, let's go.
Broadcom's imbalance is actually bigger. That's not doing 2. Amazon's the same at 2. UMC is still there as a buy. Lamb.
Why are you running away?
Man, this is World War III here.
Because there's 2 fucking teams?
Massive buy imbalances. You don't see anything on the sell side.
Bro, where? Like, what are you talking about?
Anya, there was 2 teams. Did you not see me run through that
Bro,
team?
look at where I'm at. Look at the map, bro. Look at the map.
Ugh, they didn't kill ya? You may heads up, King.
Nah. You should be able to res him, but no, I'm still It's because they knocked us down. They started looting, and they're just fighting.
We're already into the next ring. Are we playing wisely?
Recharging shield.
Man, 113.70. We said we want. Look at this dip buy on Nvidia. We tried it there, and we just
I hear him close.
at the bottom for NVDA. So here we go, man. Another 50 cents. It's 50 cents like it's candy. Like you can lose 50 cents. Like it's the same way. Like I don't know, man. That. It's just so tempting to sit in there and wait for those bigger moves, but there's been so many scalp
Care package being delivered.
both ways. Like I feel like if you
Crafting. I have a friend's banner.
great dip buy opportunities like we just had there. We got out at 115, and then in the very next same minute, we're buying 114. A minute later, we're buying 113. There it goes right now to the top side. Yeah,
Just a sec. Grab that up.
I don't see anyone super close.
We got an Evo harvester here. Cancel it.
Great day trading there. We just got 114. We just got 114.
Choose an upgrade. I'm itching to use it.
We only have a third of this position left. Let's see what happens here. Even after hours, this market could really put on some damage.
Positions marked on your map.
About 30% left now.
There is a new kill leader.
We should go there. I go though.
Take note. There's a new kill leader.
Wait, what the fuck? Why am I running faster when I look at you?
There it goes. We've done many of this today.
Wait, so like, is it because of the character you're playing, or? Oh.
AKA my character.
Thank you for like the record numbers.
So I look faster if you, like, people will run faster if they look towards like scavenger?
Yeah.
I see a ring console over there.
Of you watching right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
I need energy ammo.
Flow going. All right, Miss Adair, it's 30 seconds until your time to shine. There goes Nvidia all the way back up. Can we get to 115? Yes, we can. Again, back to there to the upside. Let's go, Nvidia. Oh, we have Constellation tonight. I don't know why I missed that one. Constellation.
Is it All-Star still good?
With only 10 seconds
Expanded supply bin for expanded opportunities.
What?
Got extra supplies here?
The L-Star?
No, the nerfed it.
Okay.
No, the SMGs are.
SMGs?
Yeah.
Shotgun bolt
The
here.
nerfed the dual.
Level 2.
Okay, well, no matter how you are about to enjoy your evening, have a quick look at some charts and really
Ring console here.
understand that today was just one of those insane days. Andre, there it is. Yeah, check out Worksport, WKSP. Add Worksport to your watch list today. We want to thank them for sponsoring the closing.
Boom! Next ring location on your map.
Thank you to Worksport.
When does it appear in there?
Absolutely wild day. I'm still actually long Nvidia.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who plays this game.
See what happens here in the after hours. But I do have to get some out now, so I'm waiting at 114.75. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. But there it is. Great day today. A lot of topsy-turvy plays. I have over 700 fills today, so I'm going to need...
new kill leader out there to play with.
And we'll see
There's a weapon supply bin here.
It's the recap show. It's Adair. Thanks, Bears.
Got extra supplies here. No need to thank me.
Andre, Fabian, Brendan, Adair, Joe, and every single one of you. That super chat really...
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3. Optics here.
As well.
Mid-range.
Thank everybody for all of that
I'll use
support. And I promise you we'll do something fun to celebrate, the successes of the show. Thank you everybody for making it what it is. Neil and Adara right now on the recap show. See everyone tomorrow.
Wow. Welcome everybody to your Profit X recap show. And it's a sea of green. Sometimes when someone says pause, it's like the best thing and not the other thing. And
Why is he not talking anymore?
if anyone bought the dip, as
This
we're
guy,
gonna
random.
go over, Dara,
I don't
this
know.
was a historical day. Any way you want to cut it.
Oh, gunshots.
Measure it.
Stop?
Yeah, south sounds like it.
Let's go over there. Already in the next ring. I smell victory. Kinda smells like pork chops. Not funny. Watch your heads. Replicator flying in. Survey beacon here. Located enemy positions. Check your map. And you're welcome.
Keep on our left.
Let's make a mess over there.
So, for example, there's only 4 years represented here again today, notwithstanding. 2000, 2001, 2008, 2020. And what's interesting too, a lot of these rallies would actually
Extra supplies here.
days that were on
Remember
the
to share. Ring console here.
That's on that really we'll have like this epic rally day right after having one of the biggest sell-offs. So I think that's really worth noting. There's this thing that's
Boom. Next ring location on your map.
market rally, and I'm seeing some people on X as well warning that could be what we have. Based on my research, I do not think it's impossible. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade.
Let's link up again right here. Let's protect this area like we mean it.
The timing of events is really interesting because if you missed it, this morning on the Open, Donald Trump's first post for us to be cool in all caps, and then says, "This is a great
Shield
time
battery
to
here.
So then, a couple hours later, he's getting posting again on Truth Social, 125% tariffs in China, and an afterthought, he's like, oh, by the way, also 90-day pause on tariffs, and also 10%
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Regardless, though, market rallies on that, and he was funny about this timing during this little event he had with some race car drivers. And
Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy.
Is interesting, and I think this is
He's hurt.
Reloading.
One shot.
She's one shot.
Fuck.
Nice.
Go.
I got it.
Down to 50% left. That's some pretty easy math. Already in the next ring. I smell victory.
Can you jump over? Like you jump before they get the rest?
Smell. Oh well.
What? No, she's dead. She's dead. She was alone.
Oh. Sure, come again. Fuck, don't be on the side. And he might be too.
No teammate is disposable here. Recharging shield. Reinforcing my shield.
Dude, they might be cheating.
If this were a beauty contest,
Unless they're just that good.
What?
you still would have lost.
Why are we pushing through one box?
Bro, they actually don't miss.
Well, let me watch this.
Well, we're right back up to it. We basically
Who's the one that beat me? This guy, the Rave.
It's obviously a fantastic day and not a heck of a lot has changed. I think
A diamond
also the one who killed me.
it might be a little bit distinctly different. For sure.
5 kills?
One thing
Hold
to keep
up.
in mind, hey, Sean Banks at the end of the week.
She has 1,000 damage as well. So like, whoever she shoots, she kills them pretty much instantly.
See what they're saying about the economy, what they think about this release in tariffs.
Root bin restocking complete.
Evac tower here, kiddos.
We filled the gap.
Extended light mag here.
Fucking the way they move like that.
Profit takers at levels like this.
They got all headshots on me when I was running through the side.
For continuation off of
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
it's the kind of place where you can
Damn.
start running away,
Just-
but you want to
It doesn't sound like.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Hostile over there.
A few names that stood out that I think, I don't know, I treat certain things differently from others, and upward trending stocks.
Enemy spotted.
Back over at A&D with the riding trend on the backside. Like, I think when you see a stock like this, that gets to the 50 period, which is more inclined to clear distinct trend line. We bounced off the bottom of the trend. Usually when you have a trend line down, you bounce off the top, but bottom, off the top, and look for footing. It is not NVIDIA. And NVIDIA, it's got a little bit of a trend line as well, but if you zoom it out, it's a much healthier stock. Still in some ways,
Sensors focusing on that spot.
Of last year's August low. And we're filling in the gap.
Care package over
put
there.
Things into buckets. And another thing that we noticed, Adara, was a bit of a correlation trade that was going on. It averted a little bit at the end of the day there on McDonald's.
Hostile spotted.
Really sold McDonald's off. As market was bouncing. And everything was continuing to get some nice recovery in there because I think.
Gonna switch things up with my mobile shield.
And I'd like to think that this is it's a good stable name. If I look at this bouncing off the 200 moving average, I don't know.
Hostile over there.
I got interested in
Hostile over there.
Everything was mostly strong. If you're down 1% or flat today and you're not...
Let's hustle that way. Go that way.
Regardless of whether you're green, red, or like a nice tail shade of pink or mint. Go back, reflect, and get ready for the next day, I would say, is my take on this. So I have to laugh at Matthew Elliott's comment on the chat. I like to call this sheriff theater. Acting, my dear. But, yeah, I like that, and I honestly, it feels a little bit like soap opera at times. So yeah, there we go.
And Scott Tomlinson in the chat saying, CPI tomorrow, please remind everybody who just did. Shout out to you, Scott. Appreciate you. Very important for us to go to the next level.
They might have seen you.
The labor market inflation right now for the Fed, but
hostile right here.
Both of those. There is, just so you know, there is Constellation Grants reporting, but they don't report.
Hostile right here.
We won't have Constellation Grants tomorrow to recap, and we will.
Hostile spotted.
Contact with enemy. Contact with target.
You're being aimed at.
Nine killed? Holy shit! Have you been watching them, King?
No, I've been reading my weapon.
Dude, this guy's going off!
I don't know, it seems weird. Like, sometimes...
I think it's like a
he's
soft
good,
thing.
but at the same time, sometimes it feels like... Like, when I watch him play, I don't think, oh, this guy is, like, hella good.
He has like a soft thing hack.
You think? I don't see him aim. Like, I just... Like, his movement-wise and stuff, I just... Yeah, that's why I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
No fucking way!
Also, yeah, this guy can just see people everywhere. Like, he just randomly turns around and shoots someone.
Thank God. Okay, I had that.
Often than not, the next day is pretty flat, or sometimes it'll be like a little bit of a, sometimes a bit of a sell-off, but no significant sell-offs. But also, it's worth noting, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of these historic best days in the Nasdaq come after the historic sell-offs. So that's worth noting too. A lot of these buys we're getting are most likely relief rallies. So I guess we should consider again. Don't mind me just continuing to go off on historical tangents. But yeah, I think for China, I think that'll be pretty interesting as well because
I'll be
Down to teach all of you things.
most of the upside when the rest of the market couldn't really sustain it after China announced 84% tariffs. I was sitting like you because I got here first. Neil came in and said,
Follow me if you want to win.
do my thing, sauce it up. It's a good time. Neil goes like you're getting water or something. And then while Neil was gone during that brief period,
This is your champion.
And then I go check the water, and I'm like, oh. So I really want to clarify that you really, if you were here to saw, that just
You know what I look like. Come find me.
I'm the jump master.
Why?
Samson Nola, I'll find us a perfect disaster. Show me your true nature.
I can't wait to China what they can do tonight.
What?
I can't wait for what China's gonna do tonight.
China?
Yeah.
What? What's up with China?
Trump took away all the tariffs for everybody, except for China. He added them.
They're asking for a tragic ending. Being shot at.
He's on the side.
Enemy shield.
Took all the fucking, all the guns.
Hold on, recharge your shields. Warrior Knockstone. First blood. Yellow gate.
I knocked one, but I'm one shot.
I want to say there's two teams.
Fuck.
I hope
I gotta kill them.
Outfit the Nash. To the upside. This is the thing. You hear there's a term that's used a lot. Or like we're like, oh, what happened there? Quote levitation, or the bid just dropped, or there's a buy program on, like whatever of that vernacular. Twice you saw that specifically on Apple, and obviously once was obvious. It was when we had the pause, but when it did it the second time, it's always tricky. I'll tell you right now, when that's happening, you generally speaking,
just trying to hold it down for the folks in Harris Valley.
Never want to be buying the extended part. When it's doing that extended,
every world tries to keep me contained, but you can't contain me.
The one that I don't usually want to buy on is that massive one with breaking out the high on the biggest one of those candles. But if you see this pattern, and again, I wasn't looking at Apple at the time. At this moment, Apple
Introducing your champion.
The rest of the market. Market was still trending higher, and Apple has been pulling back for like a half an hour.
Just your old mate
But it gave you a bottoming tail candle, and then a little bit of acceleration. And when it broke the next local high, I think that's where if you were paying attention to Apple, regain the moving average, high, you can try to get in on that trend trade. You're seeing that in the afternoon on the Tesla. Like Tesla's been the stock that's generally had the power hour rallies the last few months. Today was Apple, I think the easiest and lowest hanging fruit when looking for patterns.
I'm the jump master. I know where to land in this reality. Show me your true nature.
I'll have Apple up instead of the usual.
Is this guy shitting?
He has an open mic.
Wow. I'm done with this game.
Fuck. You ever done? Nah.
I'm done. I think I'm taking a break.
Okay.
Cut almost in half. I mean, technically speaking, most of the down move was like 38% on the closing basis, but it was over 40 if you go from some of the pre-market levels. Volatility is here to stay, and it's a great indicator when you're trading.
I'll be right back.
Well, it was interesting too. That was another thing. Canal Desai, who's like, you know, that's some. We have a couple. I would say generally the news feed, which is a combination of.
Ooh, that doesn't look pretty.
And then I have also followed is. There's a couple traders on here, including Canal Desai, but also, you know, a lot of news accounts. And I remember he was saying short UVixie before we even got that move.
Yes.
So yeah, shout out to him. Sounds like he did really well in that. Have a good night, Sean. Also, I want to pull this up. This is from another really well-known stock market account. This is Wall Street Engine here on X. Only 9 stocks in the S&P 500 closed red today. What's interesting is some of these were actually some of the top performers in Q1. So chiefly, I remember Exelon was on that list, Cencora was on that list, Consolidated Edison was on that list, or Con Ed. So interesting look here. Some of the names that really led us earlier are lagging now, and McDonald's is another really good example of that, not on this list. But McDonald's was one that was a little bit weaker today. They were really strong, leading for quite a while as well. Even when we had specific sell-offs, McDonald's would be like, I don't care. So interesting note there.
It's always important to look at. And, you know, look, this kind of a market, it's just for a lot of people, maybe it's the first time you're seeing something like this. If you didn't trade during COVID, if you didn't trade during 08, or you didn't trade during the dot-com bubble burst, then this type of action is going to be new to you. So I saw in the chat, like some people saying, no, I didn't have a good day today, or today was just a little bit too tricky, or I couldn't get a good read on it. That is fine. There's a first time for everything. I mean, like no matter how long you have been doing something, there are always going to be situations where like this is just different, and I'm now on this part of learning. And so one of the things that a good trader, a mentor back in the day, used to tell me, and I hope I get this right. It's not a quote I use very often, but he used to say, you want to make sure that nothing is it's not beneath you to do anything, and it's certainly not above you to ascend to certain heights. And what he meant by that in the trading aspect was, no matter what point you're at your trading journey, if you encounter something which is not your style, not something you've ever made money on, new to you the first time, it could be you're trying a new market, whatever it might be, you have to have the humility to maybe paper trade it and just watch or use less shares.
Bro, my
or
mom is
whatever
something
it might
else.
be. But it also plays in the other direction. When you are in that position, you have to have that ability to just say, okay, this does set up and I have that experience and I can go from 0 to 100 and I'm just executing points. And so that's one thing that I've always known. So having literally this conversation with a couple of traders in the kitchen today, a couple of the algo guys in Obi, that's exactly what we were discussing, the whole 0 to 100.
What's your mama say? I heard you yelling.
Setups that work for you and strategies that work for
No,
you.
so before I left, I bought like a shit ton of mango ice cream. Like little,
but if I've never seen it before and I have no edge,
like little
be okay with backing off.
pints or whatever it's called.
Traders who they just don't have that ability.
There's 3 different ones.
They would do something they've never
Same
done
flavor.
before, create a market they've never
And my mom, instead of taking one and finishing it, she took all 3, ate a little bit of each one, and put them back in the freezer.
Make money doing this. What are you doing that over there for?
They're the same flavor, by the way.
And you should be cool with that. And first of all, I think it's brave to even just say that. That's why we have a great community.
So like each time, she was like, "Nah, I want to open a new one." Opens a new one, eats a little bit, and puts it back. Same flavor, same mango, raspberry flavor.
It's a trading community.
All 3 of them.
And
if they were different, I would.
On that note,
like, yeah, sure, if they're different, okay, you want something else. But they're the same flavor, exactly the same one. So why open 3 different ones instead of just finishing the first one?
A subscribers only chat. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Jump in there. If you have a question for Adara, myself, anybody on the program, just let us know for sure. Someone just said, what's the VIX at right now? Well, actually, I don't even know if I have VIX on this, but if UVXY is at 32, then the VIX is like 31 maybe. I think that it's something like that. But it did pull back 40% on the VIX, which is crazy because we were above 50. 50 on the VIX is when people start panicking a little bit here. Dr. Dan just said gold next. Gold next to do what? Go higher? We'd already went higher. We already had a good move on gold today. I always wonder what the context is in a comment like that. So you said gold next, and I am not sure what you mean. I do know that, gold, great bounce opportunity. And we talk about riding the trend. Well, this has been trending up. So when you're buying the dip on something at prior resistance or at the 50 period or whatever it might be, that just feels better when you're still buying on an uptrend that was unbroken. So you get it both ways. You get an uptrend, you get a defensive name if we go back down. There's nothing wrong with that for sure. It's just do you. I've never been a metals guy. I think I bought like some physical silver during COVID. I don't even remember why I did it. I just did it. But I've never been one to hedge in gold or anything like that. But to be candid, in my personal account, I built my personal account when I was younger on a more conservative basis. Like most people don't have a lot of dividend stuff and buying of the indexes too much early on. But because I did that, I kind of feel like it's never that bad. I have like a really stable, relatively speaking, position in some really good dividend names. So I don't mess around with hedging in gold. It's just never been my cup of tea. I am happy with what happened in Bitcoin, though, here today. And that's one thing. I knew I wanted to go over something, but Bitcoin regained. I'm showing you IBIT because that's what we have the chart up for. So you held and regained the 200 period moving average. But what was even more important is that level that level we had at 81, which had been prior support.
Vernon.
And it held it for a long time.
Look at Baldur's Gate.
Back into it. Maybe a weekly chart will do this a bit better.
You tried it?
Here, yeah. If you show a weekly chart, what you did here on that pullback in the weekly, the prior high has held.
No, because I have it.
Long breakout in Bitcoin, and we've dipped without really retesting it yet.
Yeah.
And so if you
and apparently you can have it as something for Twitch as well, so people can vote for what choice you should make and stuff like that.
It's a pretty decent sign that we're just holding the top.
I have one viewer. He's not watching. I'm not going nowhere.
Mid 70s, like 91, 92. In which case, I would think you have a decent chance of tracing back to that 91, 92.
It's on sale. I think it's $40.
In front of it, but yeah, good day for BTC. It's so easy to say, Adara.
I don't know. Check it out because my prices are Canadians.
But some I like a little bit more than others.
Yeah, it's something I definitely I want to do. Take a look at because, like I said, today intraday I did not love what I did, but that's why reflection is so important.
Like I have 33 friends that have the game,
Why did you win? Why did you
and
lose?
they all have like over 50 hours in it. So like, it must be somewhat good.
I found it funny, but I'm like, no, you have to like focus on
But
like
you haven't
growth
played
as
at all?
well, right? So, anyways,
I played a little bit with my girlfriend yesterday. I played like 2 hours, which is pretty much I did a tutorial and explored it a little bit. And she was not into it, so she refunded the game.
Same initials as me.
Yeah,
so shout out. It says, "What's your analysis on AirCanada.to?" So this is not a stock we trade. We do trade, of course, the
Because she doesn't like open world games like that.
the American stocks.
Like she wants to know the story, but she doesn't want to.
And look at this. I drew a downtrend. This is not like a perfect trend line, mind you.
But she doesn't want to like actually have to explore.
This is a bit of a double top if you go back to around this.
What do you mean role playing? You don't have to role play.
Today we tried to break out of that a little bit. We had this volume here, a little bit of
Yeah, it's more strategic.
volume for Air Canada today AC, and it does turn up the AC a little bit.
What was that one game that released
out of this downtrend?
Like a year ago?
There's another thing though. So AVWAPs here. Shout out to Brian Shannon.
What is it about?
MMO.
Volume events. I put an AVWAP here.
MMO, open world.
Really extreme volume candle on November 1st, 2024. That would be earnings for Air Canada. We're still well below
Final Fantasy.
that AVWAP. So I would say today is a nice start. It's a good day, but I would like probably to see continued push out of that bottom trend line. And then also I would be very aware of this AVWAP. I have found intraday and long term.
Oh, is it the Amazon game?
Really be good indicators of sentiment.
That released a while back.
New World.
Oh.
A couple days.
Yeah, that's the Amazon one.
Support resistance levels. So that's just something that I
no.
would mention there because it can be pretty key.
Leave that chart up for a second.
I would like to.
I've said this a few times. I don't like the
I mean, I've never been into games like that, and the game is $80 for me, so I'm not about to spend it. For me, Canadian dollars.
There's plenty you could have bought in the bottom of COVID.
For you, it's probably like 60.
Like obviously, like I like some squeeze names, and I liked Pfizer for.
Oh, it still is. I'm looking at it right now. For me, it's 81.79.
I know some people that bought our can did really well with it. It's a very enticing looking trend break. What I would say is I'm not a huge fan of travel. I think if we are headed toward any kind of a recession, and remember, Canada's economy, I'm a proud Canadian, Canada's economy is not as strong as the United States. It's not as strong as many of the other nations in the G7. It's just the truth. I can say that solely, and I'm as proud as I am with my country. It's just not, you can look up the numbers yourself. So with all that being said, if you get this trend break,
the fuck is Owanda?
Closing and holding and then breaking out that next level higher, which
Wait,
just got to today.
Is that a game or what is that?
You take your profit in front of the AVWAP. I'd usually look at a 200.
Huh? Wait, O-N-D-A?
Well, because to me, that's not a long-term investment. I find it very different.
Is this? Currency card vendor?
Nvidia, things I'm comfortable holding for 5 to 10 years than an airline, which usually requires help from the government from time to time. And those are not businesses that I'm a huge fan of. So hopefully that answers your question there. But yeah, that is a great.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I clicked on the first link, which is a currency converter.
You see me love trend lines. When I started as a trader,
you put Owanda
2003, before I used any indicator, it was volume and trend lines.
Type in Owanda Forex.
And I still use them today. So it's hard for me to look at that and tell you it's not
number 4 then X.
Breaking that trend, because I think you get a very defined risk. I just don't like the airlines for long investments. That's just me personally. It's already 4:30. It's been an unbelievable record day in a lot of ways. Fun day. Thank everyone for all of those
traders don't miss
in the middle of the day. I can tell you, Joe was absolutely touched by it. Like, he's a very genuine
a welcome bonus of
CAD. Really meant a lot to him.
100 CAD.
We just share all the time. He was just sharing, and to get that reach out of love was much appreciated. What I'd like everyone to do is do it all over again, but this time just by simply joining the chat. Hit that subscribe button so you can jump in the chat and just thank everybody that we had a big, massive green day today. I don't care. We're happy the market's up. We're happy to be a part of it with you. Shout out to Fabian. Shout out to Ramin. Shout out to Andre.
Wait, which account type? Live trading?
Joe and Sharif. Shout out to Sean, Brendo, Adara. Shout out to Bears.
No, but which one? Live or demo?
In all of
you made an account already?
No, which account am I making? Choose your account type.
Put live.
It was amazing, but it's roll call time. So get your